Happy Thursday. Man, I love that eagle just dropping in there. You know what? AI is not perfect, but it does good enough for me. It does kind of capture a little bit of my imagination, but I love it. Now you got today, I got my downtown Seattle background here from Washington State. Yes, that is also created by the magic of AI. Listen, I spend some money doing this kind of stuff, but that's because I don't really have as much imagination as I think I have. Creative skills is very important when you're doing this sort of show, if you guys don't know. Now, if you have tried doing a podcast yourself, you know that it's not as easy as it looks. People think that it's so easy for me to come in here and just talk a bunch of BS. Well, it's not really BS to us because we are talking the truth and our opinions are really based on facts, common sense. It doesn't mean that we're really never wrong, but we're never wrong. We always seem to be right. We make little hiccups here and there, but those are very correctable little hiccups. What do you guys think about my little Make America Great hat again? It's got to be right here next to me. That's a little bit of, this. It's all this creative skills, that I have developed through decades of life in this place we call Earth. Man, good to see you. Robert, good to see that you made it to the live. We missed you yesterday. My man. I'm sorry that your break is over. And so is mine. I have been here working on my desk, fitting this brain with some new information. Nothing about Iran. I think Iran is played out for a little bit. We will probably talk about it eventually. But I have a live, obviously, as you guys saw the thumbnail, introductory thumbnail. There is a live, and I don't think that these people ever watch their own hearings. I don't think Congress watches the Senate, and I don't think the Senate watches the Congress hearing. We do. We do. Let me just warn you. Let me go ahead and finish saying hello, and I'll give you my little disclaimer about the live that just finished, I believe. I think it's finished already. And then we're going to go ahead and dive right into it, okay? Now, with that being said, my friends, salud. Good morning. Never gets old. Stay thirsty, my friends. Unc Andy, what's going on? Good to see you on here. Alligator Alcatraz is officially closing down. Man, I don't know why. Maybe they don't have enough illegal immigrants in Florida anymore. I have not read anything about that. And let me see who else we got in here. Marvin Vernal says the Earth is running out of life form. I wish the libtards will go out first. Let's see. Carlos wants to know what's going on with this Donald Trump losing this war and wasting $132 billion on this war, losing 16 to 20 military installations in the Middle East and giving Iran back $300 billion. Bruh, you better go look at those stats again before you come back into my show with that shit. Let's see who else we got in here. Jim Rat. Oh, man, Jim Rat actually made it to the live. There we go. But, Carlos, at least you said good morning, even though it's a fake good morning. You guys have to remember, when I read your comments, depending on what's going on in the world is how I'm going to interpret it. And I'm going to tell you, just a little disclaimer, personally, just a little disclaimer. The libtards are so negative, so abundantly negative. They're like roaches, like an infestation of roaches in the house. They have been so bad that when I read negative comments, on the chat, even though they might be legitimate, comments, maybe you don't mean it with this angry thing that the leftists give us. That's how I read it, and it's kind of, I don't know. I know. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I hope you know what I'm saying. Nathaniel says only 30% of the American population believes your bullshit. What you're going to do about the other 70% lying on the internet only gets you so far. I agree. It's a good thing that I don't lie. I don't lie. Ender, how are you? Good to see you all the way from the UK. Thanks for being here with us. Bill Fuss says 1 trillion more in debt and the strait is closed. And Iran has their uranium. Man, aren't we great idiots? This guys, stop pretending that you ever cared. Okay, your comments would be validated if you actually gave a damn about our country. You see what I'm saying? But you don't. So I don't give a shit. Now, if you are not one of my subscribers or a person that supports my channel, you will no longer get any freebies from me. With that being said, thank you, In and Out. Good to see you on here. And I think the Gulf and the Strait of America, says Zach. That's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. All right, without further ado, I want to say this about this live that we're about to watch. As I said earlier, I don't think that Congress or the Senate watch each other's hearings. I think both Congress and the Senate, the legislative branch in all whole, they suck, okay? They make this country worse. Let me tell you one of the things that I have a problem with, legislature. They are the branch that is supposed to be making laws to protect this country and to make it better for American citizens. Not for illegal immigrants, for American citizens. Now, what pisses me off, and I'm sure that you would agree with me on this, is that they bring up a bill. They grab a bill and they say, okay, we want to pass the Save America Act. Fantastic. Pass that bill. No. Republicans and Democrats, both sides of the aisle, they want to add some extra bullshit in there. No. Pass that one single bill. Pass it. Stop bullshitting with the American people. Both Republicans and Democrats. Bunch of useless people in Congress. Pass the damn bill. Save America Act clean by itself, nothing else. Stop putting your bullshit money that you want for your Democratic Party, for your agenda, or for your Republican agenda. Shut the hell up, get your ass to work, and give the American people what they want. 70 to 80% of Americans, Democrat, Republican, everybody, even all the migrants, want the voter ID Save America Act to go past. And these guys are bullshitting us. And I don't like it. It's nothing to do with me liking or not liking Trump. Trump putting in some extra stuff on the bill for his agenda. Bullshit. Get rid of that. Just pass the Save America Act. Period. See, I'm sick of these Democrats saying we're shutting down the government because of the Republicans. Shut the hell up. Damn communist. They don't care about the American citizens. And Republicans do the same shit. Well, we can't really pass this bill for the American people unless we get money for this. No! You get paid enough money to pass bills, to make laws. Pass them individually. Stop bringing in this 500-page bullshit. Stop bringing this 1,000, 1,500, 2,000-page bullshit. I understand the big, beautiful bill was necessary because there is so many things to take care of. But let's take A first and then B second, okay? Let's do A. Save America Act. If we are really serious about saving the America Act, you're going to pass the damn bill by itself. And then you can work on the next bill. And then you can work on fixing the law. Then you can work on amending the Constitution and whatever else the hell you have to do to make sure that the American people are taken care of. Woosah. See, that is the problems that I have. It has nothing to do that I'm just Republican. Republicans are, the majority are the best. Republicans are literally the best party right now. I'm not saying they will be forever, but right now they are. Brian, what's up? Good to see you on here. All right, enough ranting from me. Let's give you what you came here for, and that is to watch this live. Now listen to the way they talk. Listen, again, you need to stop being Republican or Democrat when it comes to certain issues that affects everybody, okay? Now, I love every single one of these people that come up here, but I don't like bullshit. You know what I'm saying? All right, with that being said, let's get to it.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming. This is a very, very important time in the life of this country, and no bill is more important than the Save America Act. The President did the right thing yesterday by canceling the bill signing unless the Save Act is attached. I personally think we should not have any more legislation until the Senate comes back in session, and they're out for 2 weeks, ironically. So this bill is per the Constitution. This bill is common sense. I want to thank Chip Roy and Mike Lee for cranking this thing up. It was passed by the House in 2025. It was passed January 29th of this year, and we still don't have the SAVE Act being brought up. This group of congressmen know the importance of it, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for taking the time to stand up. And frankly, we ought to be doing this every week we're in session. What this bill does is pretty simple in that it establishes procedures for citizenship. You have to have documentary proof. It requires reasonable accommodations for those who are disabled. And folks, bottom line, we want Americans picking who represents us at every level. And now's the time to act. We call on the Senate to move on this, and you'll hear from the different speakers that will emphasize the importance of this. And I think if we can't do this, it's a failure of both Democrats and Republicans. Speaking first is the original author, Congressman Chip Roy.
Well, I want to thank Ralph. I want to thank my colleagues here, members of the House Freedom Caucus, great patriots that I'm proud to serve with. 2 years ago, when I worked to draft this legislation, I worked intently with a number of folks who are currently in the administration in the White House. I worked with Senator Mike Lee, worked with my colleagues here, Cleta Mitchell, one of the most highly respected election lawyers in the nation. And we drafted a simple bill, and it's not complicated. The American people understand it, and that's why it's so important. Only American citizens should vote in American elections. Voter ID should apply in federal elections. The Constitution is clear that we have authority to address this matter, both from the standpoint of handling immigration and dealing with the rules involving our own elections. This is something that the American people want us to do. Very clearly, this is something that the President of the United States wants to see accomplished by virtue of his actions yesterday with respect to the housing bill, but also in his messaging, he's been very clear about this. The only question before us right now is whether the Senate will put America first or continue to put the Senate first. That's what the question is. We're trying to say that the Senate needs to move forward and to force this through using all of the tools at their disposal and to stop hiding behind fake thresholds that the Senate itself has put in place. There is no constitutional requirement for 60 votes. Now look, I want to pause for a second. I'm a former creature of the Senate, Chief of Staff to Ted Cruz. I was a lawyer on the Senate Judiciary Committee. I understand the Senate better than frankly most. The fact is, we have procedures for the Senate to be the cooling saucer, and no one here is suggesting we shouldn't have that. No one is saying that the Senate shouldn't be able to have rules to be able to be the historic cooling saucer that it's been. But for senators to blindly ignore the history of the Senate in being able to pass the Civil Rights Act, for example, in the 1960s, after 3 months of sitting on the floor of the House, forcing people to go through the actual work of filibustering on the floor of the Senate, through the rules and the procedures, going through two-speech rule and so forth, to then burn their time and then force the question to a 51 vote threshold. That's the Senate working. Today they're hiding. And we want them to come forward and to own this issue that we believe is paramount to the future of this nation. The republic is hanging in the balance. Will this country be governed and will the decisions be made by American citizens whose forefathers fought, bled, and died for this country? Or will it be made by people who have come in here and invaded our country illegally and are trying to take this country over? There are numerous other topics I could get into. We're here to talk about the Save America Act. This group is committed to getting it done. This group is we're the ones willing to stand up and take the arrows for saying that we're not going to move legislation, that we're going to stand up and say no, that we're going to stand up and try to force the Senate to act. That's one of the reasons why you've seen some things slow down this week. You're seeing rules now not moving forward because we are committed to achieving the objective the American people want us to do, which is deliver. One final point. This president is set apart because he delivers. This president wants to stand up and achieve something for the American people, not just put something up for campaign purposes. That's the difference. We're here to try to win. And that's why I'm proud to affiliate with this group. And now I'll recognize the gentlelady from Tennessee, Dinah Harshbarger.
Thank you, Chip. And I appreciate the ability to be here today. There's a lot going on in the House, nothing going on in the Senate. But the integrity of American elections on the line, ladies and gentlemen, and the Senate's doing nothing about it. Nothing. They left for a 2-week recess because it's too hard. And right now, legal American citizens do not control their own destiny. We all know where this road leads. We saw it happen 2 weeks ago or 2 days ago in New York. We've seen it happen in California. The radical far left anti-American socialists are taking over the Democratic Party, and they can't do anything about it. If we do not secure our elections, that is the direction the whole country will take. The Save America Act, supported by an overwhelming majority of Americans, you know, we're elected to listen to the people we serve, and we're not doing that. We're just forcing the hand of the House and the Senate to do what is right. There's nothing controversial about election integrity. The fact that we're even having the debate is beyond comprehension. Democrats don't want election integrity because it'll help them politically. It's incumbent upon us as Republicans to do the right thing for the sake of America's future. And I want to speak directly to every senator blocking the Save America Act. I don't care about your political future, and I don't care about your fundraising schedule. You took an oath to the American people, not to yourself. Legal American citizens are losing control of their own country. And they are letting it happen. So grow a set, Senate. Do what the House has already done and what the American people expect from us. And pass the Save America Act. And with that, it is my honor to pass it on to Representative Mary Miller, who is a good conservative patriot.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. And thank you to my dear friend, Ralph Norman, for organizing this important conference. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris opened our borders and allowed 20 million illegal aliens into our country. That's a fact. It's also a fact that non-citizens have been identified on voter rolls and they are voting in our elections. This is a threat to the foundation of our country, and we stand with President Trump in treating it with the seriousness that it deserves. My colleagues and I on the House administration did our job and passed this legislation. House Republicans did their job and passed this legislation. Now the ball is in the Senate's court. We must get this bill to President Trump's desk. Prove you're a citizen to vote and show a voter ID. For most Americans, this is common sense. Yet Democrats are treating proof of citizenship and voter ID as though they are threats to democracy. This is nonsense. I'm calling on Senate Majority Leader John Thune to use every tool available to get this legislation to President Trump's desk. Republican senators must stop hiding behind arcane Senate procedure. The American people are demanding action. They voted for secure borders, they voted for election integrity, and they voted to put the American citizen first. The time for excuses is over. The time for action is now. Pass the Save America Act. Let's secure the future of our republic. Thank you. And now I'd like to turn it over to Eli Crane.
Thank you guys for showing up here today. I want to say thank you to Ralph Norman for bringing us all together. I want to say thank you to Chip Roy for being the author of this act. I also want to thank the president for basically blowing this week up and doing the right thing. Unfortunately, that's the only thing that works in this town is political force, and President Trump showed it again yesterday. This is how important this issue is to him, but I think it's important to him because of how important it is to American citizens. It just blows my mind. This is an 80-20 issue. Democrats, independents, and Republican voters all think that this is common sense to have to show that you're a citizen, show an ID if you're going to vote in our elections. This is one of our most sacred rights as American citizens, to vote in our elections and choose who's going to represent us. It just boggles my mind. If you are a dictator around the world, if you run a nation state who is opposed to the United States and us having strong leadership, all you would have to do is slip 10, 20, 30, 40,000 people into this country and get them to vote in our elections, and you could easily flip a state, which could easily flip a presidential election. And don't think for a second that they won't, or that those numbers are exaggerated. We saw between 10 or 15 million people come into the country under the Biden administration. 10 to 15 million people come into the country under the Biden administration. And most voters look at these issues like these are isolated issues, but they're not. This is all about one word and one word only, and it always has been and it always will be, and that is power. That is why Democrat elected officials here in Washington, D.C. are trying to oppose this, even though many of their own voters support it. And like I said, it's an 80-20 issue. You have to show ID to buy alcohol. You have to show ID if you want to get a rental car. But oh no, you couldn't possibly need to show ID to exercise your most critical right in this country, and that's to choose who our representation is, who our leaders are. So this group, the House Freedom Caucus, is calling on the Senate to do what the American people sent us here to do, and do what we said we were going to do, and make sure that American citizens and American citizens only vote in our elections. Quit hiding behind your arcane rules. We know you can get this done. We know there's precedent. My good friend Chip Roy talked about the precedents. Quit hiding behind these rules. Stay in Washington and do the work that the American people sent us here to do. And from the political side of this, why would the American people send us back as Republicans if we can't even execute the most basic, common sense legislation in protecting our American voting system? Why would they send us back? And Diana, she said it well. They're more concerned with their fundraising schedules, their lunches, their dinners, and hiding behind archaic rules. We have passed this bill multiple times in the House. We are calling on the Senate to do what needs to be done, do the hard work, and at the very least, put it up for a vote and let the American people see where you as elected representatives, you as senators, stand on this issue. This is so important. And I know there are many dangerous threats around the country, but the biggest threats to this country are right here within. And if we can't iron out some of these common sense, very important issues like making sure American citizens only vote in our elections, this country is gone. Thank you. And I want to turn it over to my good friend and colleague from Texas, Mr. Kiesel.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Chip, for authoring this bill. Just a couple of points. This is the most popular bill in America in a long time. This is the most important bill that this Congress could pass in decades. President Trump has now made it a signature bill to be passed by the U.S. Congress. I spent 25 years of my life in the Army uniform, multiple deployments, plus 10 years stationed overseas, defending America against the very cultures that we have imported by the tens of millions in the recent past. I filed a bill today because we experience the impacts, the effects of a Senate that refuses to move every single day in this country. This is only one bill that they refuse to move. They won't do anything. I filed a bill today to repeal the 17th Amendment, to tear down the royalty known as the U.S. Senate in the United States of America today, to return the authority to the state legislatures to determine their senators. This will rebalance the U.S. Constitution as it was designed. If the Senate refuses to act today, let's return the Constitution to the way it was originally designed and repeal the 17th Amendment. I yield now to the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Andy Harris.
Thank you very much. Look, I'll be very brief. The president did the right thing this week. The president knows that with the Biden 10 to 20 million people who crossed the border during the last administration, probably half of them are a voting age. And if you listen carefully to what the Democrat Socialists of America say, they want everybody to vote. But the American people don't agree. The American people, you can poll anywhere in this country. You can poll Democrats, Republicans, Independents, blacks, whites, Hispanics. Everybody agrees that American citizens should be the only ones voting in federal elections. That's all this does. And it says, oh, by the way, you should actually have to show a voter ID. Hugely popular with the American people. That's why the president backs it. That's why we back it. That's why the Senate has to do the right thing. I want to thank our policy director, Chip Roy, for dealing with this issue, for filing the bill, and for pointing out that the Senate, under its current rules, can pass this with 51 votes. They just have to debate it. And honestly, I and the American people would love to hear the argument that Chuck Schumer makes against voter ID, especially since he suggested it's possible. Let's hear the argument. Let Americans know exactly what the Democrats in the Senate are up to when they're opposing this bill. And I've been around long enough to know how this process works. You set up the straw man, you say, well, the current bill as it's structured can't get 51 votes. Okay, tweak it so it gets 51 votes. We know all the Republicans support citizens voting. We know they all support voter ID. Let that be the foundation. Let's build a bill that they can support. The bottom line is the Senate is too lazy to do America's business right now. And that's just plain wrong. America deserves better. That's why we stood up for this. That's why we're 1,000% behind the president in saying business has to stop in Washington, business as usual, until we deal with this issue. Thank you very much. And I bring up the representative from Florida, future governor, Byron Donalds.
The Senate sucks. I'm just going to come out and say it. They suck. This is not hard. 80% of the American people want the Save America Act to pass. Not 80% of Republicans, 80% of the American people. And the only organization that refused to act is the United States Senate. Everybody else is saying, this is common sense. We should do common sense things. Let's make sure only Americans are voting in our elections. Makes sense, right? Let's protect the franchise of the American people. Let's make sure that people who are sent to Washington are being voted on by Americans. Who the American people choose is up to them, but we have a responsibility to secure that franchise and to secure that process for the American people. And what is happening in the U.S. Senate is laziness, and quite frankly, it's disgusting. What? The Senate Democrats don't want to have voter ID in America. Why? Because they want to maintain their power. Senate Republicans don't want to do the right thing and actually have a true filibuster on the floor and debate the matter on the floor, because it would take them away from their precious meetings that they have to conduct. I'm sorry. They have a responsibility to open up the Senate floor and debate this issue in front of the American people. I agree with Chairman Harris 1,000%. I want to hear what Chuck Schumer has to say on the floor in full debate about why he opposes this measure. I want to hear what Elizabeth Warren has to say about why she would oppose this measure. I want her to tell the people of Massachusetts why she believes that the people of Massachusetts should not have to show a photo ID in order to vote in a federal election in the United States of America. Just the other day, President Obama opened up his presidential library in Chicago. You needed an ID to attend the event. So if you're going to show up for President Obama's library, you got to present a voter ID, a photo ID to gain access to that event. But to vote in our elections, you don't have to do that? That makes no sense. It's crazy and it's stupid. And so the United States Senate has a responsibility to open up that floor, use Senate procedure, actually have a debate. You have a filibustering debate. If Bernie Sanders wants to hold the floor of the U.S. Senate for 6 months, let him. Go ahead. Swap out the Depends. Get some body armor. Somebody slip you some whatever you need. Keep it going. Because it demonstrates the stupidity of your arguments. And that is what the American people want to see. I, for one, want to see what their argument is. But we're not getting that because, and to be blunt, because we have Republican senators who still believe that the U.S. Senate is operating in 1990 America. That is ridiculous. The Democrats are true radicals. They don't want to negotiate. They don't want to debate. They want to obstruct. They want to obstruct common sense. One of the other pieces of legislation, and actually our good friend Chip Roy was a sponsor of that one too, codifying Donald Trump's border security measures, will pass overwhelmingly in the House. The Democrats will all vote no. Why? Because they want open borders. It's that simple. It's been proven now twice in his first administration and now that his procedures secure this nation. The Democrats don't want to support that because they don't want to secure this nation. But if the Republicans in the Senate hide behind this arcane rule where they don't even go to the floor and debate these matters until they vote to end debate, like, this is ridiculous. Nobody else operates like this except the U.S. Senate. There is not one state in America that has a filibuster rule like what's up here on Capitol Hill. Not one. Go to any state, blue state, red state. Their Senate, it's an up or down vote. They debate the matter, they negotiate the matter, up or down vote, they move the package. It is only here where U.S. senators are too lazy to actually get in a room and truly negotiate. They rather go to their lunches behind closed doors and point fingers at the president because the president is doing his job that he was elected to do and swept the battleground states for, which is to make sure that this nation is secure for the future of the United States and its people. This is nuts. They need to come back. They need to pass this legislation. And with respect to colleagues who are saying, yeah, we're done doing business in the House until this gets passed, hey, Senate, ball's in your court. Open it up, do the right thing, actually debate, actually negotiate, come to some compromise, and let's see what you do. Because this has been happening over and over and over again. I got to tell you, House members, we're sick of it. We do a lot of work on this side of the Capitol, going through these packages, the men and women behind me, negotiating stuff in good faith with leadership, sometimes with the other side of the aisle, to come up with packages. We send it over to the Senate, and what do? They go to lunch. They don't work, they don't debate, they go to lunch. Maybe one or two of them will sit there and deliberate and come up with something and say, oh, well, this is the only way it's going to pass. In the cover of darkness, no transparency, they just send it back. It's sick, it's disgusting, I'm over it. I think everybody up here is over it as well. I want to turn the podium over to the gentle lady, the dean of the Colorado delegation, Congresswoman Boebert.
I think pretty much everything has been said, just not everybody said it yet. We are absolutely fed up with the Senate and their leadership and not taking up the Save America Act. Chip Roy introduced this years ago, has modified it. We've passed it twice out of the House, and now the Senate is recessing for 2 weeks. This is absolutely embarrassing. Now, if you want to make an excuse that it's America's 250, well, that should be more of an excuse for you to stay here and actually do the work, that you are one of few in America who have the honor to have this position, to legislate, to govern. This isn't a time for campaigns and firework-filled parties. This is a time to actually show the American people that we will do what we said we would do, that we can govern correctly, that we will govern as we campaign. Us in the House, we have to campaign all the time. We're up every 2 years. There's primaries going on. There's primaries that just finished. The Senate has 6 years to do those kind of activities. And what, they're at a crunch point now? Now they have to get out there and they can't actually legislate after they made excuses for how many years? The American people sent Republicans here with a majority, with a mandate to secure our borders, which President Trump has done a darn good job at doing, to secure our energy, to secure our economy, to secure our children's future, and to secure our elections. I've heard a lot of talk from our leadership that, okay, maybe we can compromise and have a grant program. Maybe we can, in the reconciliation bill, have a grant program that incentivizes states to opt in, and we fund this real ID measure, and then we'll just take care of this because we'll have voter ID. That's not enough law that is created, because the blue states won't opt into that. They will opt out if needed and will not touch that grant money. If there is going to be a successful grant measure moving forward, then we need to go back to the days of Reagan, where he wanted the drinking age to be 21, and he said, okay, well, in THUD, in the transportation bill, we are not going to allow you to opt in and get grant funding for your highways and your transportation needs unless your state has a 21-year drinking age. So you have got to connect it to existing funds if that is the route you're going to go. Don't create a new grant program that only red states who are already operating in good faith and doing their best to secure elections are going to opt into. The blue states say, well, you can keep your stinking grant money. We're going to keep the voter base that we imported in from the southern border. We spent 4 long, hard years doing it, and we're not going to give up the ability to have our own voter base with these illegal non-U.S. citizens in our elections. So I think that position is absolute nonsense. The Senate, of course, needs to take up this bill. As you heard our chairman, Andy Harris, say, we can negotiate on the actual bill. There has to be a baseline of American citizens and voter ID. Women aren't going to be disenfranchised because they're married and have a new name. That is nonsense. The Democrat and the legacy media talking point that women won't be able to vote is BS. I am a woman. I've gone through a name change process. I can still vote. I will still be able to vote. This is absolutely embarrassing that we have Republican leadership in the Senate and they're out for 2 weeks. This is not why I am here. That is not why anyone else is here. We didn't come here for long vacations. Even if you say you're working in your district, even if you are working in your district, we have a lot of work to do here. We have important bills that we have sent to the Senate. And sure, there are jokes where all the good bills are sent to the Senate to die, but we actually want them to be voted on and signed into law. We are here to legislate, allow us to govern, allow us to secure our country and our elections. And now I turn it over to my friend Andrew Clyde from Georgia.
Thank you and good morning. My House Freedom colleagues and I were central in passing the Save America Act here in the House. And in fact, my good friend and our very own Chip Roy wrote the bill. And so Ralph, thank you for organizing this today. We delivered results for our republic, a bill to secure our elections, which 80% of Americans support, including 69% of independents and the majority of rank and file Democrats. The Save America Act has sky-high approval ratings because it is just plain common sense. Despite the Democrats' manufactured outrage, the requirements in this bill are not controversial with the American people. American citizens already show ID to rent a car, to board an airplane. In fact, every one of us had to show ID to fly here, to open a bank account, and even, as was already mentioned, to visit the Obama Presidential Library. You know, if our government requires photo ID in order to exercise your Second Amendment rights, then why is voter ID not required to exercise your voting rights? We hold these truths to be self-evident. The only reason the Democrat Party opposes photo ID and proof of U.S. citizenship to vote is because they want to cheat in our elections. That's it. The American people have watched for years as their hard-earned tax dollars were stolen by fraudsters across this country. They know that if their tax dollars can be defrauded so shamelessly, then so can their ballot. In 2024, the American people sent Republicans to Washington with an overwhelming mandate for real, meaningful action. No more talking points. No more hiding behind tradition or legislative procedure. They want us to fight to win. Every single day, the American people wake up and go to work. They show up, they do their jobs, they deliver results. We're here today demanding the United States Senate do the same thing. Show up, do your job, deliver results for the American people. That means Senator Murkowski, Senator Tillis, Senator Collins, do your job. Show up for the American people. Senator Thune, call the Senate back into session. Do your job for the American people. Washington cannot and will not operate under business as usual while the Senate deprives President Trump of his agenda, the agenda that the American people elected him to accomplish. We cannot fail to protect America's most sacred civil responsibility, the right to vote. We're here today with a clear and simple message to the Senate. Enforce the talking filibuster, bring the Save America Act to the floor, and send it to President Trump's desk. The American people are waiting, they're watching, and they're counting on us. And they're counting on you, the Senate. Don't let them down. Pass the Save America Act right now. And with that, I turn it over to my friend and colleague, Josh Burkeen.
Thank you. Our founders were purposeful. And today the word archaic Senate rules have come up. That implies something of tradition that some people would rally around and say, well, that's conservative. Let's go off to tradition. But we are straining the gnat and eating the camel because that tradition is unconstitutional. So for the times that you've heard it said that it's archaic, it's also unconstitutional. And let me give you a basis for that. If you read Federalist 73, Hamilton talks about that they did fear the excess of lawmaking, but they believed in the unique structure of the Constitution that the veto pen of the president was what separated us. And that alone, they were willing, as they said in Federalist 73, they knew that they would sacrifice a few good bills, but they feared the bad bills more. What the United States Senate has been operating off of, and I want to be clear, as Representative Roy talked about, we're not even talking about getting rid of the filibuster. But to take it to the nth degree, if we were, the filibuster itself came in 1806 and it was an accident. You heard that right. It was an accident in 1806 where Vice President Burr said something to a group of senators. They then did something that left them without the ability to close debate by a removal of a previous question issue. That's how we ended up with the filibuster. And when you read Jefferson's writings, he was explicit of not having the tyranny of the few, that with the veto of what Federalist 73 talked about, they believed that a simple majority was a proactive way to make sure things got done in this country. Think about, if you're purposeful in the Constitution, name the places where it takes 2/3. Constitutional amendments, treaty ratification. Do you notice they never intended for this? But let's not even go that far. Let's just go as far back as recent past where the talking filibuster was employed, as Mike Lee, Chip Roy are accurately talking about. I want people to understand that your senators are pushing back and say, we want to go on tradition. They are straining the gnat and eating the camel. It's unconstitutional what they're doing. And that's why you as a voter are frustrated when we get the majority, we're not able to execute on agendas. And whether it is through dealing with the talking filibuster, they determine the rules. That's what the Constitution says. The Senate determines their own rules. And whether it's that or whether it's through a bird rule discussion, they determine the rules, not the parliamentarian. These archaic hindrances are created to hide behind, they know it, 15% foreign-born population right now in this country. Highest it's ever been. We're an outlier among the world of those who look at democracy as, we're a republic, but among even democracies, 46 out of 47 democracies in Europe require photo identification. President Trump is right. This matters. With that, I want to turn it over to Scott Perry.
Morning, everybody. Look, I'm just going to call the balls and strikes here. The Senate stands in utter contempt, not of my colleagues here, not only of the institution, well, of my colleagues, but not only of my colleagues in the institution, but primarily of the American people. That's who they stand in contempt of. This is an issue, as has been explained over and over again, has bipartisan, strong, very strong, it doesn't matter where you are on the political spectrum, by and large, if you're an American, you agree with this in overwhelming percentages. And for the Senate to just get up and walk out, remember, it only takes one vote to object. Only takes one. And, you know, I don't want to pick on my own team here, but the American people sent all of us here to get something done. And they see, the American people know what time it is. Right? They just watched what happened in New York City. They watched what happened in Los Angeles. They're watching communists take over. They're watching Sharia law being affected and implemented across their country. They know what time it is. And they sent people here to do something about that. And we're doing our level best in the House of Representatives with a small majority to try and deliver for the American people. But the Senate is more interested, I'm just going to say this, both sides, you got to call the balls and strikes, both sides in the status quo here. They're hoping that at some point the Trump presidency ends, the Freedom Caucus ends, the American people get tired, and they just go back to what they've been doing for decades and decades now, which is nothing, which is literally nothing. This is supposed to be the most important deliberative body on the planet, this place, this building, including the House and the Senate. All we're asking them to do, look, all of us want the Save America Act passed. Most of America, Democrat, Republican, Independent, wants the Save America Act passed. Chip Roy, the author, certainly does. President Trump certainly does. That would be great if they would pass it. But this is the minimum we're asking for the most important deliberative body on the planet. Come to work and deliberate and vote. What we got was, we don't have the votes. We don't have, that's what we heard. We don't have the votes. How do we know we don't have the votes if you're not going to call the vote? Have the debate. Let's hear the arguments. Maybe there's a flaw. Maybe we missed something. Maybe there's some outstanding issue that's important that has been unaddressed. That's what this is about. But they've just walked away and said, to hell with all you people. We don't give a damn what you think. It is unacceptable. And so whether it's Mitch McConnell or, quite honestly, look, we have our right criticisms for the Senate leader, and we're in the majority. We get that. But let's remember, he's not getting any help at all from one Democrat, not one. And there are plenty of Democrats, the overwhelming majority of Democrats in the United States of America, that want this bill just like Republicans and just like independents. So while, yes, it goes to leadership because we're in charge here, we're getting no assistance whatsoever, and we're getting absolutely complete and utter contempt. Complete and utter contempt from Democrats who won't even support their own party in this issue. And so for whatever it's worth, we demand that they come back and get to work. We'll be here. We'll be here over the independent. We'll be here over Independence Holiday. We will stay and do whatever it takes. We have done our job, but if there's more to do, God bless it, we will stay and suffer through it, because that's what you hired us to do. That's what the American people demand of us. But to walk away and just leave it open for 2 weeks and do nothing while the world is on fire, while our country remains on fire. Ladies and gentlemen, we know the Senate's broken. We're in the House. We can't fix it, but they can. They just refuse to. And there's going to be consequences for that, I'm sure. The American people are fed up. Now yield back.
Folks, in closing, again, thank all of my colleagues for coming here. Let me appeal for each one of you listening to this through the news channels and through the media. We need your help. We the people call in 100 senators and tell them to come back. We can't individually do it ourselves or as a group. We need every American to get on the phone, text, call your senators to get them back up here and do the job. America is waiting. As has been said, now's the time. We can't wait any longer. We'll be glad to take some questions.
Thanks, sir. Congresswoman Luna brought this up a little bit, but Speaker Johnson said multiple times yesterday he thinks the path now is to include some SAVE-like elements in reconciliation involving the grant program. Is that something you guys would support in reconciliation, or think that this satisfies the need for the
We'll let each one of them speak, but from my standpoint, I don't want to vote on anything else. Until this is passed and attached to the bills coming forward, I'm not voting for anything. And I think a lot of people are fed up. That's our way of saying, come back and do your job. Chip?
Yeah, and the only thing that I would add is we're not interested in getting a watered-down version of this. And a lot of things were thrown around about saying that the Save America Act can ride on reconciliation. And with all due respect, we've not gotten any signals from the Senate that they're inclined to, essentially overturn the parliamentarian and basically blow up the Byrd rule to say that they're going to allow this to pass alongside a reconciliation product. Step one, if you're going to have a reconciliation product, is have a reconciliation product that we can all support. We've not seen that yet. Step two is if you're going to attach the Save America Act, attach it in full, and then force the Senate to have to act on it. If the Senate chooses to water it down, then we'll have another bite at the apple when it comes back here, and we can tell them what we would do or not do. But what my message is to the Speaker and generally is, don't think we're going to just go add some token measures onto what frankly is not even a product yet that we should be sending over on its own merit, the reconciliation bill, and then say that we've somehow accomplished what we need to do on the Save America Act. We believe, like the President, we need the entirety of the Save America Act passed, and the Senate needs to have that now. And to my colleague's point, get back on the floor of the Senate. Why did you leave last night? Yesterday was Wednesday. They adjourned on Wednesday night to go home for, 2.5 weeks? I mean, I can tell you something. I represent Kerrville. I need to be in Texas next weekend if I can be, a year after those tragic floods. But I'll be right here on July 3rd, July 4th, and I won't be at the fireworks. I'll be here debating if the Senate will come back and do their job. I won't go anywhere. I'll be happy to be here. The Senate ought to do their job. One final point, not to filibuster, so to speak, but keep in mind, has anybody actually looked at and studied the names of the Senate office buildings and what they were involved with in the talking filibuster of the Civil Rights Act? Dirksen, Russell, the Mansfield room where these guys meet half the time. Do these senators have any knowledge of history? Any concept of what's actually gone on before them? Where Russell was blocking the Civil Rights Act, where Dirksen was trying to get it accomplished, where Mansfield, and you had cross-party lines here, was working to get it accomplished, and they forced it through after 3 months of intense fighting, where blocks of Democrats, particularly Southern bloc Democrats, didn't want to move the Civil Rights Act, and they used this process to get it done. What are they afraid of? That's the actual history when they have all of their highfalutin lunches in all of these rooms and they sit in their, finally appointed offices in the Senate, and they're sitting in the places that are named after the people that use this very tool to try to accomplish something for the American people.
Thank you. Thank you for doing this. I know that you've all made clear that your end goal is for the Senate to come back and pass the Save America Act, but I'm curious this week with the rule for the appropriations bills kind of stalled, is there anything that Speaker Johnson could offer you in the interim that would get you to vote for that rule and kind of unblock the floor temporarily?
What I'd like to see is the Speaker up here with us calling for the same things we are. Make the appeal to the Senate to come back and pass this thing. And let me add one other thing. We just had a vote in South Carolina. You know how many people voted we got 5.2 million people. We had 3.3 registered voters, less than 20%. And I think a lot of that is people feel disenfranchised, that their vote doesn't count. This will cure that. But to answer your question, this ought to be an all-out assault. We ought to have every member up here making the appeal to pass this. And as Chip said, if put it in its entirety, then let's debate anything that they have a problem with. But they're empty words, particularly with Schumer and so many of the other senators.
The only other thing we'd add on the rule process is there are other things that we've been talking to leadership about that we expect to get accomplished. For example, codification of border security in H.R. 2 that we passed in the last Congress. One of my colleagues said, well, the Senate might not pass that. Well, you know what? The legislative process starts with one of the two houses putting something forward to the other one. We ought to send H.R. 2 or the variation of it, and we've filed it, and it's sitting there. And by the way, the Speaker has said that we ought to move it. Let's move it. Let's put it on the floor. So we've got a lot of things that we think we ought to do to demonstrate to the American people that we're serious, that we want to deliver for them, do what we said we would do. And if the Senate wants to hide behind rules, they're the ones that have to answer for that. But we're the House of Representatives. We're the people's house. So we should send H.R. 2 in a codified version of what the president has been doing to secure the border. And there are other things that we ought to deal. We ought to deal with congressional stock trading. We ought to deal with important issues like central bank digital currency, which, we've been sitting there floating along a halfway version of it on the housing bill. And, we ought to get a full permanent ban on that. And while we're sitting here with FISA having been authorized, why don't we protect American people from warrantless surveillance of their communications? There are a lot of things we ought to do that we said we would do. And before we're moving legislation that, frankly, isn't worth it, like the housing bill or bloated other bills, let's move the stuff the American people want us to.
I want to answer your question directly. We're waiting on a promised vote on H.R. 2, the border bill. We are waiting on a promised central bank digital currency vote on a must-pass bill. You want to know why this group up here is so frustrated? Because we've been through this. We've seen this act before. Now we want to take a bill that has passed the U.S. House of Representatives to actually be actioned in the Senate. So to answer your question, if you put the H.R. 2 on a bill, on a rule, you put a permanent ban of a central bank digital currency on a rule, or you put the entire Save America Act on a rule, I believe that you would get every vote up here.
All right, one more question.
Hi, I just wanted to ask, I guess, what specifically you guys would have John Thune do to persuade or coerce some of these holdouts in the Senate.
Talking filibuster.
Do a talking filibuster. Call the Senate back in session. Bring them back. Do a talking filibuster. I think, as Byron Donald mentioned, keep them up all night and let any of them speak as long as it takes. So that's what we'd have him do. That's what's missing. Not leave on a Wednesday for a 2-week vacation.
Yeah, let me address that, because I came to Congress from the Maryland State Senate, where we had a filibuster rule, and we held filibusters. The longest filibuster in the last 50 years in Maryland was over abortion. It was in the late 90s, and it lasted 8 days. That's it. After 8 days, people got tired, and they took an up and down vote on a simple majority, because at that time we had a 2/3 threshold to close debate. Subsequent to that, the longest debate has been 1 day, because if you debate day and night, you get tired of doing it, and you want to move on to something else. That's the way it works. The Senate has no idea about that, because it hasn't done it for decades. But if they look to the states, that's the way it actually works. You come in, you bring the debate to the floor, and you make everyone stay there and debate. They have to stay because you have quorum calls, the whole thing. They have to go through that drill. I will guarantee you the Democrats are not going to hold up voter ID for weeks and weeks and weeks in an election year with the American people watching.
Guys, thank y'all for coming. Appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Why do these libtards get so mad? I was gonna type this last one comment in here. I was gonna type, I love watching the Mosquito Navy fleet, the most threatening, most powerful Navy force on Earth, from Iran. Iran has won the war, says the libtards. All these illegal immigrants, I feel so sorry for them. I really do. But I care about American citizens. Now, whether you like that or not, it's irrelevant. I don't give a shit about your feelings. What I do care is that the American citizens have their rights respected. Let me tell you and explain to you why. For me, it's very important that the American citizens get the rights respected and that this country stays protected, nationally secured, without illegal immigrants who are not vetted, who they could be nice guys or they could be the rapists or serial killers. You don't know because they're not vetted. Now, the reason why, I'm a very selfish man. I'm a very selfish man, and the reason why I want American citizens' rights to be protected. And I want everything. The Constitution of the United States of America is for American citizens and for those people who are under the full jurisdiction of the United States government. Now, with that being said, one of the major reasons, which is what I am, a selfish man, is because if I look after the benefit of the American citizens, if I look after the benefit of this great nation, I, as an American citizen, also benefit from that. All the green card holders, if you do what I'm telling you to do, when you become an American citizen, you will also be part of that system that we're trying to protect today. Now, there's a lot of illegal immigrants that are just so jealous. Yeah, they're just so jealous. I dare almost say they're Democrats. They're so jealous that a migrant such as myself can come to this country without breaking the law, can come to this country. And guess what? I'm a migrant. Here is for you entitled, spoiled, loser American citizens who make an excuse about the Save America Act. Show a damn ID to vote. Here it is, a migrant. I waited 3.5 decades to become an American citizen. Not only do I have a Honduran passport, a Honduran ID, not only do I have that, but I have a Washington State ID. I have an enhanced Washington State ID. I have a passport. And when I go vote, I am completely satisfied with myself that I am being a good, responsible American citizen. Now, with that being said, for some of you who may have missed this in some of the comments that I put in here that have been inundated and drowned by all the illegal immigrants on my chat and the retarded Americans that don't know that they are going to lose their country if they don't stand up for it. If you don't stand up for your rights and you give away your rights to illegal immigrants, to foreigners who actually want to destroy this country. Think about this for a second. People that come in here, they tell me that I'm a traitor. Traitor to who? If you're an American citizen, you should be happy. I am a traitor, which I'm not. But you should be happy that I support you, the American people. It's very simple. But listen to this. They call me a traitor. They call me a coconut. You know why? Because they are serving the party of racist, of prejudice. They are serving the party of the KKK. They are serving the party of the hateful. They are serving the party of the Marxist, the godless, the lawless. They are serving the party of those communists who pretend to be socialist and are destroying our country. They had destroyed Venezuela. They try to do that with Honduras. They're doing that with Nicaragua. Cuba, thanks to those dumb-ass Democrats. Cuba has been destroyed, and the people has been paying for decades and decades. Well, guess what? We're sick and tired. We're sick and tired of just sitting behind and doing nothing. Well, now we get to speak the truth. Now, think about this. The same people that come in here tell me that I'm a traitor, that tell me that I'm a sellout, that I'm a coconut, and all these other insults, ignorant, retard, whatever, all the names that I use them righteously because they are retarded. They are libtards. They are the dumb-ass, ignorant people that don't see the truth when it's right in front of them. They want to worry and criticize a certain person because they think that he should be perfect. Because they are perfect themselves. Of course, they don't make any mistakes. You know what? They just broke the law. They just here illegally. No big deal. They came here to work. Oh, they just want to raise a family. They want to raise the Mexican flag, but they hate the United States of America. Well, where do they live? Well, they live in the United States of America. So why the hell are you raising the Mexican flag? Talk about how proud you are of Mexico. And yet you're a fucking loser that came to the United States of America. Why? Because the same country, you hypocrite, that you say you're so proud of, doesn't give you shit, and that's why you're here. With that being said, think about this. How much do you love your wife if you go and sleep with your neighbor's wife? How much do you love your husband if you go and sleep with your neighbor's husband? Answer that question. How can you go and tell me, oh, I love my wife. I'm so proud of being married to my wife, but I'm screwing the neighbor's wife? How can you say that? You're a hypocrite. You're useless. You're a waste. You're scum. You're garbage. You're less than garbage. So before you go and put this whole, I'm so proud of my Mexican country, think about how stupid you sound. Listen to the difference between these illegal immigrants and the dumbass migrants that have come to this country that haven't learned shit about respecting the law and respecting the rights of the people, because the rights belong to the people of that country. Watch the difference between illegal immigrants and bullshit ignorant ass people and a migrant that has come to this country legally, not one day illegal in this country. I love Honduras. It is my place of birth. I love the flag. I made an oath to always respect the flag. I still respect my Honduras flag. But guess what? I also made an oath in Honduras that I will always be true and loyal to the land that provides for me and my kids. So I never betrayed Honduras. My American passport says I was born in Honduras. Thus, I never betrayed Honduras. My oath, as you guys have probably known, if you watch me every day, you know I got my oath of allegiance to the United States of America. If you were a migrant and you became an American citizen and you are not fulfilling this oath that you made, you don't deserve this, you don't deserve citizenship, and you should be deported back to where you came from. With that being said, why do I have so much pride in being an American citizen? You know, when you do something the right way, it always feels good. Think about it. If I go outside and I see eyes, hey, what's that? Oh, shoot. No, guys, I'm on your team. I'm an American citizen. I'm a migrant from Honduras. Yes, I have a horrible accent. I love you guys. My license? Yeah, it's in my wallet right here in my pants. Yeah. My passport, it's at home. I live here at this address on the license. You want to go get my passport? No? Court? Okay, listen, we have been invaded by a bunch of criminals. I got you. It's the least that I can do, sir. Just make sure, please, that you put me in the system, that you already checked me, and then I'm good to go. Thank you so much for your service. I know illegal immigrants don't believe me, but I do. I am more than willing to cooperate. Is it an inconvenience? Yeah, sure. But it's also an experience and a testimony that I can give to people and say, hey, listen, I know I don't like it. When the police officer pulls me over, let me see your license. Oh, wait a minute. Why? Why you got to see my license? This is what entitled, spoiled Americans do. Why? Well, you're driving, ain't you? Show them your license. You're in the driver's seat, right? Show them your license. What you whining about? Oh, well, I got my American rights. American rights, I don't have to show you. Shut the hell up. Show the damn officer your license. Stop acting like a damn criminal. Making yourself look like a criminal, hiding shit. Be honest, transparent. How can you expect the government to be transparent when you're a damn snake yourself? You see what I'm saying? For those of you who are really concerned about my economical finances, why don't you put a super chat on there instead of talking shit at your ass? With that being said, listen to the difference between a legal migrant who has been raised the right way by his mother. I respect and love Honduras. Now, I don't care how many people call my country a third world shithole country. Even if Trump called that a third world shithole country, it is my third world shithole country. And to me, that country, it's beautiful. Respect to my Honduran country. That doesn't mean that all Honduran people are my team. Because criminals are not on my team. Criminals is not who I look up to. People that break the law, it's not people that I look up to. Maybe we can be friends, maybe acquaintances. But you will never be a true friend to me. You want to be my people? You got to respect the law. You want to be my people? You respect the people that have the right to be in this country. That's what you got to do if you want to be my people. Not all Hondurans are my people. All the gangbangers, all the narcos, all the criminals, those are not my people. Not until they change their way. Not until they respect the law and become better citizens. Now, they are my people. Now, the illegal immigrants and those who are born from illegal immigrants and those who have families that are illegal immigrants in this country will always tell you, hey, it's a human right. We all deserve to be. No, shut the hell up. Everybody has human rights, but legal rights is a whole totally different thing. I have had family that have been illegal. And I told them, if they come and deport your ass, sayonara, sucker. We told you don't come here illegally. My mother told you. My tia told you. My grandma told you. Everybody and the mama has don't told you not to come here illegally. So, cuz, if you're in New York and you get deported, oh, never mind. New York doesn't deport illegal immigrants. He's safe. My cousin is safe in New York. Not from here. Not from the ICE agents that I support 100%, by the way. You know what? It feels good. It feels good to be legal, to follow the law, to respect the people of this great country we call the United States of America. It was named after the continent. It's a beautiful thing. I have had the privilege and the honor, I dare say, of having the support of many American citizens and many Latinos who are citizens in this country. You know what the greatest thing about being an American citizen that is really truly for America first? We don't see color. Obviously we do, physically. We know I'm a lighter shade of brown. I mean, believe it or not, I was bald when I was born, and I'm going to tell you, when my hair grew, I was blonde. I was the whitest fat ball that you will ever see in a child. I was white as snow. I don't consider myself white. But most people don't know that. They come into my chat and they don't know me, but they like to judge me for some reason. They think that they know everything about me, but all they know is hate. Now, with that being said, the difference between me being a legal migrant, a person who has a license to drive, I never have to look over my shoulder. Oh, snap, Bernie. That's how you get my attention, bro. You know what I'm saying? That's how you get my attention. God bless you, brother. Good to see you. Hey, I hope that you're enjoying the Soccer World Cup, bro. I am so jealous. All those photos. Man, I wish I was there with you, bro. And you know what? I will say, if the United States is not playing, let's go. Mexico. Viva Mexico. I support Mexico 100%. But once the United States of America is playing, I am sorry. I'm on the American side. Whether you like that or not is irrelevant. Anyway, going back to this legal thing. You see, when I get pulled over by a police officer, dang it, I don't like it. But I got a license, registrations, and insurance. If I don't have insurance, I have to pay a ticket. But I have my license. If I don't have registration, I get a warning. But I have a license. And that's what's most important. I don't have to hide from the police. I don't have to hide from ICE. You see the difference? When you are a legal, whether you're a migrant, number one here, let me just say this. This is very, very critical, and I think that people, for some reason here in America, they find this to be a big inconvenience. But it's not an inconvenience. Let me tell you something. And it's not to boast on myself, guys. It really isn't. Now, I'm very proud that my mother taught me well, and I give her credit, okay? All credit goes to my mother. But, you know, in Honduras, check this out. In Honduras, I try to go and vote, right? Because there was an election this time. Now, this is a long time ago. I tried to vote. I didn't have an ID, a Honduran ID. You know what happened to me? I couldn't vote. How dare you? I was born in this country. Prove it. I don't have it. I don't have an ID. I'm sorry. I don't have an ID. I can't prove it. Oh boy, that's a problem, ain't it? Sorry, Joe. No spamming, okay? I know I like your numbers and everything, but no spamming, please. Listen. So what I do, I go to the bank and I said, hey, I want to open a bank account. Here is my American passport. Here is my American license. We don't need that shit here. We don't accept that. It has to be a Honduran ID. What? That's right. Third world shithole country. Of course, it's beautiful to me. But to a lot of people that want to call it that, whatever. And so I couldn't vote without an ID. Now, I live in the United States of America, but I'm a Honduran. Naturally. Yeah, I was birthright Honduran. That's right. But no ID. Could not vote. Cannot get an ID without my birth certificate. I had to go and spend weeks, get my birth certificate, and get my Honduran ID. Apparently, I got dual citizenship. I didn't know that. But my primary citizenship is always going to be the United States of America. And I'm a very blessed man that I can go back and forth. I appreciate that. But see, every Honduran, if they do it the right way, the way I did, they would have that privilege. Now, I chose that my loyalty is 100% to the United States of America. If the United States of America goes to war against Hondurans, they're not going to go to war against innocent Hondurans. They're going to go against the criminals. And guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to support the United States of America 100%. Again, if you do things the right way. Now, you can look at me and be jealous and be, oh, my God, you just say that because you're an American citizen now. Oh, shut the hell up. Took me 3.5 decades, 35 years to get this. That's right, 35 years. 2.5 decades, I was a green card holder. And you know what I didn't do? Vote. Because I understood that that is not my constitutional right. The constitutional rights belongs to the American citizens. And here we are, illegal immigrants, demanding health care, demanding housing, demanding. Criminalizing our president, our ICE agents who are enforcing the law. And you dumb fool liberal Americans. Oh, nobody's illegal and stolen land. Yeah, interesting. How much you pay for your property, if you have property. Yeah, now that you pay for it, go give it to some native that you can find on the street being on crack. Go give it to some homeless Native American. See how that works out. You dumb buffoons. The stupidity of the logic that these people have on the left, I just don't understand. I don't hide from ICE. I don't hide from the law. And when the law asks me to cooperate, I gladly do it. You know why? Because I'm an American citizen. I am a man of morals, good morals. I would like to believe that I'm a good man, but I'm not. I struggle with weakness. Every day is a fight. It's a mental fight, spiritual fight. And the difference is that we continue to fight to be better each day. A lot of these leftist people that are so godless and lawless, a lot of these illegal immigrants that are in here for selfish reasons, but their own. My selfish reason goes as far as saying, I have to protect this country for the benefit of my future children and their children's children and their children's children. I have to protect the country that will provide for my children. Now, the leftists, for some reason, they don't think about their future. They're so busy trying to kill their babies in the womb. They're so busy worrying that they don't know who they are. It doesn't matter how simple we make it. If you have a penis, you're a male. If you have a vagina, you're a female. If you have to do surgery to change any of those two things, you're just lying to yourself. I am a first generation migrant in this country. My mother waited 5 years to come to this country legally. Then I waited another 5 years for my mother to be a citizen. And then I came to this country. Thank you for the question. I saw that. In short, you be the judge. And I'm going to tell you something. First of all, don't forget to hit the like on the video. You have 300 people in here. Hit the like. Like. Share and subscribe if you haven't subscribed. For those who subscribe, thank you very much. For those who have become members, thank you for becoming members or at least thinking about it. I appreciate you. But anyways, what I really want to get down to is I want you to judge. Look at the chat. I want you to look at the live chat and listen and read how many hateful comments. How many hateful comments I get on my chat. And what is the one thing that I'm doing wrong? I encourage migrants such as myself to respect federal law. Don't commit fraud. Don't scam. Don't do illegal things. Don't sell drugs. Don't steal somebody else's identity. Don't come here illegally. What? That makes me a bad person? That makes me an American. Let me tell you something. For those of you who are Mexican or think that you know the history about Mexico, let me tell you the truth, reality about Mexico. I love this. Mexico was a country that extended all the way from within the United States of America today. To be example, California, Utah, Colorado, New Mexico, Texas, Arizona, etc. And it went all the way down past Panama. I kid you not. All of that was Mexico. I bet you most Mexicans don't even know this. But little by little, people kept separating from the Mexican government. Because the Mexican government has always been dirty, filthy, horrible, nasty, disgusting, very democratic. And they got themselves in debt, deep debt. They lost Panama, they lost Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Honduras, Salvador, Guatemala, and Belize. All with the same reason, that Mexico sucks. We had a war. We got the Mexican military to come and help us out in a promise with exchange that we will help them fight against the French. Now, we didn't really physically go in there and fight the French, but diplomatically, we make sure that the French got the hell out of Mexico. And we let Mexico be what we signed the Hidalgo Treaty on the American-Mexican Revolution. First of all, Texas left Mexico because the Mexican government was oppressing the Texans. And Texas says, F these mofos. America, United States, baby USA. Can we please be part of your union? But we need you to protect us from these evil Mexicans. You know what? The American Union back then, they said, yeah, okay, we'll do that. Besides, Texas, is a great addition to the United States of America. Now, the rest of the territories of Mexico, I mean, there's more history because the Spaniards controlled the Comanche land here in the United States of America, and the Spaniards sold that land to the Americans. But anyways, let's go back to the Mexico thing. Because everybody keeps raising this Mexican flag, Viva Mexico, whatever. But they don't know history. Oh, my God, I just love history. And I'm sure I'm probably getting it wrong, but I believe what I say. And if you don't believe what I say, go look it up. Go take a look and see what the Mexican map looked like hundreds of years ago. Anyways, Mexico was so in debt with France, a couple other European countries, I believe. I think maybe Spain was in there as well. But, Spain don't have no rule of it. Fucking Spain stole everything from the Americas, especially Honduras. I remember that from my history. Mexico could not pay the debt to France. France still came into Mexico. This is how you got the Cinco de Mayo. The Mexicans came in and said, hey, listen, you give me my money or we'll take your land. And the Mexican government then says, F you, chinga tu madre, way. You know what I'm saying? And they say, chinga tu madre, way. Come and get it. All right? Well, the French came, and the Mexicans about pissed their pants. They did. But I will say this. The Battle of La Puebla, at this fort, they were outnumbered. I believe it was 10-1, if not 100-1. I don't want to exaggerate. I will say 10-1. The French could not beat those Mexicans at the fort. This is how you got the Cinco de Mayo celebration today, because that battle right there, that encouraged, it lifted the spirits of the Mexican army. And they were able to go ahead and gather all these other people in there. Now, I know that a year later, I think it was, they came out with 10 times the amount and they killed everybody and took the fort. They beat Mexico. But by then, Mexico had already fulfilled their deal with us, and they help us fight our war. So the United States diplomatically said to the French, hey, listen, have you ever had a nice ass kicking? And the French said to the Americans, what do you mean by that? He said, well, if you don't leave Mexico alone, we're going to give you a big ass kicking. And Mexico became free from the French, thanks to the United States of America. Thank you, Mr. Mikey. I appreciate it. And this is how we have borders today. So you have to respect them. You got to respect the borders of Honduras, which they don't. You got to respect the borders of El Salvador, which they don't. But the governments down there are a little bit hardcore. They're a little bit worse than, than what you want to say. You know what I mean? So anyway, today we have had our whole history, all these bad things that have happened, all the good things that have happened, etc. We have borders. We got 50 United States of America and some territories. They were all agreed upon. There was leaders signing. People were ceding to be part of the United States of America. As a matter of fact, I want Honduras to be part of America, the United States of America. Man, that was crazy. That is crazy. And that's what the Democrats actually want. They want us to fight each other. But we're not going to do that. That's going to be last resort. First, we're just going to talk shit and insult you until you get it through your thick skull that fighting for the United States of America should be your priority. Now, this is a country of migrants. I get it. But did you know that when we did the Treaty of Hidalgo, Guadalupe de Hidalgo is the treaty that we signed? All of the Mexicans that agreed with the terms, they stayed here, became American citizens. Some decided not to. No, they were so proud Mexicans. Well, guess what happened to them? Boop! Back your ass back to Mexico. Oh, yeah, this is something that happened in San Francisco, I think is what the territory was. But anyway, they signed the treaty, and the border was created that the United States of America will extend from the west coast of California all the way down to the leg of Miami, Florida. And we'll go from New York all the way to Seattle, and we have the whole Northeast, the whole East Coast, and the whole West Coast. And now we are calling the Gulf of Mexico, which, by the way, is only 1/3 of the Gulf, and the other 2/3 belong to the United States of America. Well, now we call it the Gulf of America. I'm telling you, man, I don't know how this brain works, man. My brain is crazy. I know, it's crazy. It's crazy. There's so much information on there. But it's just so fun, you know? It's just, I love having conversations. People don't know this. People only know when I say, oh, you retard, you libtard, blah, blah, blah. They get so offended by that, you know? But I always give these people the right to call me, right? And I say, hey, listen, I know that, you know, I've been cussing people out. And what's crazy is this. I don't call you by name unless you insult me directly, right? If you insult me directly, I'm going to cuss you out directly. But every time that I say a libtard or retarded or even Democrat or, you know, it doesn't matter what I say. I don't know who's in the chat. Why you get mad and throw insults on the chat? Why do you come in and tell the world that you are the libtard? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's beyond me. If I was watching somebody, let's say I go in and I watch a leftist podcaster. Obviously, I'm going to disagree with them because this is what they do. Okay? Now, I don't get paid. I should be getting paid. Trump, Daddy Trump, I'm waiting for my shoes. And I have not received my stimulus paycheck from Doge. Get in touch. Have you people call myself? And let's make a deal. I read The Art of the Deal, and I know how to negotiate with President Trump if he calls. I'm just fucking with you guys, man. Anywho, I have had great callers that are Democrats. That are leftist people. I have had good conversations with them. I have Native Americans, but for me, they're Indian. I consider myself Indian more than anything. It's not an insult. It's a compliment to me. But for Mexicans, that's an insult because Mexicans are actually racist and they're very prejudiced. They really look down on natives. You didn't know that? Yeah, they do. Mexicans, they don't like their natives. They don't. No, they don't. They are racist and prejudiced in Mexico. Let me tell you. You know what the familiarity is between the democratic government and Mexico? Is that they only talk good about the natives when they are selling their campaign, their propaganda. And they put the proud Indian woman with the beautiful braid and the flower and the feather, and it's so beautiful. But it's the white woman that rules them. It is the white man that rules them. Natives, the Indians, they are just, you know what the Mexicans think about Indians? Guess. Somebody put it on the chat. Guess what they think about, okay, Vilma's ancestors are from Mexico. When somebody calls a Mexican Indio, what are they saying? Vilma, fill in the blank. Anybody from Mexico. Go ahead and tell me, what does it mean to be Indio in Mexico? I'll wait. If you don't say it, I will tell you. You're not going to believe me when I tell you. You're not going to believe me. Cut off. This is not your channel. It's my channel. No. Indio. No, Indio. Not indígenas. Come on, somebody has to know. You don't play. Don't play dumb. I know you know what it means. You know how I know this? Because somebody called me that. And I was like, yeah, it's a compliment to me. You call me Indio, it's a compliment. But the racist people, the prejudiced people, use it in a different manner. Guess what it means in English? You're not gonna believe it. No, it's not a Mexican beer, Joey. It's too early for that. Well, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, I guess. You can always talk about beer. Listen, I don't always drink beer, but when I'm thirsty, I drink some water. Unless I'm in Mexico, then I drink Coronas because the water is really bad. And plus, we want to save water, so drink beer. Indio means, you guys ready for this? If you are under 18 years old, please mute the channel. If you are sensitive or a libtard, you may also mute the channel right now. If you are a sensitive racist person, mute the channel right now. I'm going to tell you what Indio means to these racist people. I know. You ready? Here we go. It means nigger. That's right. It means nigger. You didn't know that. It's a fact. And they're not black. They're Indians. Man, you know what I'm saying? Vilma, be careful now. Be careful. Nopal, paisa, barrendero. I don't know if that's an insult to me. Either way, it's not an insult, to be honest. But I know how Mexicans use it as an insult. But I'm just telling you right now. If somebody says you're Indio, they're calling you a nigger. And what does that word mean? The word just means ignorant. It really is. Look it up. I looked this up decades ago. It means ignorant. It's just the same as having... Oh, okay, thank you. Vilma, I thought I lost you. Believe me, it breaks my heart. It hurts my feelings, but only when the people that I care about, turn on me. That's the only time. Think about this. And the word white supremacy was invented in Africa. Okay? It was invented in Africa. What does that mean? Now, I was listening to this actual African professor, and he says that this whole made-up white supremacy, it's not a racist thing that the white man invented. It was something that the actual black Africans invented. Why? Because they saw that the technologies, you have to understand something. The civilization was more advanced, right? Like, for example, we have canoes in Honduras, right? And we had gold, but we didn't really have like mines, for gold. We didn't have horses here in America. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. But the Spaniards, they didn't have canoes. I mean, they probably did. But they had caravelas. Caravelas means a big ship with lots of I lost my English word. What's the what's that one? Oh my God, are you serious? I forgot the word in English. What do sailboats have? Sails. Yay! Oh my God, they had all the sails on them. That's what caravelas are, right? There was 3 of them, and they have muskets. Yeah, not musk. That's a Muslim thing. They have muskets, right? And so they have all this technology. They were supreme to us. They were supreme. That doesn't mean they're white supremacists. But that's kind of like what the African professor was saying. That, the Africans were saying, we can't even bring a bucket of water into our home unless we go and get it. But the white men, they figure out that there's a pipe and a pump and something that they can put, and they can bring that water all the way into their house. That's all that is. That was supremacy. So I will go ahead and narrate that. I'm just going to cut it all the way down to the bare bones, and I'm going to tell you this. Whether you are African descent, whether you are Spanish descent, whether you are French, European, I don't care what of descent you are. By being an American citizen, you are supremacist. You are supreme above all the nations. That's just the way it is. But we're not white supremacists. Our nation is supreme by the power that it holds. But that doesn't mean that we're really white supremacists. Like the racist black man that called me, I can only assume that he's black by the way he talked. He's a black Democrat. But you know what? I can only assume that he's black because the first thing that he said was, oh, did you know that you're actually defending the very people that hate you people? And I was like, what do you mean? Yeah, the same white people in the Republican Party, they don't like you. Wait, what? What? Why they gotta be white? What does race got to do with it? Well, a racist person always talks that way. And, I'm a gamer, right? I haven't played game for a while, but I'm a gamer. And I always, I like to pick on people, pick on people's brains. And I always ask, hey, listen, when you hear American, what comes to mind? And I'm thinking, we got some Chinatown, we got little Mexico, and we got the little Italy and little France. And we have all this, melting pot of ethnicities and different cultures. And it's such a beautiful thing that we have. That's the United States of America. When I hear America, Americans, that's what I see. Curious enough, one of the gamers is black. Now, a lot of the rest of the people didn't say nothing, but it was like 8 of us in there. We were about to do a raid. And one of them was black, and he says, white people. Man, I'm telling you, man. And I'll prove it right now. For all of you leftist people in here, and everybody, even maybe some right-wing people will also think this way. When you hear the word American, what comes to your mind? It Go ahead and put it on the chat. Go ahead and put it on the chat. I'm going to tell you something. I love, thank you for subscribing, guys. I love, Mr. Mikey, I love you, bro. Hey, I love everybody. I really do. That doesn't mean that I have to like everybody, right? If somebody is being rude to me, oh, you know, whatever. All right, proud, freedom. Yeah, okay, all right. I like it. Patriots, hope. Yeah. The zinc roofer is still drunk. This guy is never sober. Ethan, there we go. That's a leftist. Yeah, generally stupid. Yeah. You see the patriots? You see who are actually patriots and love this country? Freedom, patriotism, freedom. Jay Barron doesn't feel free. He's still oppressed. Maybe you should go to a Muslim country. You will love it there. Gulf of Mexico Trader. No, it's called Gulf of America. We don't call it Gulf of Mexico Trader. That was a colonizing name. We don't want it. We don't like it. We put our own name on it. Multicultural. Thank you very much, Mr. Kadarj Jr. No, I'm not even in that comment. Yeah. You choose to be free to be ignorant. Yeah, that's what you believe. Okay. Go with that. Yeah, I'm not racist, but I definitely have no. See, loving somebody. Okay, maybe you don't have love or you don't know what it means. Like, check this out. Love, and this is biblical. You don't have to be a religious person, okay? But it's biblical. And you know that there's no greater sign of love than a man who gives his life for others, right? The people who love this country, whether you're a foreigner, you're a migrant like myself that has come to this country, if you love this country, you will always make sure that the law is being respected. I don't care how you came about. Don't let people use your past so that criminality continues to live on. Do you understand what I'm saying? As a parent, I'm going to tell you, as a parent, I made mistakes when I was a teenager. That doesn't mean that I am going to allow my teenagers to make those mistakes. And if they do, it's because they're stupid, just as I was. But it's my responsibility as a father to tell them the right way to do things. You see what I'm saying? So if you were brought here illegally and now you became an American citizen, it doesn't mean that you need to support illegal immigration. You see what I'm saying? You got to stop it. It doesn't matter about your emotions or your feelings. You got to stop it. If you really, truly want to help a person that wants to come to this country, but they can't, you build a relationship with that person. Maybe it's a family member. Maybe it is. Maybe it's a family member. Put the papers in. Show that you are financially stable and beyond. And you can request that person to come here. That's how it's done. Now, if you're not willing to do that, then shut the hell up. Anyways, enough ranting. I think that I made my point. I made a little bit of history on there, little stories. You're welcome. Now, for those of you, if you guys are my members, you guys already know how I work, right? You guys support me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. And I do have member-only videos sometimes, whether it be a blog. When I was in Hawaii, right, I did a members-only, and then I did a regular live, whatever. I'm a little bit more personal. Hard to believe because I'm very personal in every live, right? But I'm a little bit more personal, and I appreciate the members that actually become members because you're making that sacrifice daily. You know, if you're giving me $3 a day, a month, think about that. How much is that divided by 30? Come on. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing. It's just cents. You'll waste $6 on some bullshit on the street. But if you give me $6, Well, you're supporting me, and I appreciate that. Just divide that by 30 days, and that will make it a simpler, a smaller number for you. But nonetheless, whatever amount it is that you choose to support me with, I appreciate it very much. Now, I do have some, Fox videos and clips that, that we need to address. But I did miss the president's live from last night. And so I'm going to play that. If you don't want to watch anything with Trump, anything to do with NATO, because I will have an opinion about what they talk about, okay? Then you don't have to stick around. But everybody else, and Americans, and you have time, let's go ahead and take a look at the second live stream of the day. BCJ, oh my goodness, please tell me you didn't vote for Democrats. Tell me that you didn't vote for, who do you vote for, BCJ? Oh, wait, never mind. Everybody running in New York is a Democrat candidate, I guess. 30, look at Juan's math. Juan's math says $30 in is bullshit. Listen, if you give me $30 a month, that is $1 a day. How miserable are you? $1 a day. If you give me $15 a month, you give me 50 cents a day. If you give me $6 a month, that's even less. That is crazy that these people make excuses. Just because your EBT card doesn't work here, it doesn't mean that you got to lie to us and make excuses. Are you not entertained? No, Robert. That was, that was after my elderly afternoon nap. I was playing some bones with Grandpa. Got to spend time with the family, my friends. Got to spend time with the family. Now, if I can go live again on the afternoons, I will do that, but we're working on other things. That's right. The grift is real. We grift. These fuckers calling it grift. Listen, you know how much work it is to do what I do? To put up with the BS on the chat? That's a lot of work. Libtards, that's a lot of work. If you don't appreciate it, that's okay. I won't hate you for it. But I know every single one of my members appreciates me, and I appreciate them. So thank you so much for your support. Don't forget to give the video a like. We have over 300 people here constantly. We're going to go ahead and start this live with President Trump. This happened yesterday.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine, a man who is respected all over the world, actually, but he's in charge of NATO. He's the Secretary General, Mark Rutte, and he's really done a great job. He was not too much involved when they weren't too nice to us in our recent little military skirmish, but he is a man that's respected by everybody. And Mark, maybe you'd like to say a few words.
Absolutely, and a few things I want to share with the media, with you being here present, and it's about your leadership. First of all, about Iran. I really want to make clear how important it is what you are doing on Iran. This is, first of all, about the nuclear capability Iran was basically getting its hands on. And it would have been a threat to the region, it would have been a threat to the whole world. This is a country which is exporting chaos, it is exporting terrorism, and they were very near to getting their hands on the nuclear capability. You have seen last week with the G7, all the leaders in the G7 applauding the fact that this nuclear capability has been degraded. This is extremely important, and I just want to make this clear, because sometimes people think, why was this whole Iran thing going on? This is about security, about safety. This is the leader of the free world taking responsibility beyond the shores of the United States for the rest of the world, and this is what you did. I know there have been debates about whether your allies in Europe were with you enough. I just want to say one thing, which is yeah, but let me say one thing, which is I know your thing, but let me, and I know about the let's say your irritation about that. But when you look at the numbers, 4,000 to 5,000 U.S. planes taking off from bases in Europe. in the 6 weeks this war took place. Still, the ceasefire took place mid-April. Bucharest, the airport in Romania, had to close. It had to close for commercial traffic because they had to make sure that you were able to send a tanker aircraft up in the air. So this is what I know. There have been isolated cases about which you are really disappointed, but generally speaking, your European allies have been there with you. I really want to make the point. 4,000 to 5,000 US planes taking off from European airbases. So that's about Iran. Now I want to take you, if you stay here, I go over to these boards here, because I want to show you what this president was able to achieve. And I start with this chart. This chart is about the Trump trillion. The Trump trillion shows you the increase Europeans and Canadians are paying into defense since you took office in 2017. Right. Trump 45 plus Trump 47. A total of extra spent by the Europeans and the Canadians of 1.2 trillion. When you look at the effect of Trump 47, so the isolated effect of the extra defense spending in 2025 and in 2026, you see almost $140 billion extra spent nominal on defense by the Europeans and the Canadians, and also this year you will again see an increase by about 120 billion, which brings it total in 2 years of over $250 billion. I can assure you, this is because of Russia, because of the threat, but I'm also absolutely convinced that you being President of the United States, being consistently pushing for something which since Eisenhower has not been achieved, which is the Europeans equalizing their defense spending with the United States, this is your evidence. Then, when it comes to jobs, look here. In total, 195,000 jobs being supported by investments. Investments from European companies into the United States, 83,000 jobs supported by that. 112,000 jobs created by the fact that Europeans are massively, about half of all their defense spending when it comes to defense industrial output is spent in the United States. 112,000 jobs. Last year they spent $54 billion on US defense industrial output. There is now an order catalog, an order backlog of $300 billion. So $300 billion of defense spending from Europeans, buying this in the US over the next couple of years, which is already on the order book. Last year 54 billion, a total now order book of 300 billion, totally almost 200,000. These are real jobs, real people. Like you had yesterday when you spoke in Pennsylvania, the people behind you. But I want to say two things more, if you allow me. First of all, to get all of this done, we had to increase the defense industrial output. There is a big problem. The problem is that both the United States and the Europe are not producing enough. Our stockpiles have to be replenished because of the war in Ukraine and what we do there, and for all the other reasons. You have taken leadership here. Last week you signed the Defense Procurement Act. You made it possible for companies to work together to be able, therefore, to ramp up their defense production. You have been very harsh with them a couple of weeks ago. I had one of them over in my office. Yeah, it was really harsh. I had one of them over in my office. He was still trembling. One of the CEOs. And I said, this is good. This is exactly what we need. Because we need this extra defense output. This is important for Europe. When I point at all these jobs, of course, also many jobs being created in Europe and in Canada, but again, almost 200,000 here in the United States, supported by all these investments. But it is about defense industrial output, and this is also what the Ankara summit has to be about. The whole first day will be about defense industrial production, because we can spend as much as we want, but we need the interceptors, the missiles, we need the tanks, we need the artificial intelligence, etc., etc. And this is what you are doing that in the US, but also therefore putting all that pressure on the defense industrial base. And finally, you had the G7 last week. I think that was a big success. What you've seen there is that, yes, you are President of the United States, but I want to make this point. For me, you are first of all the leader of the free world. In 2 weeks in Ankara, you will have not 7 countries, you will have 42 countries, the 32 allies, US and the other 31, but also 9 or 10 other countries from the Middle East, from the Indo-Pacific. And they want to hear your lead. You will provide it, I know this. This is what you do in Iran, this is what you do in defense industrial output, on spending, and all of this. You being leader of the free world, and now we see it with Ukraine, the fact that Ukraine stays strong in the fight, that you still provide all the stuff they need, paid for by European and Canadian allies, fair enough. but very important for them to stay in the fight and all the other things the United States is doing. So I'm really looking forward to that summit. I know that Erdogan, the president of Turkey, looks forward to receiving his good friend Donald J. Trump. But I just wanted to tell this story because, ladies and gentlemen of the American media, this is important. This is your president, but also leader of the free world, taking the leadership role as is necessary.
Thank you very much, Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, after all this, you've been so transformative vis-a-vis NATO, and I think the Secretary General just stated that. You transformed NATO, the like of which nobody would have even thought that you could have done. After all that, do you still think the European allies, like you told me, treated you badly? And if so, what can they do to make things better? And to you, Secretary, can you confirm that all the thousands of flights, as you stated today and yesterday on Fox News, are in compliance with NATO treaties?
Well, let me just say, he's been a friend of mine. He's a great guy, great leader, great Secretary General. Everybody respects him. And I appreciate your nice words, but you really have done a good job. And I think if anybody else were in that position, we wouldn't even be meeting today, to be honest with you, because we were let down. We didn't need help on this at all. We demolished them in literally the first week. But it would have been nice if they would have said, we'd like to help. We didn't even need it, but it would have been nice if they said that. They didn't say it. But as Secretary General, and he's the boss of the whole operation, he was, I believe if I would have called him, and I didn't bother doing that because I was doing individual countries just to take the temperature and see how they were doing. But I think if I would have called him, he probably would have found a way to help if we needed it. I feel, would have been a little bit different. But I was disappointed. I was disappointed with Italy. I was disappointed with the UK. He's now gone. And, he had a lot of problems. But we were disappointed with the UK. We were disappointed with Germany and France. We were disappointed with most of them. Spain is a horror show. Spain is terrible even from your standpoint. I mean, they don't want to pay anything. They think they're in for a free ride. Spain is not a good group. Not a good group at all. But I have great respect for this man. And so we're going to be discussing what took place, and we'll see what happens. Thank you.
Can I answer to your second question? Because I don't have many disagreements with the President of the United States. Here I have slightly, because I do agree there is reason for disappointment, absolutely. But my argument is this. These are isolated cases. When you look at the overwhelm, take for example Germany. From day one, they delivered on their these are bilateral commitments, a bit of the techniques of this, but the technology, but these are bilateral commitments these countries are having with the United States. So this is not, strictly speaking, NATO. Bilateral commitments, they all did what they promised to do. And this led to between 4,000 and 5,000 US planes taking off from Europe. I would argue it would have been very difficult to do Iran without having Europe as a power projection platform for the United States. Delivered again, he's right. There is also reason for disappointment. It is a mixed bag.
Well, the big question is, are they paying the 5%? They agreed 6 months ago when we were together to pay 5%. And for the most part, they're not paying.
Well, when you look at the numbers, take for example Germany. So we agreed they get a couple of years to get there because you cannot spend it in 1 year because you have an absorption problem. But Germany, for example, Germany has is doubling its defense spending between 2021 and 2029. They will spend over 150 billion by 2029, which is staggering, more than the French and the Brits combined even. Take the Dutch, and Poland and the Baltics already there, countries like Denmark really stepping up, so and the Nordics. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but most of them are doing it, and the alliance is so much stronger because of this man.
Please, yellow dress.
Thank you, Lieutenant from GB News. You mentioned that our Prime Minister has got 1 foot out the door. The new guy's coming in, Andy Burnham. What do you know about him, Mr. President? And what does he need to do to improve the relationship between our two countries? The new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham.
I don't know anything. I see that he was, I guess, the mayor of a town. I hear he's extremely liberal. Extremely. So that means he probably won't open up the North Sea. I gave Keir Starmer some pretty good advice. I said, open up the North Sea. Go to Aberdeen, which was the hottest city in the whole continent. It was the oil city. It was the oil of Europe. And they closed everything. It was terrible. I saw it before my eyes, and I couldn't believe it. The North Sea is loaded. I have had every oil company come to see me. Sir, could you give us access to the UK? We would do anything to drill in the North Sea. And they haven't even found what's there. The amazing thing is they buy their oil from Norway, which gets the oil from the North Sea. Think of it. And they pay a big premium. Norway's got now $2 trillion in the bank, and UK is dying. So they should open up the North Sea. It's an easy one. And a lot of good things are going to happen. It's among the greatest fields in the world. Peter?
President Trump, great night for Democratic Socialist candidates last night. In the New York primaries, they swept and knocked out 2 incumbents. You're from New York. Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists. It's really communist. These people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists. That woman is a communist. And what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. But mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives, but we were 16-0. And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0. That's pretty good. But nobody writes that. But he picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately, but he's now looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go more liberal than Dan Goldman, they're really into Never Never Land.
Does this tell you that the Democratic Party's 2028 nominee will likely be, or could likely be, a Democratic socialist?
Well, it should make it easier for Republicans, because most of the nation is composed of sane people. They don't want to, if you look throughout history, go back thousands of years, you've always had socialism and communism by different names. It's never ever worked. It's not going to work this time either. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir. As a Turk myself, as a Turk myself, I can tell you with great confidence that your presence in Ankara is eagerly anticipated. What's your message to your great friend Erdogan and the Turkish people? Because you're going to be there in less than 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm a Turk myself. And
I like him. He's a friend of mine. And he stayed out of the war. He was a prime candidate to go into the war with Iran, maybe on the Iran side, because he's not a big fan of Israel, as you know. And I asked him to stay out. He stayed out. And you know who else was great? Was President Xi of China. He could have come in. He gets half of his oil from that area. I could see him wanting to, and I asked him to please stay out, and he did. We did a good job, but he stayed out. Erdogan's a great leader, very strong person, great military, and I asked him to stay out, and he did, and so did President Xi, and frankly, so did Putin, if you really look. But you could say that Vladimir has some other things to focus on. But they all stayed out. I mean, it was pretty amazing. People were surprised. And I think that Erdogan he loves Turkey, right? He's doing a great job. He loves Turkey. I love the U.S., but he loves Turkey, and he's doing a great job. He's a respected man, a respected leader, and he's been a friend of mine. Now, I shouldn't say that, because guys like Peter will say, oh, he likes Erdogan. He likes Erdogan. No, Peter doesn't. Some of the others, let's say. But Erdogan is a strong man, but he's been everything I've ever asked him for, he's done.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General clearly pointed out that allies want to do defense business with you, and Turkey is definitely one of them. They want the F-110 jet engines, and they want the F-35 fighter jets. Are you going to Turkey with a big gift bag
I
for
think
Erdogan?
so, yeah, I think so. Look, he's a member of NATO. Some people don't consider himself, but he really is. He's a strong member of NATO. Yeah, I'm going to probably do something that's going to make him very happy.
And Turkey has
Tell
a
him hello,
huge,
right? Tell him hello. He's a good man.
And Turkey has a huge defense industrial base. 3,000 companies working all over the alliance, also here in the United States. So strong.
People don't know how big Turkey is in terms of the military. It's a very strong. They have a lot of our equipment. A very strong military because of him. Yeah, please.
What are your expectations about this meeting in Ankara? What do you think?
Well, except for the fact that it was being held in Turkey by President Erdogan, I don't think I would have gone to it.
You would have come for me.
But I might go for it. You're right. I mean, I wouldn't have gone for, what we went through over the last 2 months with, the various countries. But you're probably right. I would have gone for you. But I would have not gone for most people. But he called me up. He said, please, I have it in Turkey. You got to be there. The United States has to be there. And so I'm going out of respect to President Erdogan.
Mr. President. What do you want the allies to do more than what they are doing right now? Do you
Just
have
be loyal. I just want their loyalty. We don't need their money. We don't need anything. We have the most powerful military in the world by far. But I just want loyalty. We're so loyal to them. We're always fighting for them. We have thousands of troops all over Europe. In Germany, we have 50,000 troops. And then you want give us a little nudge, give us a little kiss. We don't want much. And they say, no, we can't do it. We're paying hundreds of millions of dollars for the troops that we have in Germany, the troops that we have in UK, the troops that we have all over Europe. I will say Poland was very good. I endorsed him, and he won. By the way, many people that I endorsed outside of the United States won. You know that, right? Do you know we had a big win yesterday with Colombia, a favorite place of Marco. Marco loves Colombia, but no, I endorsed a man who was, and he won. But the same thing in Poland. He was number 10. I endorsed him. I didn't like the man that was the president at all, and I endorsed him. He was a fighter, a big fighter, a good fighter, and I endorsed him. He came from 10th place and he won. And they say it was the biggest upset in Europe in 50 years for a major election. And you know what? He's going to be a great president of Poland.
Mr. President,
but we have many people, South America, but we just the other day, we endorsed somebody, that El Tigre. They call him El Tigre because he's tough. He's another fighter. I like fighters again.
Mr. President, you like
but he
winners.
won.
Mr. President, you like winners. Do you think President Zelensky is winning right now? You famously.
Well, he's doing pretty well. Look, no matter how you look at it, he's doing pretty well. He's holding his own at least. A lot of people dying on both sides, but I think he's doing pretty well. You gotta hand it to him.
Can I ask you?
Look, you have to say he's courageous. He's got great equipment, but he's got great men. He's got fighters.
And can I ask you one other question?
Yeah.
Have you seen the report into the Minab school attacks? Could you tell us?
I have not seen it, no.
Why not?
At some point, well, I have to wait for it to be complete. I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem. I mean, you could ask Pete, but I don't know that they're ever. They're going to say it was one of our missiles. Pete, I don't know that they're ever going to solve that problem in terms of whose fault was it, because there were missiles flying all over the place,
So you won't accept
and it's horrible what happened. But there were missiles flying all over the place, and somebody said it was our missile. Well, maybe it wasn't our missile, but I've seen nothing to lead me to believe it was. There were plenty of missiles being flown by other people. What do you think, Ben?
Well, Mr. President, we've taken the investigation very seriously, and when the appropriate time is right, whatever that outcome is, that'll be the time to divulge.
And do you know what the
I
results
mean, if
of
you
the
come up with the
investigation
right
is?
answer, I don't think it's going to be us. I don't think it was us. There were a lot of missiles being fired at that time. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you just had a colourful lunch on the Senate, in the Senate. Would you be open to a compromise measure that had provisions of the SAVE Act into a reconciliation bill?
Not really. No, the SAVE Act should be, it's not compromise. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's also the mail-in ballots. We want mail-in ballots for the military if they're away. We want it for people that are ill or people that are in some form handicapped or have a hard time, or people even that are on vacation. I'm open to that. But mail-in ballots, you have to vote because we have a lot of rigged elections.
And would you veto the Housing bill?
And then we added in men and women's sports as a no-no. no men in women's sports, and no transgender mutilization of our children. These are 99% issues, and we have to do it. We have to protect. Look at what's gone on in Los Angeles and California. The vote still hasn't been counted. What's it, 2 weeks now? It still hasn't been counted. And I don't know Spencer Pratt, but I watched him, and he was doing really nicely. All of a sudden, he's out. And I said he was going to be out because he was doing well. And then a week later, they started saying, oh, he's starting to lose favor. He's starting to lose. I said, they just rigged the election. And they were going to do that with Steve Hilton. He's a good man. And I asked the U.S. Attorney to go look at their votes. And as soon as I did that, they announced that Steve Hilton would be a finalist. So, we have rigged elections. Now, in my case, I made it too big to rig. Remember the expression, too big to rig? But we have rigged, and we have to have voter ID. If we don't have voter ID and proof of citizenship, but basically it's the Save America Act. Everybody wants it. Everybody is it, including Democrats. 87% of Democrats want it. Not the leaders, because they want to cheat. Their policy is so bad, they're unelectable.
Would you veto the housing bill if it came to your desk, sir? Would you veto it?
About what?
If the housing bill that you didn't sign today, if it came to your
I
desk.
said I'm not signing the housing bill. I want to see what happens with it. Look, the housing bill is housing. I made billions of dollars with housing. I know housing better than anybody, maybe anywhere. It's all about the interest rate. Lower the interest rates, you can have all the housing you want. But you have to understand, I don't want to hurt people that own houses too. These people, for the first time in their lives, they have valuable houses. They become rich. I don't want to hurt them either.
Sir,
what you want to do is what good for everyone? Get the interest rates down. We have this numbskull that was the head of the Fed before, and he's a stupid person. And we call him too late because he was too late with the interest rates all the time. We need low interest rates. Low interest rates will solve everything. We'll solve that. Now, despite that, we're doing well with housing. But where we're really doing well is oil is plummeting and costs are coming down. Affordability, we're doing great. The Democrats gave us a tremendous affordability problem, and we're reducing prices a lot.
A new Prime Minister will be installed in a matter of weeks, could be 3 or 4 weeks. Would you want to be the first person on his list to visit globally?
No, but I think we're probably of a different persuasion. He's very liberal. But, I got along well with Starmer. I disagreed with Starmer. I said, you have 2 problems, immigration and energy. And crime, too, by the way. Crime. You have a terrible mayor of London, by the way. I don't want to cause any problems, but your mayor of London is grossly incompetent, a bad person, and a horrible representative for your country. You know that. That's why you're smiling and laughing, and it's true. But you know that. The mayor of London is a horror show. But you have a crime problem. You have an immigration problem. The immigration helps cause the crime, by the way. And you have a tremendous energy problem. You're building stupid windmills all over the country, and they don't do the job. You have the greatest oil field in the world, one of them. It's called the North Sea oil. All you have to do is bid it out to Exxon, Chevron, Shell, British Petroleum. They're begging to go there and pay billions of dollars. And because the left is so crazy, they don't want the money. And the country is losing, your country is going to go bankrupt. Think of it, you have one of these, now most countries don't have that. You have the North Sea oil, and you have the best part of it. Think of it, you go to Norway, who doesn't have the best part of it, and you give them, and they have $2 trillion in the bank. They have $2 trillion, maybe more, because the UK pays them all this money, and others. But you have one of the greatest fields, and I told this guy 15 times, and he wouldn't do it. I said, you're going to lose your prime ministership. And he did. In fact, I called him about 3 days earlier, right? Remember I said he was leaving? I wonder if that nudged him out.
Mr. President, on the layer, sir,
would you block a final Iran deal if it included any kind of fees on shipping or maritime activities?
It would be unacceptable to me, because we have numerous straits, and if you did that for them, you'd have to do it for other people. You have other straits. I wouldn't allow it there either. Yeah, it would be a game changer.
And have you made progress on munitions building in Europe? That's obviously something.
Yeah, we always make progress. Some of the countries that he represents aren't as good as him. He's great. They're lucky they have him. They're lucky they have that guy.
And the production
behind you.
How do you think that Congress voting to end the war with Iran, even in a non-binding way, impacts your negotiations with Iran?
So we're doing great in our negotiations with Iran. Right in the middle of one of the key things, which we're going to get anyway, we have breaking news. The Senate has voted that they'd like Trump to stop the war. So Iran sees that and they go, what's that all about? Now, you know it's meaningless, right? But I had lunch with them. We had 4 Republican senators and all Democrats. You know, Democrats, they want to lose the war because they're stupid. That's why we call them Democrats, you know. I no longer use the E. I've changed the E into a U. We call them Democrats. They're dumb. Their policy is so bad. That's why they are opposed to the Save America Act because they don't want voter ID. They don't want proof of citizenship. You know why? Because they have to cheat. Their policy is so bad that if they don't cheat, they wouldn't win an election. They're phenomenal cheaters, and they stick together. But you know, the people, the Democrat people, are 87% in favor of the Save America Act.
Mr. President. Last night, of course, you know, as Peter pointed out, we saw the Mamdani back candidates win in Jeffries and Schumer's backyard. You told me in October that Schumer was gonzo and that Mamdani was the leader of the party. The last night's results affirmed that assessment. And
well, Schumer's lost his way. He's become essentially a Palestinian. I think it's the greatest transformation of a political position I've ever seen. Chuck Schumer, who was a strong supporter of Israel, and he's become 100% Palestinian. In fact, I've asked for a beautiful, beautiful silk outfit to be sent in the Palestinian tradition. I'm going to send it to him as a birthday present. Now, it's the greatest transformation of a political ideology I've ever seen. Chuck Schumer is Jewish, and he was a strong supporter of Israel. Not that strong, because he let the Obama, even though he was opposed to it, he let the JCPOA get through. He could have fought that harder with Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? So, but Chuck Schumer's a Palestinian now. Sad.
And do Democrats have a problem on their hands now that, you know, Obama and Mamdani, they're two true leaders, neither of them can run for president in 28?
Well, you know, Mamdani was here, as you know, twice. And he's a very nice guy. He's a charming guy, good-looking guy. We talk, but you can't raise taxes on people where you force them to leave your state or your city, and they're leaving and they're going to Florida. Most of them are going down to Palm Beach and Miami. And they're just leaving. And they pay 90% of your taxes. And I keep wondering, how are you going to do this? Every day you read about somebody that's leaving for Florida, mostly Florida, and other places, but they're leaving. You can't put estate taxes on that are so high that when a loving father or mother dies and they leave it to their beautiful child, the child is supposed to pay 50% tax. That's on top of federal tax, right? So basically you're leaving them nothing. What you're doing is you can be liberal, you can be anything. It's common sense. You're forcing people to leave, and these are the people that pay the taxes. They pay 90% of the taxes, and they're leaving New York, and they're leaving California too. Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. You said yes to the jet engines, but you're a very direct, very straightforward, no-nonsense man, as you're known in Turkey as well. What needs to happen for the F-35 deal to be finalized? What do you need to see?
Why didn't you answer that question, JD? I want to give you an easy one.
Okay,
That's
thank you, sir.
He's done a great job over there.
Well, I know that Pete and the entire team are reviewing this right now because there are certain things that we have to certify that have happened in order to comply with American law. The president has asked us to do that. We're running the traps and confirming that's happened. This is really a congressional thing and ensuring that Turkey has complied with American law so they can get the F-35s. And of course, we'll announce that when we have that review complete.
Yeah, we're going to work. Look, hey, he's a man he's a little controversial, but I am too. But I know him. I think he's a very good person. He's helped us a lot. Anytime I've helped, like as an example, I said, I'd love you to stay out of the war with Iran. That's a natural for him, right? He stayed out. I like him. A lot of times when they have a problem with Erdogan, they call me and they say, would you talk to him? They'll call me. They'll say, could you do me a favor and talk to him? You have a question in the back? No, yeah, in the back. I love your questions, but you asked it out.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier today, you instructed your Department of Justice to do an investigation for oil companies that you said gas prices were not coming down quick enough, and you are concerned that there is price gouging going on, taking advantage of the crisis. Sir, can you elaborate on that?
So it's ExxonMobil, it's Chevron, it's Shell, it's BP, it's a lot of them. The gasoline or the oil prices have come down so much, and we are not seeing anything at the pump by comparison to what it should be. We should be, in my opinion, at $2.25 right now at the pump. And we're higher than that. And we are doing a big investigation on it, yeah. They're not reducing the prices commensurate with what's happening. Look, we are sending out, think of it, 19 million barrels came out yesterday. That is a flood. That's like a gusher. That's an oil gusher. And they should be much lower, the gasoline prices, which really is what people see more than anything else, but for their car. But the gasoline prices should be much lower at the pump. And the oil companies are possibly gouging. I hope they're not, otherwise they're going to be in big trouble. They're going to be in big trouble. We're not going to play games.
Mr. President, have you spoken to them, sir? Have you spoken to the oil executive today about this?
I told them, don't gouge our people.
Mr. President, there's a report that you're going to present the World Cup at the front by the
I am. Well, I've been asked to by soccer, by football, by Johnny. Johnny's done a great job. By the way, how hot is this?
And the Dutch are doing very well.
How hot is it? You're doing well. We're doing
very well.
Maybe we'll play you in the finals. No, but how hot?
And I'll have to beat it.
How hot has it been? It's been great. You know, they came to the United States, which isn't a big, as they would say, football, but we can't because it's too confusing. We say soccer, but it's not very big at that. And this is the biggest they've ever had. They've never had anything like it. The numbers are bigger than any other, and there's great spirit. There's tremendous.
The Dutch King and Queen.
I think Johnny has done a fantastic job. And yes, he has asked me to hand out the cup.
And will the fencing around the reflecting pool be down by July 4th, or is that going to be...
The pool?
Yeah.
It's in great shape. No. Ready? Thugs. They just told me a little while ago, 6 have been arrested, and like 6 or 7 are under investigation. They have pictures and everything else. They went to the bottom, and it's not a paint job. It's very expensive. It's not rubber, but it's like rubber. And they went down with probably a box cutter or a very sharp razor of some kind or a knife. And they cut, and then they started ripping it up. You know why? Because they're sick people. And then the side of the pool, right at water level, they took razors and they started cutting this, very expensive stuff. It's incredible stuff. It's beautiful. And it's still beautiful. But we have one area where they cut it. It's still holding. It's not leaking. But they heard it. So in about probably maybe after July 4th or maybe before, I don't know, we'll let a little water out because it's at the edge. They'll cut it. They'll replace it. And it'll be as good as new. But these people should go to jail for a long time. There's a statute that I signed when I had my first term that if you do anything to hurt statues or monuments, fountains in Washington, D.C., or federal fountain, it's actually federal, all over the country. But you go to jail for 10 years, and there's no shortcuts. In other words, it's not 5 years for good behavior. It's a very tough statute, and so tough that it really hasn't been used very much over the years. But I used it when they had a problem in Washington where they were trying to hurt, the sickos were trying to hurt things, and I announced it. As soon as I announced it, read it, announced it, and I said 10 years for anybody, everybody dropped what they had, including ropes. They had ropes. They were tying ropes around Thomas Jefferson's head, Andrew Jackson right up there. They had a rope around his head with that incredible statue outside. As soon as I invoked it, everybody left. That's still in play. They could go to jail for 10 years. They better be careful. They have a gash on that beautiful pool. It's a reflecting one. This is a very expensive material. Then on top of it, we did a much bigger job than we said we were going to do, because we did all the outer areas and everything. We did a beautiful job. It's like a piece of glass. And for some reason, this disturbed the radical left lunatics. One of the guys, he's a member or a big payer to Act Blue. He's a big Hillary supporter. He's a big supporter of Sleepy Joe Biden. This is a very political thing. But as I understand it, 6 are under arrest. This was pure vandalism. It's an amazing thing that we did. Don't forget, it hasn't worked properly since it was built, because it always leaked in 1922. So it was built in 1922. So that's 100 years more ago. It's never worked properly. I always say it had great potential. And I said in my first term, I'm going to do something. So Biden and Obama, between the two of them, spent over $100 million. It was a disaster. Obama, because of the environment, took the water from the Potomac, and it was horrible. It was bad. I don't want to have to tell you what happened, but it was really bad. You can read about it. Biden, he didn't have any idea what the hell they were doing, because he didn't know what anything was happening. But they spent over $100 million. We spent 14 or 15, and a lot less than that, because a lot of these people work for the Parks Department anyway, so they're going to work. So I would say a lot less. And we put a great surface on it. This is a world-class surface, and it looked beautiful. But they came in and they cut it, and then they grabbed it and they pulled it up. That's why it's all ripped. And who would even think of that? They're sick people. So I think they're in big trouble. But here's the bottom line. We temporarily patched it, even though we stopped the leak. It's so good that it with all that damage they did, it's not leaking. And it looks really beautiful. I just had pictures taken. It's reflective, it's beautiful, like it did a week ago. And then we're going to let a little water out, because you have to let the water out to fix it. We're going to fix it, and then the water goes back in. It won't take long. We may do it before July 4th, or we may do it just after July 4th. Now, we have it a little bit fenced off because we have a big fireworks display. And tonight, I'm making a speech. And people like my speeches. But I guess we're going to have a lot of people over there. But tonight we're going to have a lot of good entertainment. One of the greatest opera singers in the world. We think he's great. Lee Greenwood's going to be singing our favorite song. And we have a lot of great things. But I think I speak at about 7 o'clock tonight. So that's over at the mall. No, but the water looks great. But we will do the final fix-up. But just remember this. They took razor blades 350 feet. Coming from where he comes, they don't do that. They took, maybe a little bit. They took razor blades and knives, and they cut patches like that. 350 feet long. A lot of them are like a foot, a foot, a foot. They cut the lining. And there's pictures of the guy bending over. I don't know if anybody saw that, but there are pictures of the, and you say, who would do that? Maybe it's Trump derangement syndrome. You know, we fixed over 50 fountains and monuments in the city. The city is the safest it's ever been, ever. We have virtually no crime. We're crime-free. When we came here at the beginning, it was a horrible, crime-ridden city. And we have no crime, virtually no crime now. Everything's fixed. We have new grass. We took miles. We took so much. Nobody's ever seen anything like. Everything had graffiti on it. It's all gone. The tents all over the lawns, which were terrible, are all gone. The fences are all gone because nobody goes on the lawns anymore. But we fixed those. You know, grass has a life just like people have a life. And we fixed the lawn, and it will be fixed. Now, one of the other things they did a job, around the reflecting pool, we have a huge field of grass. They poured acid on the grass. The same people, I guess. They poured acid. So that's in the process. It killed, you know, acid kills grass quickly. So that's being fixed. But the reflecting pool is great, and it's going to look beautiful. It's so sad to see what they did. And then the fake news tries to say, oh, well, it didn't work. Of course it worked. Everything I do does work. What I do works. What I do best is build. And we fixed, I think it's 52 all over the city they're talking about it. But you know, the biggest thing is we have one of the safest cities. If you would have come here 2 years ago, you had a good chance of being mugged, although you're a very big guy. They would have mugged him up. They would have beat the hell out of him.
With me, yeah.
He would have said, I'm never going back. Now you can walk with your beautiful wife. You can walk with your friends down to a restaurant. You know, we were losing all our restaurants. Nobody wanted to go out. Even if you got into the restaurant, they'd rob you when you were in. Now, you can't get into a restaurant, but the restaurateurs are opening restaurants all over the city. I'm so proud of it. Also, Memphis, take a look at Memphis. Take a look at in Louisiana. Take a look at what's happened. What we've done in Louisiana with New Orleans is incredible. The Governor Landry, called me. They just had Mardi Gras. He said, it's the safest Mardi Gras we've had in 75 years. It's great. We've done a good job. And you know what? In Chicago, they had many murders over the last week. Many. I could make Chicago with this group of strong people. They're strong people. That's okay. You know, one thing we got from the Supreme Court, we have merit. So if you have great students, great marks, great scores, great boards, you get into a good college. If you're bad, you don't get into a good college. In other words, it's based on merit. Tough decision for them. But that also applies to the military. We have tough people in the military. And the National Guard has done an incredible job in Washington. And my people have done an incredible job. So if you look at Memphis, crime is down 78%. I have a friend from Memphis who was going to leave. And he called me, he said, I've never seen anything like this. It's like a different city. And also in New Orleans, it's like people can't believe it. I could do that for Chicago. I'd love to do Chicago because Chicago's potentially a great city, but you're going to lose it. It's got to be done. And you know, we do something much more than they can do because we take people out and bring them back to the country from where they came out of jails, where they're drug lords and drug dealers and people from mental institutions. And I'd love to do it in Los Angeles. And I'd love to do it in New York City. I love New York. I'd like to see. They had a lot of problems in New York over the last couple of weeks. If we were there, they wouldn't have any of those problems. And we removed the bad people from those cities so they never come back. Now, some liberal people probably don't like the sound of that. But 92% of crime is caused in these cities is caused by 2% of the people. I love that number because it's easily solved. Think of that. 92% of the crime in Washington was caused by 2% of the people. We moved out almost 5,000 career criminals and people from other countries. And Washington now is one of the safest cities, I could say on the planet, but let's just say in the U.S. And it's beautiful now. The reflecting pool, but we have 52, I think it's much more than that. It's going to soon be more than that. You see them opening up, and my team has done an unbelievable job. Doug Burgum has been great, Department of the Interior, and his people, Greg, and I mean, these people, they're phenomenal. But think of that. You work so hard. You get it open way ahead of July 4th. July 4th was the key. And then somebody's in there with a knife cutting it and ripping the floor out. It's terrible. But the 350-foot gash in the side, it's a terrible thing. Ready? Here, I'm going to end on this. I'm so proud of Washington, D.C. It's become one of the hottest cities in the world. But what is the hottest in the world is the United States of America. We have the hottest city, and you know that. You were talking about that. 2 years ago, we were laughed at. We were a joke. We were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press. Thank you, Press.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Get the hell out of here, press. That's what they're saying. Hey, thank you guys for being here with me today. Now that we have those 2 lives out of the way, we are caught up with lives. If there's another live that they put on today, I will go ahead and show it to you tomorrow, Friday. But don't worry, we're not leaving. We're not done. We have other clips that I want to address. And of course, Fox gives the best entertainment and information that we can ask for. Now, before I go into these Fox videos, why don't I allow some of you guys to go ahead and why don't you give me a call and tell me about all the lies that President Trump just said right now on that live. And you know what I find very interesting is that you guys don't mention anything about Mark Rutte and everything that he said about President Trump. And now he's the general, secretary general for the NATO. That's right. Yeah, that's right. He called him not just the president of the United States of America, but he also called him the leader of the world. Yeah, that's, libtards don't like to hear that, but hey, you can't change reality. It is what it is. You got to deal with it. You got to live with it. That's just how it goes, guys. Don't shoot the messenger. Just listen and learn the truth, because the truth shall set you free. All right, here we go. There's a phone number on there that you can call me, 425-583-1155. Don't forget that. All right, give me a call and let me know. Tell me what was a lie that President Trump has. As a matter of fact, just call me and tell me, how do you really feel about President Trump? Anything. Yeah, you just go ahead. Be free. And for Javier, thank you for coming back, bro. This trolls, let me ask you something. Like, honestly, let me ask you something. We got 195 likes. About maybe 60,000 people have gone through this feed and probably put a nasty-ass comment and they left. And then maybe they thought, maybe I got to say one more thing. And they come back and they drop another nasty comment on here. Now, with that being said, let's acknowledge the truth. Javier Hernandez loves the colonizer name. You can call it Gulf of Mexico and the little 1/3 of the Gulf for Mexico. We here in America, we will continue to call it the Gulf of America. I love the sound of that even better. It's more inclusive. It's all about diversity and inclusion for us. You know what I'm saying? All inclusive. Mexicans are selfish. They just want to be called Mexico. No, we want to use the Gulf of America. It includes Mexico and, the United States of America. Even somewhere in there, some other country, some other islands. Anyway, give me a call right here. There's a phone number right there. If you are in the United States of America, guys, it's a free call. No big deal. If you are an asshole, I'll just block you. You'll never call me again. I will definitely never call you. I'm not interested on having arguments. I am more interested on having conversation. But, whatever you want to say about Trump, go ahead and say it. If you want to say anything about immigration, go ahead and say it. If you have a question, ask a question. It's free. There it is right there. Now, people say, oh, Dennis, you never debate. You never do debates with any... Bitch, I'm not going to waste my time with a narrow-minded, close-minded person. That's just not what my show is for. You see what I'm saying? If you want to debate me and you want me to give you an hour talk, you better put at least 500. Or if you are, on the lower end, you can always put $100 super chat if you want to debate me for an hour. Maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Don't come over here with your EBT card thinking that I'm over here doing some charity work for the libtards. That's not who I work for. I do this show for the American people. And those who agree with me to defend the United States and keep the national security, protected, secured, then those are the people that I am actually working for. So with that being said, there's the phone line. I think there's enough relay. Anybody, grab the cojones to call. Show me how smart you are. Talk to me, and I don't know. Just let's see if you can have a conversation. But if you mention something that is a lie, well, I'm going to call you on it, and I'll correct you. If I mention something that is a lie, but I give you proof, that's just the way it works, right? See, you are behind a keyboard where nobody knows who you are. I'm not going to pin your IP address, even though I have my software that I can find out exactly where you're at. I don't do that kind of stuff. I don't care about those things, okay? But I do care that you are respectful when you call my line, okay? Because you're not paying anything, by the way, okay? Here we go. Here we go. Not you, sir. I'm trying to get some libtards to call in. I mean, some other people to call in. All right, let's see. What do you got for me today?
Hey, man. I know one lie Trump told. He said Democrats were smart.
Oh, what a liar. What a liar.
Smart asses.
Yeah, what a liar. Yeah, you're right. Look, the drunk ass Zinc Roofer says, pay me $1,000 and I will call you. Get the fuck out of here. This guy. All he does is just talk shit.
Oh, he's out on his back deck, drunk as hell again. We both know it.
Somebody got to bring him some Colombia coffee. Get him to sober up a little bit.
You want Colombian coffee, Zinc Roofer? Get off your dead ass since you're so rich and go get some.
Yeah, there's people,
He claims he has money. Go drive to Colombia and go get some, you dumbass.
Well, actually, the EBT card is, they can buy coffee with the EBT, so I guess they don't have to go too far for that. Amazon will get it from Colombia. Let's go. Hey, come on, man. Get off the line, man. I need to have some people to call with some real issues.
You know they're not going to call and debate you without screaming and yelling at you.
Yeah.
Because they're that stupid.
I have made it a point that this channel is uncensored and can be explicit. I give my disclaimers.
They're crying about gas prices. They're crying about food prices. And they're blaming it all on Trump.
Yeah.
If you live in a blue state, why don't you look at what your taxes are?
Robert,
Colorado's a blue state. They have freaking like 20 different taxes just for what you buy at the grocery store.
Yeah. You know what, Robert? The most painful part of doing this show. Hold on. I need to make sure that I think people are not reading this correctly on the chat. Bam!
That's what kills me, Dennis, is they blame everything on Trump, but they don't look at their state leadership.
That is correct.
What their state leadership is doing.
That is correct.
They think it's just Trump. Trump's trying to repeal the federal gas tax. They don't even think that's true, but it is.
Yeah.
He's been trying to do it.
Well, here's the most painful part for me. It's, that I'm doing this show. Hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. Hold on. Fuck, you sound like a libtard now. Behave yourself. Fucking Robert.
Go ahead, old
man. Listen. The painful thing that the thing that's the most painful to me doing this show, right? It's all this time that we have been talking about. Right, about these gas prices, why they're that way, they're temporary, and then we get all these libtards that come in there and they just hate on us, and we just gotta take it, even though we know we're right. That is the most painful part. But now it's like what you're saying. That is exactly what they're trying to ignore. When the barrel of oil went to $90 and it hit $100 and the gas went up to $5 and some change. They were saying, there's war in Iran. It raised the barrel of oil price and this and that. It hit $120, I think, or $110, something like that. And, you know, we like, shit, that thing's got to come down soon, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're taking all this insult from them, even though we know, you know, that we're right.
And even before we attacked and went into Iran, people were bitching, oh, Trump's the reason gas prices are high.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but the federal gas tax hasn't been raised since 1993.
That's crazy, right?
Would do their research.
Yeah.
It's not Trump raising the price.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing, you know, it is sort of a timing thing, because see what these retards don't understand is that the Democrats' new taxes didn't go into effect until the first quarter of 2026. So it is a big coincidence that Trump has the balls to go against Iran, something that every president and everybody in Congress has been bitching about, including Kamala and senile Biden. And they don't appreciate that Trump has the balls to go and do something about it. So, you know, they goes to war, goes against the war of Iran, and then they blame everything on Trump. But now that the barrel of oil is down $50, they still blame Trump. And they don't see the truth that the reason why the gas prices are high is because of the increments in taxes and regulations that the Democrats have put.
Exactly. And another thing that gets on my nerves too, Dennis, with these libtards is they go, Epstein files, Epstein files, Epstein files. Y'all didn't give a shit about the Epstein files when not Bush, but Obama was in office.
Yeah. Yeah.
You didn't care about him when Biden was in office.
Uh-huh.
What the fuck, you idiot?
Yeah.
You only care when it's convenient, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's just the way they work. I mean, it is what it is.
That's what kills me. They don't bitch about shit when there's a Democrat president in office holding information back.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? We know what we're all about in our channel. And even though, we have to take the insults and we got to take the critics, the criticism until everything turns out the way we know that it's going to turn out. And then we can say, we told you so, bitch.
Yeah, and that brings me to another point, Dennis. Is these lib turds.
Oh my God! Hold on, Bob. Hold on, Bob.
Stuff, but when we insult them,
Robert,
they get all pissed off and bent out of shape.
Hold on, Robert. Listen to this bullshit, bro. Like, listen. I know we have a lot of bullshit from people, right? But listen to this fucking dumb-ass zinc roofer. Democrat new taxes have never happened. I swear, bro, this guy.
You cut out, Dennis. What'd you say?
He says that Democrat new taxes never happened. That's what the zinc roofer says. This guy is a fucking idiot.
Well, now I know he's drunk on.
He's got to be high on something, bro.
No shit.
Who the hell doesn't know that taxes just kicked in? Wow. California, $2 in taxes and regulations.
Do you know why I had to move out of Colorado?
Why is that?
Because the Colorado legislature and faggot governor decided to raise property taxes by 50%.
Yeah, we got our property taxes raised here too.
And Colorado's very blue, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's turned that way. All right, let me take another call, Robert. I'll talk to you later, big bro. Love ya.
All right, bye.
Fair Oaks. Who's calling?
Hi, Joseph Green from Sacramento.
Hey, Joseph, don't put me on speaker because I don't want to have the echo.
I'm sorry.
It's all good, brother.
Yeah, I was just saying, like, they gotta, like, we just got out of the war with Iran, or, we're doing a deal, so it's gonna take time for gas prices to go down.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when Trump was president, that's when I remember in California, my gas was like $2.99. I'm going to the tank, if I put $25 and I get three gallons, and that's only since the war.
Yeah.
And then You can make. Well, I'm talking about you and your spouse can make almost $200,000 a year, and you still
That's crazy.
are struggling in California because they want to. Like, why are you taxing people that worked hard and made good money?
Yeah.
Half of their money. That's not right. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not right.
That, you know,
it is hard. It's hard
that
for
pisses.
people.
You know what? That pisses me off, bro. It's, you know. You'll probably see it on the chat, you know, a lot of migrants, because I'm a migrant, right? A lot of migrants call me a traitor because I'm looking out for the benefit of the American people. You know, it will benefit them if they become Americans as well. But, you know, we got to do it the right way.
Just like me, like, you know, I came from urban America, you know what I mean? Broken home, the blase. But if you work hard, you can overcome it, number one. And number two, even if you get government assistance, it's supposed to be for you to get ahead.
To get ahead,
not
correct. That is right.
Not making a lifetime thing.
100%.
You don't even live good. You don't even live good on that.
Well, the system is meant to keep you broke and dependent on the government. That's how they control you.
That's what the Democrats do.
Exactly, 100%. Right.
And I've learned that getting older and having my own mind. Because being an African American growing up, it was like, if you're black, you have to be a Democrat. Why? Can I look at it and make my own opinion?
Yeah.
So I just wanted to call in and say I'm watching you and keep up the good work.
Well, you're a black American. You're not African American, unless you were born in Africa. Hey, brother, you're probably more American than me, brother. All right, much love to you. Thanks for the call, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, great.
Bye. You know, I'm very happy, bro, that there's people that are waking up. California, there's a chance for you. I heard that Hilton is going to do no taxes on $150,000 income. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Hi, my name's Matt. I'm also in California.
Oh, so you're loving the state down there? Besides the beautiful weather, what else you got?
Well, I was impressed that like so many people complain about our taxes here, but I moved from a red state. My taxes went down.
Oh yeah, from what
from
what state did you move?
From Ohio. So a lot of places. Like,
Ohio. What the hell?
Yeah. So down in
what the hell is in Ohio?
In Ohio, they don't have as high of state tax, but they got a lot of city taxes.
Oh
and
yeah.
Where I'm at in California, we don't have any city tax. When I was doing my math, I was checking.
Wait.
Like, oh man.
Where in California? California has state, city, federal, and sales tax.
San Diego doesn't have city tax.
Oh, San Diego is fucking expensive already as it is. But,
yeah, it's
but
expensive
you sure
here,
they don't have a
state
tax?
Yeah, when I did all the math and I was moving out here, things are more expensive because you know it's a cooler place to live. But
well, you know, in Oregon,
my taxes actually got cheaper.
Yeah, in Oregon, I've never really looked into it, but in Oregon, there's no sales tax.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine who lived on the border of Oregon and Washington, and I forget which one has no sales and which one has no income, but he lived in the one with no income, and then shopped in the one with no sales tax. You know, you just go back and forth.
Yeah,
and you know, that's a way to do it. But like,
that's pretty good though, man. If you're not if you're not paying state tax in San Diego, that's a good thing, I think. I mean, San Diego is hell expensive. My sister lived there.
Exactly. But the reason I think it's great is because you know the reason it's expensive is because people want to be here. And I have been kind of enjoying some of the decrease in population of California because I feel like a lot of people who didn't want to live here for the weather and like the beach and all this great stuff that's like physically here.
Yeah,
you can move to Idaho, you can move to Ohio, move to Colorado. You know, if you want your open space, like this isn't necessarily the space for you right now. Like, you can go inland.
Yeah, you know what? I got a lot of people from California that tell me the opposite of what you're telling me. That's why I go with what I got. But here in Washington,
we have higher brackets. So if you make a lot, and a lot of people here do make a lot, like I make good money.
Well, I live down in Fullerton, California. Yeah. And bro, I had to move back to Washington. I couldn't afford I couldn't afford rent. I couldn't pay my own apartment. And we're talking about a little shithole apartment, like really old ass, like New York style looking shit. I couldn't afford it, and I was working overtime. You know, and that just killed me, bro.
Problems with wages and stuff gets too expensive, but it's just tough to like for me to hear people shit on California all the time when it's
Yeah.
It's
Well,
expensive
California
because
is
it's
a big
nice, you
state,
know?
bro. It's a big
It's a
state.
big state. But I'm talking about like these beach areas that are expensive. Like, you
Let
can
me
move
see.
inland and you can get a house. They're cheap. Like you can get 1,000 acres for nothing if you want to be in nothing, you know. And moving, like I came from the Midwest. Like I grew up in the Midwest, you know, in some swing states, Ohio, and you know I always heard like, oh, California's so expensive, and it's like, yeah, it is, but also you make more. Things can be better. Things are harder. Yeah, there's definitely harder stuff. Like gas is more expensive, but you know, every once in a while in San Diego, we're close to like getting decent buses or something, so I don't have to drive everywhere. I wish I could hop on a bus and go to work.
Let me see.
Like all those days I'm going up the 5 or the 15, and it's just me and a million other people sitting in our cars next to each other being like, damn, I wish I could figure out how to get us all from one place to one other place at one time. And it's a bummer that we can't get trains and buses like a lot of places have.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, there's and then also like you were talking to one of the last guys about gas a lot.
Yeah.
I'm always impressed at how cheap gas is here, like compared to.
You're bullshit. Stop pulling my leg, bro. Get out of here, bro. You are lying to me, bro.
Go to Germany, go to Switzerland. Their gas is expensive,
listen.
they don't subsidize as much.
Let me
We
go
put
ahead
so much tax dollars into these gas companies.
Yeah, let me
and
go
then
ahead
they
and
sell
read
it to
about
us for
San
such
Diego.
huge profits.
Let me read about San Diego. I think you're drinking a little
Yeah.
too much Kool-Aid. San
I
Diego
don't know.
residents and businesses are subject to a combination of state, county, and city level taxes. The core
Yeah,
local
county taxes,
taxes include a base combined sales tax of 7.75%, a transient occupancy tax, holy shit, ranging between 11.75 to 13.75 on lodging. You call that cheap? What the hell is Ohio doing?
No, it's not. So it's just pure like income tax and other payments.
Well, that's just
Like,
one tax. This is county property taxes limited by
rent's gonna be
Proposition
more
13.
expensive. Yeah.
Look at the
Rent's gonna be more
rate
expensive,
tax.
but
It's
a price that people wanna
7.75, 6% state tax. You told me that you didn't pay state tax.
No, city tax.
Well,
I pay state
that's
tax.
a
It's
state
just less
tax.
than I pay
Okay,
in
well,
Ohio.
yeah, well. Let's
Yeah,
see.
so, like, my
Details, this rate
total-
can vary up to 8.25 in certain special. Rate 1% baseline, assessed by San Diego. Proposition 13, secured property taxes are billed in 2 installments due November 1st and February. The rate is between 11.75 to 13.75. If you think that's cheap, Ohio is fucked.
No, so it's not like cheap. I'm just like, when I did all the math and, like,
that's
took
the
everything into
thing.
account for my level of pay and like the near 100K range.
Oh, man.
If you're out here making 400, you're paying high taxes. But also, most people out here making 400 they're doing great. They're having their house on the beach. Shit's fantastic.
Yeah, well, what's the average income in the United States of America? $35,000.
Average, yeah, 35K. I think
Yeah,
California
that's
is
so.
like
If you
50 or
have
60.
money, you don't feel it, but that's not reality. We're talking about the median, the people that make less money. That's who's
Yeah, but
suffering.
people, I don't know what the median is in California. Is it like 70? It might be
Well,
closer to that
that's
here.
the thing. You do it statewide, and then you're gonna have all these little areas, where the housing is cheaper or whatever. But all the main LA County and LA City and all these other main cities, taxes are crazy ass shit, and gas taxes are even worse price. Let me see what San Diego, what is gas price? Because you say it's cheap.
No, it's like 520 right now.
No, well, that's not bad. I mean, I'm paying 509 over here in Washington State, which we're at, technically, we have become the worst state because of high taxes that have been put on. All right,
honestly,
559.
I'm all for like gas taxes in California.
I'm not.
Places.
I'm
no,
not.
but like hear me out. In places like LA, San Diego, we don't have the infrastructure we need for people to drive everywhere when they don't need to. Like if we got a couple of buses.
What do you think that is?
What do you mean?
What do you think that is?
we
Yeah.
have so
Why do
many
you think you
people
have too
and-
many people driving?
No, because we just don't have. You can't have this many people and have roads. Like I've worked in
There you go.
infrastructure.
Yeah, that's true.
And
There you
it's
go.
just
You
difficult,
told me
like,
some
we,
facts.
If we get a couple of buses, a couple of decent trains, like even in San Diego,
That's
they're
not gonna
okay,
work.
They just don't. Go
No,
to
that's
good
not going to
places.
work. Let me tell you why you have a problem. And California has been inundated with a bunch of illegal immigrants. That's a fact. Let me tell you why that there's a problem with massive illegal immigration, and there's a reason why we have an immigration law, and the immigration laws are meant to keep a balance in our livelihood here in our country. Like, for example, okay, California. So in California, every state has a certain amount of growth rate, right?
Yeah.
They take into consideration, okay, so, people are going to multiply 2 to 1, 2.5. And that's going to be, in the next 5, 10 years, 15, 20 years, we're going to have this much population. We're going to have enough time to build a new train system, and we're going to have all these years to build this. And, it's kind of like, you're managing a budget according to the numbers that you have, population, people that are going to leave your state, people that are going to come to your state and move in, blah, blah.
But if the
Work
immigration
growth.
numbers are known and forecast,
Correct. So
you can
if
take
they're
those in.
known, right, we have about 1 million people coming in every year legally, 1 million people, and they are becoming residents. And so they're moving throughout the United States. When you have 22 million illegal immigrants all of a sudden, which is, by the way, the populations of up to 34 states, because the states that really have small population. These are the states that are supposed to be cheaper or, almost dead. But that's the problem. You have such a rapid growth of population that especially your transportation, it suffers.
Immigration just keeping us at the birth rate drop. Like we were at 200 million residents in the 90s, expected to be like 350, 380 by now. And that's kind of where we are, but that's only because of immigration. And if you count or don't count illegals, then that number can fluctuate. Like, is it better? Is it
So
worse? Personally, I'm all for less people.
But here, listen to
I think we have too many people.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that argument that immigration, of course, has given us the population. But the solution is not illegal immigration. The solution is to have Americans multiply. The reason for that is this.
I don't personally agree with that.
Well, let me tell you why.
People.
See, are you born American, or you're a migrant?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't know about this, or maybe you do. I'm just ignoring it. Every migrant that comes to this country, whether they're legal or illegal, they work, they make their money. They pay for rent, which they take from other people that need it, that are Americans. But they do pay. They do pay something into the system. But a lot of that money, especially for most illegal immigrants, most of their money goes back to their home country. That does not help. That doesn't help the United States.
Them. Like if my perfect view is we deport every single person who pays below minimum wage to anybody. Like if you pay an immigrant below minimum wage because you are exploiting them, you're like, hey, sweet, cheap labor, people I can use, you're going to pay them $2 an hour to go pick strawberries. We find all of those people, we pick them out, send them to jail, whatever. Okay, now there's no incentive for people to come here illegally as much because they can't pay you less. What's the point?
All right.
Now it's more difficult. Now there's stuff. So for me, that seems like an easier solution.
Okay.
But at the same time, I'm also just we have a lot of people, and it's okay to have more people. I don't personally think that.
So let me ask you a question.
Is better.
Okay.
As long as
sure.
If you follow most of the laws. I mean, I speed and do other stuff that's not necessarily legal, but that's kind of everybody.
Hey, don't say that out, man. Well, nobody knows where you're at anyway. Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
How was the economy before we had 22 million illegal immigrants come into this country all at once?
Well, they didn't come in all at once. What, it's been like a decade we're taking?
A couple of years. No, on the Biden administration. They say 50, but I don't know about that.
What do we do with the COVID? Because that's a problem.
That is a problem. This is why we didn't want the last administration back.
No, so let's say we don't have COVID. Are things just pretty good?
Oh, man, I
personally believe that things been going downhill sort of since 80s, 90s.
No, man, I had a full calendar for my business filled up. I was doing photography during this time, and I had a full calendar, man, of weddings and events lined up. All of them canceled, and that was over $100,000 that I lost. The government doesn't pay me that. The stimulus BS that they gave us is nothing. For people that don't work or depend on the government, they never felt the pressure. As a matter of fact, during COVID, the people that were on welfare probably made more money than anybody else in the States.
Oh, I knew tons of young people who were partying in college because they got
every 18-year-old, right? Every 18-year-old and above, stimulus, boom, cash. Like, bro, fuck, man. That there is. I didn't. You know what? What should have happened? It should have been everybody that has claimed head of household on their taxes, right? Like parents that have dependents. They should have got the stimulus. Not just anybody that's 18 years old get a stimulus because I don't know. I think that people that were on welfare, you got 3 teenagers, 18 years old, 19 or whatever on welfare. Everybody in there in the household got that stimulus, little stimulus check. And I think that that's very unfair for a lot of people, especially when I lost over $100,000 in business. I think that's what
there were
pisses
tons
me
of
off.
struggles. I had tons of friends who lost jobs. Businesses been turning down.
Big
and there's
time.
also a lot of people losing jobs now to like AI advancements. People still shipping jobs overseas.
Yeah.
In my view, a lot of that is greed. Like we want to make the most money we can.
Yeah.
And it's not effective. Why would I hire Americans if I don't have to? A phone works just as good here as it does in Pakistan.
You know what I like
Send
about
that
you?
over there.
I'm not going to call you a lipter. You know why?
Sure.
Let me tell you.
I'm not liberal. I believe in socialism personally.
Yeah, well, socialism doesn't work. We can agree to disagree. Don't worry about that.
Sure, yeah.
I don't care if people
want
disagree.
to work together, and that's my opinion. And not everybody has to agree that that's the best way to do it, and that's
Well,
fine.
you know what the problem is? That you might be a good social. Me and you can do a great socialist, city. We can govern very well. Everybody will be taken care of. But unfortunately, there's a lot of corruption, and socialism is the easiest thing to misuse and abuse. And we've seen this on welfare and healthcare, right? Those are socialist, constructs, which is okay. I'm for that. But I'm telling you what I love about
like
you.
A lot of like capitalist things.
No,
Like,
that
if you remove like the difference between socialism. So in my mind, I get very sad that a lot of people hate the government because that's supposed to be ours. That's us.
we don't want to depend on the government.
No, I'm not saying depend on the government.
Yeah.
Like if you think of the government, do you think of it as your building or do you think of it as another entity? Like, because I think that's a big problem that a lot of us have like disassociated from the government. Like the government is supposed to be people that represent us and our interests.
No,
it's not supposed to be
it
this
does.
That, like,
yeah.
this way or that way.
It is in a way
that we all kind of agreed on.
Yeah.
To do,
no, it is in a way. Just remember this, but first of all, let me tell you what I love about you. You're not bitching about the gas price. You're not bitching about the high prices in San Diego, which I'm fucking bitching about it right now, just thinking about what you're paying. Okay?
I went surfing last night after work. It was amazing.
You're a free man.
Studio I pay, I could get a
Oh, man, I'm so jealous of you right now. So I love that about you. You're not bitching and complaining about pricing. You feel, hey, I can go to work. I can make my money. You're a capitalist, just so you know, because you believe that you can make your money. Now, I
think there's a limit. That's my main thing. I think
there should be a balance. I think that it should be.
I don't think we should have a trillionaire. I don't love that. That seems like a problem because.
Okay, so let me.
In one dude's pocket.
Let me ask you: Do you think that somebody being a trillionaire means that they have $1 trillion cash in the bank?
No. So
why are you against that?
So much.
Yeah, that's okay. Anybody can.
So imagine if you want to move to Ohio, if somebody owns Ohio, not the government that you can deal with, not a person that's like reasonable, somebody that's just I'm here to make all the money I can.
Yeah.
They have no reason to deal with you, and you have no power to stop them.
You have a house and apartment. You have a house and apartment.
Do I?
Yeah.
Or in this scenario,
No,
I have an apartment.
You have an apartment. Okay. So if you had a house, how big would you want it?
Big enough for me. I don't know. I one bedroom's fine. I have one.
Okay, well, here, let me tell you something. You are crazy. You fell in love with this wonderful woman. That this woman is a freaking rabbit and she wants 12 kids. You need a bigger house. How are you going to keep them in the one bedroom?
You shouldn't have 12 kids.
Right. So, hey, man, you can't tell the woman. Her body, her choice, man.
Yeah, if she wants to have kids, she's not for me.
Yeah, obviously. That's when you haven't fallen in love, that's what the answer is.
We have these people who have too much money to deal with. So I know I've had friends growing up pretty wealthy.
Yeah.
That were you have trouble. I had friends get caught with cocaine at school or illegal guns.
Okay, but that's different. That's a moral ground.
Wild.
That's a moral
Why
ground.
this is going on. And then, but no, they didn't go to jail. They didn't get anything. They got maybe suspended from school. And I knew a lot of other poor kids who went to jail for weed, back in the 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, that's a problem. A system that can be fixed. It's not racism, but it is a system that needs to be fixed.
I mean, okay, I don't want to pull that card, but have you ever been in a place and felt like, maybe the cops are looking at you a little bit more?
No, but I have
I've
seen a
never
lot
felt
of white
that.
people go to jail for weed.
Yeah, that's fair. But like I have a lot of friends who are not white like me. I'm the normal white guy.
They
Look like
just
a white
didn't
guy,
get
look
they
like-
just didn't get caught, and they had enough money to pay for a liar.
No.
I mean,
So
a
I'm talking about,
lawyer.
I'm talking about like my buddies who walking around a store looking at shoes,
Yeah,
and they got the security guard following them around.
yeah.
Like,
Why
I
do
could
you
never
think
have
that is?
And that's because, personally, I believe it's like a lot goes back to like the 40s and the redlining. We made a class of poor people because we didn't like them.
So who's trying to take over the beach in Florida and New York? Who's doing all those raids and loots and riots and all this other stuff? Who's doing all that?
Poor people.
The majority black people, right?
Yeah, well, but if you look at poverty,
Why is
the
it that
for me
why
like,
is
if
it
you
that
look
we
at
know
crime-
why is it that we know that when Joe Biden says that 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 poor people are just as important as white kids? Why do you think Biden makes that assumption?
Because that sucks.
But we understood it, right?
Yeah,
We knew. We didn't say Hispanics. We didn't say Asians. We said, oh, he talking about black people.
No, we look at our cities and they were built pretty
Yeah.
racistly. It's a
Yeah.
bummer and it
Yeah.
happened.
Yep.
But I think like a lot of something that really changed my mind a little bit on some of that was looking at statistics versus like if you look at a map and say here's where all the crime is, and then
Yeah.
overlay the map of here's where all like major minority populations are. Oh my gosh, they overlap, but there's a couple spots missing.
Yeah.
But then you overlay the map of poverty, and it's like, oh, it's 100% that. Like
Yeah.
those spots in West Virginia that
Yep.
are completely white, they got their crime. Places out in the boonies in Kansas, they got their crime spots. And it's a bummer to me that like it seems a lot like we love to have a scapegoat and not point the finger at like, hey, people commit crimes because they're poor. Like if I could afford everything I needed, I wouldn't have to like do anything bad. There's still times when people are gonna be upset, and that's fine. I'm not a huge proponent of like let's all walk around in the street and like wave signs. Who
It's
gives
all
a
about
shit?
it's all about
You know?
morals to me. Like I don't like. Don't think that I trust our justice system. I don't like it. I think sometimes they're too hard and sometimes they're not hard enough. But I will tell you this.
Any of that could be racial.
No, I don't think so. But it
You
could
think
be.
a judge could have a bias, like not necessarily like the whole system set up to make a certain race fail.
I don't think
but
it's
let's say
racial.
in a
I think
place-
it's classism. Is that
If you go
a
to
thing?
That's for
Yeah.
yeah. There's classism.
Yeah, I think
There's
it's.
definitely that,
Yeah,
but
I think it's
there's also,
classism.
like,
It's not racism. I
I-
think it's classism.
I bet we still have judges that grew up in segregation.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
that.
Well, here I'll give you an example. I'll give you myself. I come from
yeah.
El Barrio. You know what that means, right? It's a small community.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very poor community. I have friends that suffer the same sort of childhood that I suffered, right?
Sure.
I don't like it. I always wanted to have somebody else's toys. I was not envious or jealous or hating on them because they had them. I treat them the same as everybody else would treat me or them, or I would treat them.
Mm-hmm.
But some of my friends, they joined gangs. And some of my friends, we grew up, and some of my friends, they grew up to be rapists, to become criminals and sell drugs and be drug addicts. And I didn't. And I always respected women. As a matter of fact, I've been called homosexual because I respect women too much. Believe me, true story, brother. True story.
There's so many guys that are out there that don't
Right?
understand.
Yeah, it's
that
crazy.
Women are people.
So I chose, even though I lived poor, right? I mean, we were rich before my father died when I was about 4 years old. But then we became poor because the mentality of the old folks back then, right, in the 60s, 70s, was that the woman does not get to have information about the bank or the money. The woman stays home, cooks, cleans, take care of the kids, blah, blah, blah.
Was it like the 90s or 70s that we?
Oh, no,
gave
bro,
it-
that was 60s,
Like
70s.
women, no. So like,
when it
it's way
changed?
too recent. No, when women were able to get credit cards and bank accounts. Like that thing. You look at that number and it's like, what do you mean that was 1979?
That's my
That stuff's
parents.
insane.
Yeah, that was my
It's
parents, bro.
wild that was that recent ago.
Yeah, that was my. Hey, by the way, my father used to wear a hat just like this, except it was white, yellowish kind of. People don't think that we have these hats in Honduras for some reason. They think I'm trying to be white for some reason. But but anyway,
there's more cowboys south of the border than there is north.
man, but cowboy. Where did cowboys come from? Riding horses. You're over there cattling. Raising cows. Where did they come from? Spain, Europe. The Native Americans didn't have all that shit here, man. It was brought here from Europe.
Cows or horses.
Yeah. So anyway, I have this thing where I'm poor, and My mother just taught me this. My mom was so tough, bro. She says, if you are hungry and somebody is eating, this is my mother, bro, and somebody is eating, walk away and stop staring at them. You do not beg for food. You just hold it. I mean, it might sound like torture to you, but to me, it was a lesson in life that it doesn't matter what need arises of me. The fact is that I have to respect that some things are not for me and other people's things that they work for belong to them. And my mother has always been like that with me. That's why I'm so hardcore with the way I am with immigration.
Yeah, sure. I believe respecting certain things, but there are times where, you got to stand up. Like if let's say tomorrow things keep going, Elon Musk has $17 trillion and then Bezos has 50 trillion. And there's just no stocks left for the rest of us. We can't invest, we can't buy houses, they're buying everything. And, eventually, it's not that I'm jealous of them, it's that they've abused the system that we've set
Well, that's
up
what they tell you. But here, let me ask you a question. And I know you sound like a very smart man, actually, even though you surf. I'm being prejudiced with the surfing. You know what I'm saying?
The ocean feels great, man.
Yeah. All right. Let me ask you a question. Sure. So when Elon Musk was thinking about doing SpaceX, okay?
He didn't. He bought it.
Well, yeah. Well, he thought about investing, right? Making the thing.
Yeah,
okay. We have NASA. NASA
is
huge, right? NASA's huge.
Pretty small. It's been shrinking a lot.
It's been shrinking now, but the government, we've been paying hundreds of billions of dollars into NASA, right?
Yeah, but what percent do you think of that is like of our expenditures?
No, I'm just making an example that NASA rules space. Let's just say that, right? NASA rules space, and it could be NASA from any country. I'll just call them NASA. So there was a risk, a very high risk, in an investment that Elon decided, whether he's a genius or an idiot, is irrelevant. The fact is that he made this risk. Now, the government put him down through the floor. A lot of people hate him because of what the leftist news said about him and do that. You're going to hear all this negative talk about Elon Musk, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now, there was a group of people that decided to stick with him. And they sacrificed their money and time, and they put all their belief and faith into this project. Now, what's genius about it, right? It's not just that he was willing to make the investment or to make the sacrifice for that. No, that's not the genius part. The genius part is that he figured out how to save money to continue to have SpaceX going. And one of the things that NASA does, right, and we know this, what happens when NASA throws a rocket out into space? How does a satellite get from NASA into space? Let's see if you know. See if you know. NASA is going to send a satellite into space. What happens?
Multi-stage boosters.
There you go. Multi-stage boosters. And what happens to the actual rocket?
They fall down.
Destroyed.
Unused. Yeah.
Destroyed.
No, SpaceX's reusable rockets are smart. But
so
I forget what percentage of their money.
Why?
Like they're not getting funds from like you and me. Like,
but listen, exactly. So listen,
this money could just go to NASA. Like,
but he's not.
Pay it to NASA.
My point that I'm trying to make to you. Hopefully, I'm doing it the right way. My English is second language, even though I've been here for 4 decades. The thing is that NASA hasn't invented anything to recycle. So Elon Musk didn't just acquire $1 trillion. He figured out how to save billions by recycling his rockets. And we all remember the video, automatically comes in and right into the arm of the base, ready for another satellite. No extra money.
NASA had done that,
Well,
I wish
exactly.
NASA had the funding that
but brother,
SpaceX got.
That's exactly right. Listen, you have more money than I do. I'm not going to be jealous of you. Well, hey, wait a minute. You don't need 200,000, bro. Give me 100. Give me half of that. I can't do that. You earned it. You sacrificed. You went. You thought about moving ahead. And the one thing that I would say is that Elon Musk has been saving billions and billions of dollars by being able to use the same recycled rocket. Now, if it explodes, that was a tough shit, right? But the idea is that he uses that same rocket to deliver more satellites into space, and this is why he's becoming successful. And now he's reached a level of he can enjoy that.
My concern with that is his success because he's done well, or because he's found what are basically loopholes in the system. So
Sure.
a lot of SpaceX's like funding could have just been money we spent on NASA, but because I think it was after Challenger, people got a kind of bad taste for space stuff. We went to the moon. We haven't been back. People just weren't as interested. And also, we went to war with Iraq once and then twice and then 3 times. And then we kept going over there. We had all this money to spend. And we just kept pulling money out of NASA because it's not as cool right now. People aren't as excited about it. People like the internet or whatever. A lot of cool stuff NASA's still doing. They're still doing awesome exploration. They find dope stuff. My issue is that instead of funding NASA, we made a ton of grants and filtered them in through SpaceX. So instead of this money going to something that you and I own, we own NASA. NASA is part of our government. That's us. We own that, Instead of it going to that, there's all of these people profiting on SpaceX. And my main issue right now with SpaceX is just the stock doesn't make any goddamn sense. It's worth the entire defense and aerospace industry.
Yeah.
Like that's not how, also Tesla is the same way with cars. They're basically Bitcoin. It's a meme stock. It doesn't make any sense. That stuff's stupid. I'm hoping that stuff all crashes and maybe doesn't have $1 trillion. So I have a big thing for me is I wish a lot of these things that we all use were not, as for profit.
Okay.
That's my socialist side.
So
like,
would it make you feel better? Would it make you feel
Sure.
better if he was just a billionaire, not a trillionaire?
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
And so where the money go?
Anybody else? So
It doesn't go to us.
I love this idea of you make $1 billion. Let's say you own $1 billion of stock, houses, whatever. We give you a medal that says you've done it. You're a capitalist. But any dollar you make past this goes somewhere else. We're gonna tax it 100%. Anything you get, we're gonna take it.
I'm against taxes.
This is the thing. Billionaires hate paying taxes, right?
I'm not a billionaire. I hate paying taxes.
Sure, exactly. So, boom. Okay. Do you hate paying taxes? I mean, like, you like roads and stuff, right? You might not love how our taxes are spent, but, like, life would be pretty bad if we didn't have any tax money.
Yeah. Here, listen, before you continue,
my
let me tell you
concept
this.
is like-
Let me tell you this.
Yeah.
I'm not truly against taxes. But the reason why I don't like paying taxes is because the Democrat government, or even any government, has been misspending the money. And the one thing that pisses me off...
How much do you think that goes to...
Watch. Listen.
Like, most of that goes to us.
No,
That's
listen.
A lot of it
Nothing goes to
our
us here in
businesses.
Seattle, Washington. Nothing goes to us.
Not you. But if you owned, like, a paving company, and then you charge $1 billion to make a highway...
That doesn't help
that's money
me.
to you. It doesn't help you, not you specifically, but that's people in your neighborhood, people in your...
The employees. But the company can go bankrupt at any moment if they don't continue to multiply the income 100%.
See, exactly. That's my...
Okay, I'm going to block you if you keep calling me. Hold on, brother. If you keep calling me while I'm on the phone with somebody, I'm going to block you and you won't be able to call me. You understand? Wait until I'm off the phone so that I can pick up the call. I don't want to just hang up on the guy. The guy is talking sense. All right, with that being said, here, watch. I'm going to give you an example here in Washington State.
Go for it.
Here in Washington State, we got, oh my gosh, they increased about $9.5 billion. Man, I have to block this guy. They charged us $9.5 billion, and that was going to come into effect this year, in the first quarter of this year. Okay. Yeah. And then they said, they blew through it already, believe it or not. They blew through it. And they ran out of money, and they have all these socialist programs, which some of them I'm okay with, right? But the governor here in Washington State comes up and he says, well, now we're going to go ahead and raise another $2.5 billion in taxes. But he says this. Now, I don't know if you would like to hear this from your governor, but he says this. He says, we're going to raise the $2.5 billion, but this time, listen to this, but this time, we will be able to know where every dollar is being spent. How do you take that answer? How do you take that statement?
I'd be surprised by that. My partner actually works in government contracts.
Very surprised.
And they are so annoying about money. If she misses a decimal point, things get denied. Things get sent back. She's always just doing little calculations between this number and that number. Okay, it's 1.5% from this grant. It's 80% from this grant. These numbers have to add up. I am always surprised when the government just loses money. I don't see how they can even do that because we have so much bureaucracy that's keeping track of that. Most of like the government employees we have that are doing stuff, that's what they're doing. They're just
One guy is checking to make sure that they get paid by the right guy. Some other guy is checking him, and then a third guy is checking both of them
Right.
to make sure that they're not stealing.
So there's a trail.
And in my opinion, is like the main problem we have with a lot of these industries is that we let them be not for us. If we sort of, I don't want to use the word socialism if people don't like that, but if we socialize, a lot of our public works, water, gas, and roads, these main things we all use. Electricity, maybe we can go in that pile. If we take out the profit for the shareholders, the people who, what is it like?
The country will go bankrupt.
No, so we still pay them. We're still paying all this
You
stuff,
go bankrupt.
but
You can't make the money.
it's less
You can't. Believe me, you can't. I know a lot of history on my Latin countries. It's never worked. It's never worked. It's a good idea, but it never works.
No, so like you don't have to do everything. It's just these basic things. Like you can even look at Venezuela as an example of how it worked in the short term. When they went down there, they found all this gas. Venezuela was rich. Was it one of the richest countries in the world in like 1810?
It was great. Yeah, greatest economy.
You might not agree with this, but I think a lot of the problem that happened was we didn't like that. They went and tried to change off of the U.S. dollar. Didn't want it to be their country's reserve and how they traded.
No,
so
that's not what happened.
Down there.
That's not what happened.
Okay,
What they started doing was, because they were making so much money, they started doing things like Mondani is trying to do in New York. They're trying to do the free buses, the free groceries. The socialists, who are actually communists, there's no such thing as socialists, by the way. There's social programs, but
guide to communism.
yeah, it's a very thin line. It's so easy to cross. But the socialists that we had in Venezuela, they started to see that when the economy started going down, they thought that if they control all this electricity, just everything that you just told me, that if they can control that the country would just do so much better. But it went the opposite way. And they started taking away private business ownership. This is what communism is. They take away your housing, apartment communities. I mean, you're going to hear all these things in New York right now. And they're going to do the same things here in Washington State. Believe me, they're so close to it. It's going to get there. Right? That's just the way that socialism starts. I'm going to tell you this. I'm a capitalist, but I also believe in helping others. But I'm more like a 80-20. I'm an 80-20.
I'm probably 80-20 the other way for like main things.
Like, so I'm the opposite. I got to make money first before I can help you.
No, it's like I'm fine you making money, but I think we need a limit on that because people get out of hand and then they start buying political people. That's no good. I think we can all agree that lobbyists are pretty bad. We shouldn't be paying $1 billion to get someone elected. I don't know if you've ever looked at like elections in like England. Hilarious. It's so much fun because they all have the same amount of money they can spend and they can only campaign for like a couple of weeks before the time.
Well, Kamala spent like what? What did Kamala spend? $1.2 billion? Fudge.
Way too much. Yeah, it's stupid.
Damn.
Why? On what? We spent it on just ads? I hate ads. I don't want to see it.
Well, they gave it to socialist stars and actors.
Sure. Yeah, but I can point the finger at the other side. Trump spent.
But they're making money. Here, let me give you an example of why I think with Trump is a little different. I'm not saying that he's a saint, by the way. But here's the difference that I say, right? So people don't like Trump, and I always say this. Okay, listen. I don't care about taxes, okay? Listen to this. I don't care about paying taxes as long as I see that there's things that are actually working and the government is transparent and is telling us where the money is going. But they don't do that, okay? That's the problem. Okay. So if you charge me, if you
don't access it.
Yeah, hold on. So if you charge me taxes, I want you to tell me where they go, okay? Because you're asking me for taxes for roads. I don't see the roads being built, okay? You're asking me for money for school, and the school system is getting shittier and shittier. Our kids are getting stupider by the day. But then you have this government that it's wasting hundreds of billions of dollars. And okay, whatever. What are you doing to bring it back, right? So I'm not concerned about the spending on the military. I'm not concerned about the spending in the country.
Can you explain that one?
Yeah, hold on. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me because I lose my train of thought, and then I have to start over. So I'm not worried about Obama spending billions and trillions of dollars on this and that. But what I worry about is that none of these presidents have brought money back into the country, except for Trump. So we were losing hundreds of billions of dollars before Trump got elected the first term. We still lost a lot of money because he has to fight Congress. But we have made over $276 billion, not losing hundreds of billions of dollars, positive billions of, you know what that means? That means that we're making over $300 billion back into this country because of Trump. Now, here is why I don't have a problem with Trump. I understand. But here's why I don't have a problem with Trump spending all this money for the military. Listen, credit is good for you. Okay, as long as you stay strong and you continue to make money, credit, they will continue to give you credit. That's what a deficit is to me here. And this is the thing. President Trump has gone out, and whether, these people back out on us or whatever the hell they do, because once President Trump is gone, who's going to, impose that these people continue to do what they say they're going to do? We have over $19 trillion in investments. That's half of the deficit. And it's going to happen within the next 10 years. If we continue to lose hundreds of billions, we will never get there. But if we continue to make hundreds of billions, and we have those investments, and we bring those factories back, and we're multiplying jobs, and we're spending all the money in our United States economy and not sending hundreds of billions of dollars every year on remittances over across other countries because of illegal immigration. You see what I'm saying? So that's the mentality that I have. And listen, I want senior citizens. I don't know why this wasn't happening before Trump, big beautiful bill, but I don't think senior citizens should be paying taxes on Social Security for being retired. I didn't know that they were paying until the big beautiful bill came out. And I never really looked into it. I just thought I was going to get my money, when I retired, another 15, 16 years from now. But, but we have this, and we have a lot of issues. Like, for example, I believe that we have enough money to have everybody, every American, let me be clear, every American citizen should have free health care. I believe we have the money for it. I'm telling you right now, we get rid of every single illegal immigrant and we can have it.
That's all we're doing. We're just cutting out the insurance company.
The problem is this. When President Trump tried to bring in a new healthcare plan, they denied it because we want a lot of money for the military. They had to cut off the healthcare, and the military got approved. But here's the truth of the matter. The fact of the matter is that everything that Trump is doing, this is what pisses me off about the leftists, okay? I'm not calling you a leftist, by the way. I think you're probably a real Democrat, okay? Just so you know, I believe the Democrats today are fucking bullshit. They're not real Democrats.
Parties right now don't.
You're in between? You're in between? Okay. But the socialist part.
I'm way farther left than our Democrats. Like, I believe our Democrats.
Yeah, but the way you say you're socialist and the way you think, you're not a true socialist because you have capitalist ideas.
I believe in a stateless classless society, personally. I
don't
think
okay. I believe in borders and division.
Yeah, see, I don't.
Okay. So that's where we differ. But I do appreciate your brain because you're actually still thinking, I think, in some way independent, thought.
Yeah.
So you're judging this and that, and that's where I'm at. I just land on the right side. You land on the left. That's that.
Sure.
So, I have this positive outcome, or you can say idea, right? That I believe that millions of illegal immigrants are really affecting our economy instead of helping. You believe, I think, that they are actually helping. If you do taxes,
they're helping. I think they're being abused.
Okay, I'll take that.
They pay more than they take out, which
that's the opposite.
Is good for us.
Yeah, that's the opposite. So if so they were paying. So they say that illegal immigrants. I don't know how they know they're illegal immigrants. If they know, then they will all be deported, right? But they say that they call it undocumented now, I guess. So undocumented people pay. Yeah, they pay over $100 billion in taxes. About $100 billion in taxes is what they collect from undocumented. Now, tell me, if undocumented people are not allowed to work, how do they pay taxes, right? That in itself is fraud. It's fraud unless they have a TPS, right? So here's the thing. They pay $100 billion in taxes approximately.
Sure.
What do you think the average income is for these undocumented families?
Way too low.
Throw me a number.
I don't know, 10K?
Oh shit! Well,
50K,
man,
something like that.
let's give him up.
Something
Let's
low.
let's give him like 35,000. That's the average,
Maybe.
right?
That's
Okay.
the average in the U.S., but
All
I
right.
don't think they're making the average. You know,
Okay.
they're getting $2 an hour to work in the sun.
Well, hopefully not. That's what we want to avoid. We want to make sure that human rights are protected as well. Here's the thing: if you have a family of 4 making $35,000, I'm going to give you an example from Washington State. Okay.
Sure.
We paid on a $35,000 income, claiming zero, by the way, claiming zero. I've done this on my taxes before. I paid over $2,800 a year. That's nothing, bro. $2,800 in taxes. A family of 4, you get back $10,000, okay? You subtract that $2,800. That's how much taxes you got given back to you. Now, let's give an even number, right? $3,000 you paid, but you got $10,000, meaning that you got an extra $7,000 back, meaning that you didn't pay $3,000. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Somebody else gave you the double, right? $7,000. Okay, so if you imagine, right? I ask you the question first so that you can see how my brain works and the reality of how much money the undocumented pay. So if they pay $100 billion in taxes, right?
Oh, they don't get tax returns though.
Well, they do. That is the problem. If they didn't, fantastic. I think that they're helping. But you know what else they were doing besides that? And this is the craziest thing, and I can't believe that this happened, but it is in the system that you can claim foreign relatives, or what do you call that? The people that you're supporting. What do you call those? The name just left me.
Yeah, I can't think of it either.
Dependents. Okay, so you can have dependents in Mexico. Let's say, for example, if you're sending $100, right, every month to your family down in Mexico, and you got 6 nieces and nephews, right? You got 6 people, 6 dependents under you. You get the full credit rebate for each one of those kids, as long as you can prove that you've been sending money, within the 6 months of the year. Isn't that crazy? Think about it. 6 times $3,000. Well, let's say $2,000. That's a lot of money, bro. And that's not including. That's not including the money.
They tell me how much a damn plane costs for the military that we accidentally crashed.
Yeah, that's why we need them.
I get more annoyed at that.
Yeah, me too, bro. Listen, I will agree with this. This is one thing that I agree with some socialist Democrats, like the airhead AOC that I fucking hate, this Puerto Rican fake. She was arguing. I don't know if you saw this hearing, but she was arguing about a bag of ribbits.
Oh my God, this happens all the time. Okay, so
$10,000. I was like, wait, what?
So during COVID, as it was kicking off, I worked at a company that made airplane parts. Now, what I did is I worked on basically private jets for the richest of people. These jets I'll never be in unless I win the lottery or something. So great, I'm making things for billionaires. Sick, love it. But then COVID hits. All of those contracts dry up because no one's buying jets right now. People are saving money. Nobody knows what's happening. So what we do at my company of, I don't know, a few thousand people, we all just put it on the military ticket. Because that pocket is infinitely deep. Oh, hey, I didn't change my work. I didn't start working on military parts.
Right.
But every single dollar that I charged on my time card, that was charged to taxes, charged to the military.
Yeah.
I left this job for a lot of reasons. That was partially one of them. But there's so much waste. Yeah, we spend $10,000 on bag of rivets. We buy $5,000 coffee mugs.
10,000, bro. 10,000.
And then we spend $1 billion to send 1 million kids around.
Okay.
Just to go sailing. They just go around the world. They don't really do anything most of the time. And then occasionally we attack somebody.
Yeah.
And we can argue if we think it's justified or not. I generally don't think it's a great idea for us to deal with other countries before we deal with the home.
Yeah. But we're never gonna.
My neighbor house is on fire. I'm gonna put out my house first.
Yeah,
then I'll go help you with your
that is the mentality that I have. But we're never gonna be able to fix all those things if people continue to fight us on fixing those things. Here's the problem. You ready for this one? So the $30 million planes, right? Well, now they're because of inflation, those $30 million are probably now more like 50, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
How much do you think that they have to pay these pilots to fly?
Oh, they're making hundreds, like $200K a year.
You're cheap ass. You are cheap.
Air Force pilots make a 250.
250. Some make 500, depending on the level of the plane and the mission that they had to fly. Bro, they are fucking rich. No joke.
No, honestly,
So
in San Diego, we have a huge military population.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
Close to one of our Air Force bases. I can hear them flying around every day.
Yeah.
And I just think that's my tax dollars burning up. I don't know what it is per second, but every time one of those jets or those planes goes around, these guys go running past on their. They got a golf course across the street.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
They're playing golf. They're go out for their run. I'm sitting here at like my desk just doing bullshit.
Yeah.
And
Well,
there goes my tax dollars up with these guys, and these guys can,
well, they got to practice. Yeah. Of course, it's expensive to protect the country.
But it's worrisome to me to have this giant military when we're not, we're not at war. We want to be ready for it.
Yeah.
But we're spending so much money, and there's so many kids that go into it, and it's a bummer to me to see how many people I know that are like, I had to join the military to get college and get a paycheck out of stuff, and it's like that's.
Yeah.
People.
All right, brother. I gave you. God dang, you took the time for 20 callers. I gave you almost an hour, man.
I didn't want to yell at you. I'm curious as to why a lot of conservatives think the way they do. I don't get a lot of chance to talk to them.
Yeah, but you see the difference.
I don't agree on a lot of your solutions to things.
I understand, but you see the difference.
Just yelling.
You see the difference when I'm over here. Look, this is one thing that people don't understand when they come into my show, right? This is my show. This is my channel. I'm the one that's, paying the bills to do this, right? What they don't understand is, okay, so if I'm saying you're on my chat, okay, I know you're a socialist, okay,
sure,
but I really don't know that you're a socialist when you're on my chat. You know what I mean? So if I say this fucking leftards and the Democrats and the retard, and you're in here on my chat, I don't know that you are on that side until you cuss me out directly because of what I said. It's kind of like you're just telling on yourself. But you see how I didn't treat you like a libtard or a Democrat or, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have an animosity against you.
Judge people just because if a person wants to make things better and they don't want to just make themselves richer, I'll talk to them all day.
Yeah.
If they have an opinion and like, hey, this is how things will get better for most of us. If their opinion is how can I do the best for me? I don't want to talk to you because we don't live in a society together. You live in a you land. I live in an us land. Like, we have to work together because we're both going to be.
That's what we always say, man. We're listen. We can disagree, and okay, I'm okay with arguing, but every time that I bring up the immigration thing, right? And I tell people that it took me 35 years to become an American citizen. They ignore that part. They don't give a shit. And they jump into this whole defending illegal immigrants. And it's just like,
what I defend is people that try to come here legally and sort of have to do it illegally. Because you sit at the border for 9 hours and then you come across and you're like, okay, I did everything right, correct? And the guy's like, nah, you don't have this paper. And it's like, well, shit, man. I drove from Honduras. I didn't know that I needed document DS-95.
Oh, but we do. Trust me, we know.
And then they're like, okay, we're going to let you in and you come back in whatever time.
Do you know what the first checkpoint is?
What do you mean?
What is the first checkpoint for any migrant to go to another country? What is the first checkpoint?
At the border?
No.
Go to the border.
No, that's not even the first checkpoint. What is the first checkpoint? What is the first thing you got to do?
Physically?
Yeah, physically.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you see, it doesn't click on you because you're not a migrant.
You can show up at the border.
The first thing you got to do is sort of part of the due process. You have to find an American embassy, and you have to ask them for permission. If you ask them for permission, no, you still have to go to the embassy. No, you still have to go to the embassy. Yeah, so the asylum one that you're talking about, it only applies, like, for example, Mexicans, right? Mexicans, if they're seeking asylum, well, they're right next to us. So they can go to the border and apply, right, for asylum. But they got to prove that their life is in danger, right?
Yeah.
But if you come from Guatemala, you don't go to the United States. Your first country is Mexico, and that's where you stay. If they don't allow you to have asylum in Mexico, then you go down south to Honduras. If Honduras doesn't allow you asylum, then you can go down south to Salvador. If Salvador doesn't allow you, then you're shit out of luck. And you might as well look for another embassy so maybe you can fly to Europe.
Sure.
Yeah, those
It's
are
a
the
long-
steps
it's a
that
long
we have to
technical
take.
process.
Yeah, there's a
But
process for
my
it.
concern is that, you know, if we, my main issue with the immigration thing right now is that we're just using them as the end all be all. This will solve our problems.
Yeah, we shouldn't.
If we kick out a class of slave laborers, somehow things will be better for you and me. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think things
I think it's
might
wrong.
be better because then we don't have these people being abused, and then maybe we got more space, which is good. But also, I don't want to just kill them, ship them, send kids. I had a friend who, in the first Trump term, got deported back to Madagascar because she immigrated and was adopted in the U.S. by her parents, and then 15 years later, Trump changed something about our immigration policy with Madagascar or something over there, and she got deported. She's been to Madagascar like 5 times, left there when she was 3, doesn't speak the language, doesn't know anybody, and I take big issues with that. Like I don't see how that's helpful to people. And I see that a lot, sort of like, hey, let's just go round up a bunch of people who are at Home Depot. Okay, maybe let's wait for the people who are picking them up, and let's get those guys. Let's be angry at the people who are abusing these people, and change the outlook on it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues of just I don't think anyone should support masked cops running around grabbing people.
ICE agents, they should. You know why, right?
No, so if they want to protect themselves, but if they're
and their
if they're doing
families.
something that sure, yeah, and if you're doing something that your country hates so much that you're in danger doing it, maybe you should be like, okay, maybe I'm going to think about this, and let's revisit. Let's have some discussions. Let's slow down here. If there's enough people angry at the thing that the government is doing, the government should listen. Both sides. Like if I didn't like Biden pushing through the COVID vaccines, I thought, hey, you don't
Now
want
that
medicine,
was
you
it.
don't have
That
to take
was
medicine.
unconstitutional to take away all of our
Sure,
freedom rights.
yeah. I didn't agree
But
with that.
immigration law,
Yes.
law is not the fault of the enforcer, but the ones that break
No,
it. It doesn't matter
yeah,
the reason.
That's totally fine. I'm totally fine with, hey, you have done this illegally. We're going to punish you for your crimes. What I don't love is people sort of roaming the streets in mobs. I want it to be a little more clean of
But you know why they
hey,
do
we
that?
found this thing.
I think people are missing up why. Why do you think they have to do that?
Why do they have to have these large bands?
Yeah. Why do you think? I'm honestly asking because see, CNN doesn't, NBC and all these legacy media, they don't want to say why. They always give you the negative. But why do you think they go in and 20, 30 people going in for one guy? Why do you think that is?
Well, I mean, generally, you want to have more people than the person you're arresting.
No,
If you're going in to
no,
fight a guy, you
that's
don't want
not
to
it.
1v1.
No, that's not it. That's your honest answer. What else do you think can be? Why do you think is the reason? I'm not being mean to you or anything.
Sure.
I want you to
The
think.
question is, why do we need 40 guys to go get one guy?
Yeah.
Generally, because it's
Just
a
think about
safer
it.
thing to do. It's a safer way to get
No,
people.
that's not the reason.
No. Okay,
No.
then what do you think?
So one of the things that that happens is, and the federal government, you have to understand that the Constitution says, right, it's agreed by all states that that the federal government is going to go ahead and enforce all federal immigration laws. Okay, so when the federal government comes in to, let's say, for example, to a red state, they automatically go in to say, hey, sheriff, I need you to, if somebody commits a crime and you arrest them, of course you're going to book them, right? You get the fingerprints, you get the identification. Well, it turns out they're illegal. Now they don't have the jurisdiction to deport, but their job is to, remember, 48 hours, right? That's the maximum hold, I think it is. They call ICE. Yeah, they're supposed to call ICE, and then ICE comes in, and then they process them and get them deported. The problem with it is, in blue states is where you see all these people protesting, they're not giving the criminals to ICE agents. They just let them out loose on the street. And so because of all these crowds that form, especially in blue cities, right, in states, they have to have more agents for their safety and the safety of the people that they're actually deporting. If you look into a lot of videos, you'll notice how many people ICE agents have actually deported people. There's nobody protesting, nobody's getting slammed on the ground unless they're running, right? We know this. You start fighting, then you're gonna get slammed on the ground. But for the most part, when there's no crowds, nobody's protesting, the guys, they know they're illegal. They know they're gonna get deported. They automatically just here's my hands, handcuff me, and there's not a problem. But because people they think that deporting people is such an inhumane thing, they go out there and protest. But they don't just protest. They impede, they block, they throw items and assault the federal agents. They think ICE is just a joke. No, it's not a joke. They're federal agents. Respect the law. And then this is how we have 2 deaths.
There's a level of we have to stand up for what we believe. And if we personally believe that these agents are not just like, if you want to go and get criminals, I don't think there's many people who are like, oh yeah, like don't go prosecute dangerous criminals.
I wish that was true.
If your criminality is just like, hey, you crossed the border illegally and then presented yourself to a border agent to be like, hey, I jumped over the border, I need asylum, maybe I'm going to skip out on my case. But they're doing things illegally and not illegally, trying to be at least part of the society. They come in here and they're hurting people, selling drugs, doing other illegal activity. I'm fine. Let's talk together. Let's get that out of here. But the issues, I had a friend who got taken by ICE. She came here as a student from Norway, I think, and is married an American citizen, and was at a
wait. She was married to an American citizen.
Yep.
And was she here illegally?
No.
She had what did she have? She a green card?
She's still on a green card. I think she's still on a green
She
card.
cannot be in this country for more than 3 months if she doesn't have a green card. Maybe 6 months.
I didn't know exactly what her documentation was. I knew she wasn't here illegally. I don't remember if she had. I don't think she's gotten her citizenship. She's on her way to do that legally. And they're at the process to do that. She's working on it, and they've been doing this for years. Like she got married a couple years ago, and they've been working on this process. They go to one of these things. They're in their meeting talking like, okay, so yeah, this is our documents. You know, we're married. We're still married. Like, what's our deal on this? Like, this is my status, whatever. And halfway through the meeting, ICE agents or DHS agents come in. They take her away.
Yeah.
Throw her in a detention center for, I think she was in there for a week, 7-8 days.
Yeah.
And to me, that seems just, for one, pointless, because you're going after somebody who's trying to do everything they can to be legal. If people are showing up there, I have a huge thing against picking up people.
Now let me
who are
ask you a
showing up for their
question.
Immigration appointments. If you've missed an appointment because I don't know, you get hit by a car or you couldn't get there because of traffic, and then you go to the next one and they're like, "Aha, you've missed your appointment. We're gonna send you to a jail and deport you." Those things to me, they seem cruel and unusual.
So here's a mystery question.
People are trying to be good.
Yeah, here's a mystery question. Now you guys over there in the chat, don't get mad, don't get jealous. I finally get to talk to somebody on the other side that has sense. Let me ask a mystery question. You ready for this?
Yeah.
How did they find out that she was married to an American but didn't have papers?
This part makes me mad at my friend. He had not been paying his taxes well. And somehow, I don't know.
There you
I don't
go,
know
bro.
what it is. This guy's guy's kind of a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He did something on his taxes, and I think they were like, oh, because he's committing a crime
Yeah.
and they're married, she's committing that crime.
Yeah.
Now she's a tax evader. Now we can get her, deport her.
That's right.
And to me, that's just awful.
Yeah, but that's the way it works, my friend.
And it's just, no, but she didn't do anything wrong.
It doesn't matter. She's the wife.
But it's not.
That's how it works in
I don't know the
marriage.
state of their. I don't know if they file jointly. You know, you don't necessarily have to.
If he didn't put her on the taxes, I'm sure he has to be the head of the household.
They didn't take him.
No, he's a citizen. He just gets penalized.
No, but he's arrest him or something. Charge him or something.
Hey, be honest. Did you have a crush on her?
No,
it sounds like you want the husband in jail so that you can go surf with the girl.
She's not a great person, but the husband's a piece of shit.
Oh man, I'm just joking,
but
bro.
there's things like that I can't support. I don't love going to Home Depot and picking up people. And it's
well, they're there because they're illegal, right?
Personally,
Most likely.
I don't see the benefit. You know, like realistically, what I want is to help more people. And if people want to come here, that's a good sign. You know, if people want to come here so bad that they're willing to do it illegally, also kind of a good sign because it means at least we're good enough for people to want to come here.
Final question, and you got to go because you got an hour. I can't believe I let you go this long. See, this is what happens when I like people. When I don't like you, I cuss you out and hang up on you. When I like you, you get all my time and my love. Let me ask you a question. Before I ask you the question, I'm going to give you the reason why we have a vetting system. Oh, there goes that gas. Say goodbye to all those taxes.
$200 right now.
A couple thousand, bro.
Probably thousands.
All right, here. The reason why we have a vetting immigration system is because we want to make sure that criminals don't come in here. We want to make sure that people that come into this country are going to give to the country, not take. With that being said, you heard of that one black girl. What's her name? The singer that just paid $5 million to become a resident.
I don't know.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
I assume it's happened.
And by the way, their fucking singing is fucking horrible. I hate this singer. But, yeah, whatever. She paid $5,000. And then supposedly, I guess her boyfriend or something was some sort of a criminal, been to jail or for whatever reason. I don't care. But here's the thing. Do you think that is wrong for her to pay $5 million and instantly get a green card?
Yes.
If she's vetted and she's good to be here, why?
I don't love. First, I don't love a fast pass. If
Okay, wait. Before you go anywhere else.
Do you like that there's a rich man lane?
Yeah, sure. That's what you want in this country. Listen, so with that being said, I'm going to give you on the opposite side of that corner. When you support illegal immigration, okay? You're not
support illegal immigration.
No. I said you as like people, you know, like when people support illegal immigration, especially the mass legal immigration that just happened a couple of years ago, right? The last administration. It doesn't just hurt the American people. It hurts all this actual legitimate TPS holders, DACA document holders, which is they have behaved. There will be no problem. A lot of them commit crimes. They become thieves and they got felonies, and that's why they get in trouble, right?
Lots of people commit crimes.
But there is a lot of people that have been waiting for years. I mean, I waited 3.5 decades. I'm an example, right? But these people waited decades to become American citizens. Just a resident. They wait decades to become a resident. And because of having all this massive illegal immigration coming in here, all of these people get put in the back of the bus. And what happens is that we don't have enough court systems. I think they just open I don't know how many.
Judges,
right? They open new judges.
Large problem.
Yeah, and so instead of, saying, okay, we're going to go ahead and give you asylum, just do it. What the fuck is the problem? You already vetted them, so give them the papers, right? Stop bullshitting. But instead what they do is they tell them, come back on this date. Yep. And by the time that they come back to that date, their asylum thing is expired, bro. They've been here for over 6 months to a year, or sometimes
it's
two.
It's an awful system.
So it's
agree that they want to fix it.
Exactly.
I won't forgive Trump for tanking the last bill that was going to give more judges. It didn't do enough for some people. Like they wanted more deportations, but I think getting a lot more judges from Biden's border bill would have been nice. Maybe it doesn't limit enough immigrant crossing for a lot of people. They didn't agree with some of these other things. But yeah, we need to adjust the asylum process, adjust who's there, talk to actual people, and try to make sure we're getting things done correctly at the border. I don't support illegal immigration. I don't want that.
Good job.
But what I do not also support is just rounding up poor people and blaming all of our problems on them. I tend if I'm at a table and there's 100 cookies, one guy has 98 cookies, I have a cookie and a half, and then someone has half a cookie. I'm not going to be mad at the guy who's half a cookie because the guy with 99 tells me that.
Now, what if
I'm going to look up and be like, hey, you're the one with all the stuff.
What if that half cookie is raping your kids? That's the difference, bro.
I don't know if we want to compare billionaires.
That's
kids. I think that's a bad.
So that's how I see it.
Statistic.
Watch, I'll let you go with this. Okay, now that's the way I see it. We've had hundreds of thousands of gangbangers and criminals that come in here with these millions of people that they say they're nice, but they hate this country. That's what pisses me off even worse. They hate this country. Now, if you're going to hit the Epstein files and all these other stuff, I agree. They should be punished and all this stuff. They have had these files in their hands for fucking decades almost now. And we have a lot of live children today being exploited. I mean, you can look it up. There's a child pornography all over the place, and then these criminals are out there around, and we're focusing so much on this fucking Epstein files, which this billionaire should be rotting in jail, but let's protect the ones that are still going through that struggle, going through all that pain.
I want to give you one more thing before I have to go too.
Go ahead, finish up.
Have you ever watched Channel 5 on YouTube? The guy who goes around and talks to people.
No, probably not. Maybe.
Okay, if you want to give him a look up Channel 5 on YouTube. Interesting guy, goes and talks to people. One of the
my favorite ones is recently we went and talked to a bunch of ICE agents. And a lot of them are a little upset, mostly because a lot of the cases that they were working were these child trafficking things.
Yeah.
Going and finding these worst of the worst people. And since Trump has gotten office, there's been a lot more of just quantity quotas. Hey, we need you to get 1,000 people. Drop the search on these kids that you're almost finding, or this ring of gangsters that like, we just need people. We need these numbers because that makes us
we need
look
massive
good.
illegal immigrant deportation. I mean, illegal immigrant deportation. We asked for this.
I think we want to go for the dangerous people.
No,
first,
we want everybody,
let's address
brother.
the asylum
We want
situation.
everybody out. That's the thing. We voted for this. We want everybody out. There's no exception. Everybody. If illegal immigrants happen to find a way to stay here and they get papers, fantastic. But we want everybody out, and they can apply again and come back the right way. They can always come back.
I think it's fine to have. But my main concern is making sure we have due process, because I don't want there to be any sort of like a lot of people are like, oh yeah, we should have the death penalty for these things, and it's like, okay, let's be careful.
Now, where does due process start?
Because judges, any embassies, wherever you want to start it, we got to make.
No. It doesn't start with the judge. It doesn't start at the border.
I want to be careful about like, hey, we're taking away birthright citizenship. We're taking away this type of like it's. These things I don't want to.
Oh, that's another can.
Slope, but like
that's another can.
Be scary, and I always want to like err on the side of like, hey, let's be careful, because we make all these changes, and then maybe in 4 years we have a socialist president, and then you guys are terrified because now we have these other laws that we don't have to follow, and it's too much too fast maybe going these ways. And if we can keep things a little more like, let's focus on the people trafficking children, let's focus on people doing violent crime, let's get all of them. And then let's go to people who are lying about asylum. Let's sort of work our way down this like hierarchy of being bad, as opposed to let's get as many people as we can so that people think, hey, big number equals good.
All right, brother.
Let's have a lot
That's
of these
good
bad
enough.
people. We can do that. But I'm happy that you are reasonable. I don't agree with a lot of your solutions, but I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, man. You too, brother. Pleasure.
Don't always shit on leftists and socialists.
Just tell them not to answer.
Ideas.
Just tell them to stay quiet. That way we don't know who they are.
No, you need my ideas, and sometimes I need yours.
I
sometimes
appreciate
we
you,
need
man.
to work together.
Yeah, been real. Peace. We will never truly agree on everything. I get it. But we don't have to be violent. The guy was respectful. What can I say? Why am I not going to cuss him out? We use a couple of cuss words in there. That's just a social talk. I love it. I gave him an hour and 15 minutes. That's a long time. I don't normally do that. You guys know this. Now, you guys are my witness. That I try to be reasonable. There's a reason why I talk the way I talk. It's a different mentality that when I talk to Americans that are born here or that are migrants that are illegal, they will normally be kind of on the same note, at least, like a 40-60 type of issue. But it's all about you can't just see one thing and judge that. I go around and look at every other aspect of what I'm arguing about. And hey, get the shit off my chat, Kenny. Get the fuck out of here with that. This month of June is my birthday month and Veterans Month. Get that gay ass shit out of here. Fucking retards. Oh, see, there you go, brother. These are the people that I'm talking about. We love the gays, but not their damn sin, nor their propaganda. All right. I hope that's clear. All right, guys, let me go ahead and get into, oh my gosh, man, I spent so much time with this guy. The show is over. No, it isn't. It's not over until the fat lady sings, and I want to play some waters.
The Justice Department.
Wait a minute, sweetheart. Not you. You know what? Why don't we start with her? This is McEnany says that this could be a $1 trillion epidemic. Let's go ahead and get into that, because a lot of people from California.
Trash.
Now, not trash. Not the guy that I talked to. That was a fantastic guy. I love that guy. I wish that all socialist people were like him, honestly. We can always talk and all these other stuff, okay? Bye, Pepsi. Oh, you just fucked up, bro. You were doing, I was letting you go, bro. I was letting you go. Thank you, Andrew. God bless you, my Canadian, hey? All right. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this. This is a 7-minute clip. I think I can probably squeeze all of this in here. Shout out and credit to Fox News. These people are fantastic. I love it. I love it that they are actually giving the news the way they are. Yeah, they give you your little opinion a little bit, but you can always make your own mind as well. Bye, Aztec. Thanks for stopping by, you little pussy. Go take your mangina with you and shove it up your ass. Everybody else, thank you so much for being here. Real Americans love Dennis because he's real Honduran and loves this country. Have a 24-hour break, you piece of shit user. With that being said, let's go ahead and listen to the news from Fox. Oh, this will give me so much more time to bloop, 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 and kick more libtards off my chat. Here we go.
Has indicted 10 additional suspected fraudsters as part of the nation's largest combined healthcare fraud crackdown in history. Fox cameras were on it last night in Los Angeles when the FBI arrested defendants at the center of a $27 million Medicare scheme that took advantage of hospice patients. Prosecutors say one of the conspirators sold personal information of living and deceased patients to the owner of hospice facilities that he used to file fake claims for medical care. Gross. And the amount of theft is staggering. The Justice Department says $6.5 billion in healthcare fraud have been uncovered so far, involving more than 455 suspects across 45 states.
Now, we always tell the people that there's a lot of fraud going on in Minnesota. Well, they try to beat up our boy Nick Shirley. We told them that there was fraud here in Washington State. You know what they did? They passed a bill that we can't get investigated. We can't look into fraud. Well, they did the same thing in California, but things are coming out to light anyway. And all of those people who called us liars, that kept telling us that we were saying lies this and lies that, well, they're going to jail. And there's nothing that they can do about changing the facts. The facts are they are caught red-handed. Look at this. Beautiful numbers right here. What does that say? Look at that. Historic crackdown on healthcare fraud. A lot of leftists on California tell me, no, Dennis, that's not happening. $6.5 billion cracked on alleged false medical claims. Well. 455 suspects charged in alleged healthcare fraud schemes. Span cases 56 federal districts and 45 states and territories. No, but it's all bullshit. Yeah, we're just going to ignore that. $182 million in cash, cars, jewelry, and other assets. Imagine these fraudsters being protected and being defended by your corrupted politicians who are pretending to be Democrats. They're not real Democrats. As a matter of fact, my last caller, I consider him a brother, an American brother, because even though he is a socialist, he claims to be a socialist. He doesn't want borders. I get it. I'm on the other side of that. There's always two sides to a story, so to speak. But the fact is that I stand for the American people, and I know immigration better than any American that is born in this country. I know immigration better than any criminal that defends illegal immigration. I know a lot more about immigration than emotional people that they think that they're doing the right thing by allowing millions of illegal immigrants in here, not caring about the 800, 1,000, 2,000 criminals that are being sneaked through. They're not respecting our federal laws. When people do that, I mean, you're lucky you don't go to jail for protesting the federal law. If it was up to me, you ass would be in jail for interfering with ICE. With that being said, let them say the news.
Territories. Law enforcement has seized more than $182 million in cash, cars, and other luxury assets. Look, we've seen this week with the rollout of Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche and the big numbers of what they're making happen. But every day now, they have said, from that day as yesterday, expect more.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars. I mean, on the Medicare side.
Why do you continue to insult Trump or us and continue to fucking ignore the truth right in front of your face? You see why I call you retards? You see why I call you libtards? Because you're fucking morons. The information is given to you. Make a decision. Make a choice. But get your head out of your ass. You got to get rid of this TDS bullshit. For Pete's sakes, use your common sense. Try to learn how to get some critical thinking in that little peasy brain of yours. Stop fucking insulting people and just listen. Learn the truth. And once you learn the truth, then go ahead and start insulting people. But until then, shut the fuck up and pay attention. I'm doing this for your own good. You understand? It's like, you're almost not worth me telling you the truth. It's like I'm almost, it's not worth it to come in here and try to help you. Your head is so far up your arse that you can't make sense of anything. Pathetic.
It's tens of billions, and when you consider all of healthcare.
Ski skirt. Donald, thank you, brother. Just look at all these loser libtards. I love your honesty and integrity, bro. Stay strong. Power to the people. Power, people. Whoop, there it is. All right, don't worry. I'm going to get rid of these libtards as they comment. Here we go.
You're spending, it's probably in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and you hope that AI, this is one of those things you kind of hope technology can help solve at some level, that AI can catch these anomalies, can create a situation where the prosecutors have an easier way to prove the crime. Because we know that these fraudsters are quite sophisticated, and it's really sad to see these people driving these expensive cars, wearing all this luxury stuff at the expense of the most vulnerable people in our community. It's really sad.
Vulnerable, Emily, and some of them deceased. Like, imagine that family if they ever knew they were on the list of the fraudster.
Look, having a mother who passed away in hospice, this makes me sick to my stomach. I don't have enough words to, frankly, capture the rage that I feel and the despondence I'm sure those families feel. So I hope that the Justice Department uses correct marketing and messaging to let the rest of the country understand. Sometimes when you see numbers that are this big, I do it myself, you sort of like become desensitized. It's hard to grasp the amounts. I want every American to understand the theft was from them. The theft was from their family. And it's hard sometimes to picture it because once your dollar's gone out of your paycheck, it's sort of the government, right? That's the argument too of the socialists, right? It's someone else's money. It's not, it's ours. So I really want this to be wielded to an appropriate marketing messaging that A, scores up votes for the GOP, but also B, says this is what the DOJ is doing for you. This is what the fraud task force, the vice president is doing for you, because a lot of Americans were defrauded out of these billions for years without knowing it. And the audacity of these fraudsters to put it on their social media and celebrate it, it's because they knew there was no accountability. So now we have a new sheriff in town, but it stops here, and I want everyone to understand exactly how important this is. I think we're going to have an uphill battle, frankly, with the marketing and the media. Mainstream media on the left will never celebrate this, right? So it's up to us to spread that word.
Yeah, I want to get this in. Federal efforts to fight fraud, too much. 21% not enough. 60% it's about right. Or excuse me, 60% not enough, and 17% this is about right. Wow, so most people feel like we need to be doing more. Rachel, your thoughts?
Who are those 17%?
I don't know.
21%, I don't know who those people are. You talked about the luxury cars that they confiscated, Mayor, but there's a lot of this money is going overseas. We saw that in Minneapolis. I mean, almost the amount of their GDP was going through the Minneapolis airport in suitcases, in cash, and then given to people who, we don't know, maybe even terrorist groups.
Did the TSA miss that? Because you're not allowed to have more than $9,999 in cash when you leave any country.
The TSA is run by the Somali community, if you've ever been through the Minneapolis airport. So there's that. So that has to be another investigation, if you ask me. Think about how many people died because this money didn't go to somebody who actually needed it. And I agree, the marketing has to be right. It's your money, but also the sentences need to be stiff. I think everybody who stole this money should have a life sentence, nothing less. unless we crack down on this as hard as we can. I don't believe in the death penalty, so I say life. Give them life in prison, and the next person might think twice before they defraud the American people.
Yeah, you could be looking at a $1 trillion fraud epidemic.
Wow. Yep.
I asked the Vice President of the United States, who's leading the fraud task force, that could it be $1 trillion, and he did not dismiss that possibility, J.D. Vance. You're exactly right, Mayor Suarez, when you say we could be looking at $100 billion or more in healthcare fraud alone. You're exactly right. Chris Rufo actually looked at this at the City Journal and looked at Medi-Cal in California, and what he found was using state estimates, applying a 15% fraud rate going back to 2019. He found that Medi-Cal in California alone might have squandered $146 billion to fraud. That is over several years, but that is one program in one state, happens to be the largest state. So what do you do to address this? Can't be whack-a-mole fraudster here, whack-a-mole fraudster there. Two things. Has to be a system-wide solution, and we saw that. Colin McDonald yesterday during your show, Harris, laid out how they're using technology, using AI. They saw the number of payments to allografts spike over a 3-year period. The algorithm said, look at allografts, and they went and found all of these fraudsters and addressed it. So system-wide addressing. Number 2, prosecute state employees. I talked to Joni Ernst over the weekend about this. Several state employees have been prosecuted. They're engaging in this fraud. We heard this in Minneapolis when they did a big press conference, because there are federal government employees. We covered one this weekend who was soliciting people on social media. She worked at the IRS and at the SBA to engage in the fraud alongside her, and she was a federal government employee. So talk about 2 double dips of your money. She's getting your paycheck, your money, your taxpayer dollars, and then stealing them beyond that. So there are great federal employees. Most of them are great, but we have to look at those who are engaging in this.
And I do think that the spotlight on, the Medicare and the Medicaid and all of healthcare is so important, because poll after poll has shown that Americans list that as their most worrisome expense.
Sure.
Like they can't live without it, but they also sometimes can't pay it. So hitting the fraud there, I think, is really a target.
May I say too, I don't want to inflame and start adding too much stuff in, but because of the Family First Prevention Act, I think I'm butchering the name of it, about foster kids, there's a whole sort of tension between the overheads that include Medicare and then what we pay for foster kids. So my point is, this type of fraud that affects Medicare and Medi-Cal and everything is actually greatly impeding the foster care system too. So if there's anything you care about in this world, someone is touched by it with this amount, and the sentences should.
You're stealing from foster kids, is what you're saying.
Yes.
The vulnerable.
Yes.
You should put it early.
Exactly. Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my co-host Harris Faulkner.
That's enough out of you guys. Now, you guys don't pay attention, man. You guys are so busy trying to insult that you just don't pay attention. You got to pay attention. At least watch it, and then you can go ahead and judge it. Somebody just reading you out a report of an investigation of people being arrested, that's a report. But people from CNN, the MSNBC and all this other bull crap, they don't give you reports. They just give you bullshit about how much they hate Trump. I wish they would stop. I wish they would say, okay, we got 15 people arrested in Minnesota because of fraud. Billions of dollars arrested. They just brought somebody from abroad that was over $1 billion in fraud. Now he's under custody. Those are things that, hey, Fox has been reporting. I watch CNN. They fucking suck. They got nothing good. Sometimes they do. When Scott Jennings is on it. Man, you guys are losers. If you get all your news from CNN, man, you gotta go watch Fox at some point. Okay? Here is Waters. He's sort of like a 50% comedian guy. Here we go.
Hakeem claims he's still behind the wheel of the pirate ship.
I'm going to continue to stand behind every single Democratic incumbent, while, of course, continuing to focus on what we...
Look at Alabama. Somebody was making fun of the hand gestures from Trump. Look at Alabama. What does he do with his hands?
We actually need to do for this country, which is to take back control of the House of Representatives.
Hakeem's going to try to hide these crazy communists until November.
Fraud is fraud.
Mondani, he's got a whole different strategy.
I think we can see from each of these candidates that they have exactly what it takes to succeed. And we've heard from Republicans time and again that they're going to try and make these candidates the face of the Democratic Party. To them, I say that we are ready for that.
Before he continues, let me just tell you right off the top that the people that this communist, he's not a socialist, he's a communist. He already talked about taking away apartment complexes from private owners. He already talked about taking grocery stores from private owners. That's communism. He supports candidates who want illegal immigrants, who don't want to protect American citizens. Do you understand? Can you see at least a little bit of how bad that looks? Okay, let's say that I am on your boat, on your wagon. Okay, let's defend illegal immigrants. Let's say for some reason I went crazy, and I support defending illegal immigrants. Never would I ever accept or concede that illegal immigrants are before American citizens. Never. I will never say that taking care of my children is less important than adopting somebody else's child. No. My children come first. When I adopt that child, that's my child. And then he will also, or she will also come first. Until then, I have my responsibility. And the responsibility of this government is the American citizens. With that being said, I don't understand why Democrats want to go so far left. And they go right into their ass and their head comes right back out of their mouth. That's crazy. I don't understand. What's the dumbass Democrat senator that just got kicked? The guy with the Jew that went to the coffee shop and, whatever. Idiots. See, these Democrats, they think that they're going to stay in power, but they don't know what they're doing. They're like the guy, they're like the person that hires a hitman, right? And they hire these gangbangers to come into the city, into the town, and do all these crimes. And then those gangbangers, these corrupted criminals, get so big that they turn on them. See, they think they can control crime until they can't. They allowed a communist Democrat. Bullshit. He's just a Muslim. He's just a terrorist Muslim who's trying to bring Sharia law to New York. Let's be honest. They allowed the same people that we said would never be in office in 2001, 9/11. New York forgot. The terrorist, mission accomplished. 25 years have gone from September 11, 2001. 25 years. Every single Muslim child that was born in this country, that was brought in from abroad, are citizens voting in the elections, and they don't care about American citizens. Shame on me. Why? They are invading us. That's right, Kaloa. What do you mean, Chris? Shame on what? Oh, you're going to make me go look for one of my short videos. Yeah, people forget. Let me go look for one of my short videos here, and I'm going to have Mondani tell you himself. That's right. I'm going to have Mondani tell you himself. Don't make me go look for my videos. Come on, brother. What are you at? He does not give a shit about American citizens. Here we go. Here we go. Found it. Found it. Here we go.
New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants. And as of tonight, led by an immigrant, New York will remain.
Anybody here American citizens? Because legal immigrants like myself, who are now American citizens, who now have the right to vote, who now have all the legal rights given to me by the Constitution of the United States of America, well, he didn't mention me. He didn't mention me. John Kroger, get your head out of your fucking ass. Your dumbass knows that these socialist Democrats believe that nobody is illegal on stolen land. So shut the hell up. Come back tomorrow.
A city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants.
Now, this whole thing about built by immigrants. Yeah. About that. When you hire 200 illegal immigrants or migrants, who's building? The people getting paid for labor? Or the people paying for that labor? Who is really using who? This passport, right here, it has my citizenship status. It has all my information. This allows me to travel. Do you think that I got this for free? No. I pay $130. So you see, without me paying $130, this doesn't mean shit. And it never comes in my hand. So my money builds your town. Settlers and migrants are a whole different breed. You understand? You're a migrant and you fucking come here for money. You don't come here to make America great. You don't come here to make skyscrapers and make America bright. You don't. Migrants come here to make money. It's the truth. Who's the idiot now? You morons who believe that migrants are the ones that build this country. Ask the Native Americans. How much did they build of this great civilization? They didn't build shit. Thousands of years. What did they build? Teepees. Tents. Thousands of years. Tents. They managed to make a bow and a spear. Thousands of years. Since the settlers came in here, I don't give a shit, Dagard. You're just fucking mad because I'm right. Native Americans didn't build shit in this country. Migrants didn't build shit in this country. Settlers did. Yeah, in the scheme of all, we're all migrants. We're all migrants. But the facts is the facts. There is migrants that come here to settle, to make businesses, to build cities, to build empires. Migrants that come for the money of their labor, they are not building shit. They are a tool that costs money. That's all we are. Unless you are the boss, the owner of a company that builds a product, you are just getting paid. I think maybe the mentality that I have is weird, and you don't understand that. But migrants don't come here to build and make America better. Migrants come here to make money. Of course, everybody wants to make money. If I need to nail a wall, what do I got to do? Anybody. What do I got to do? Well, I'm not going to grab an immigrant and tell him to go ahead and punch this nail in. No, I'm going to pay for a hammer. Who put the nail in the wall? The hammer or me? Go ahead, libtards. Answer that in the chat. Put it on the chat. Who nails the hammer? I mean, who nails the walls? The hammer or the laborer? I'm trying to go very basic. I'm trying to go very basic. Come on, tell me. Let's go more violent. Let's go more violent. Guns. Who shoots people? The gun or the people? Well, I can tell you that my gun hasn't shot anybody. My gun has shot nobody. I got to go very basic so that your libtard mind can understand the kind. I know in your third world shithole country, you may not understand my English, but it's okay. Try to use Google Translate. The answer is very simple. The hammer doesn't put the nail on the wall. I do. But I pay for the hammer. So I want to build a house. I'm an architect. I, the architect, builds the house. Oh, no. I did the framing, and I did the taping, and the wall drying, and shut the hell up. You got paid for labor, for a skill, for a task. You ain't building shit. God doesn't have a color. Thanks for asking. It's crazy, ain't it? Crazy. So what does the laborer do? They go and buy tools. And when they use their tools, who gets credit for the work? The laborer that bought the tools or the tools that got the job done? Oh, man. You know, knowledge is power, ain't it? Knowledge is power, my friends. I can't believe that I had to go so basic. And these retards still don't get it. So what have we learned today? That illegal immigrants and migrants do not build shit. It is the boss. It is the people with the money that build things. Settlers had the dream, the vision, the plan, the money. Other migrants were just migrants, looking for some work, looking for a way to make money. And doggone it, even on the Dennis Herrera show, the MAGA crew still continues to win. And you know what I love the most about today? That after so many days of putting up with these retards on the left, talking about gas prices, blah, 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 unaffordability. You know, these retards, they talk about unaffordability, and they talk about housing shortages, but they don't care about illegal immigrants, about 22 million illegal immigrants in this country right now. They complain about traffic and freeways. Oh, my God, California is crazy. Yeah, bitch, most of the illegal immigrants are in California. Washington State, because it's a sanctuary city, a lot of illegal immigrants have come this way now. Guess what happened to traffic? Yeah. Guess what happened to affordability for housing? Yeah. We're fucked. We're screwed. But we're only screwed until I run for governor in 2028. I hope that I can hang in there for another 2 years waiting. But you will see true change happen in Washington State, and I will make sure that I encourage smart people. That's right. Oh, no. I'm assalamu alaikum, you Muslim bastard. I'm a migrant that is going to build something for you. I want to take care of this problem. This budget issue, I'm going to fix it. We're going to get rid of a lot of socialist, wasteful money, and we're going to concentrate on the social programs that actually work, the ones that actually bring people prosperity. Asylums are coming back. Bigger jails are coming to Washington State. There will be no more sanctuary city. If you are illegal in this state, your ass better get the stepping. We will cooperate with federal government, and we are going to allow them to take all the illegal immigrants out of our state. And I am going to talk to big corporations to please come back to Washington State. There's no state tax. And if they put one, we'll remove it. We want them to be prosperous here in Washington State. I want two things from them. We're going to do some deregulations. Some deregulations got to happen. Some regulations got to stay on to promote safety and a safe environment. Not just for people to work in, but an environment, it's an outside environment. We're going to give them tax cuts. And what I want in return, I want better wages for the new jobs that will be made here. We are going to cut all the waste and abuse. Every single politician will be audited. There's going to be some repercussions for people that have been doing fraud, scams, or illegal things here in this country. Fuck you, demonic wolf. Traitor to who? You're a bitch. I don't serve bitches. Now get the hell out of my channel. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I take pleasure on that. What can I tell you? You know who the Antichrist is? You're not going to believe me. But first of all, an Antichrist is anybody that is Antichrist. Anybody that is against Christ is an Antichrist, you morons. Stop watching so many damn Hollywood movies. But truly, one of the most major Antichrists that you will meet in your life are actually, this is going to be really hard for me to say. It's the Pope. Yeah, it's the Pope. The Pope is the biggest Antichrist you will ever meet. There's an immigrant
New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants.
So these immigrants will never become American citizens. Do you get that? Do you hear that? New York, listen, if you are an immigrant, if you're a tourist, you're an immigrant. If you're a temporary visitor, you're an immigrant. Just so you know, you fucktards. New York will remain a city of immigrants. I don't think you understand what that means. Maybe you got the Somali IQ. I don't think you understand what that means. You don't remain an immigrant. You become an American citizen. But that's not what Mandani says. Here.
New York will remain a city of immigrants.
Only retards love Mandani.
A city built by immigrants.
They were not built by immigrants.
Powered by immigrants.
Powered by immigrants. I wonder how that's going to go.
And as of tonight, led by an immigrant.
Okay, if you just got to my channel, you missed the main explanation about immigrants. Go back about 5 minutes. I explained the difference between migrants, settlers, and builders. Okay? Immigrants come in here for a labor. They come here to make money. They don't make buildings and cities. They make money. The architects, the builders, the settlers, they are the ones that create the city. Like Trump's father, Fred Trump. He is a settler. He is a builder. He created apartment complexes, hotels, buildings, skyscrapers. Those are the immigrants who are settlers. But everybody else that just came here for a labor, you're just a simple immigrant. You are not a builder. You know what? Your brain is just so small. I don't think you'll ever understand. what that is. But anywho, I had a lot of fun. With crazy old Mandani, you say, eh? Crazy old Mandani. Like I said, only retards love Mandani. And these people keep putting on here, I love Mandani. Oh, man. Don't worry, guys. Listen, when New York goes down the shithole, I'm going to be so happy to tell you I told you so. And I'm going to laugh about your dumbass voting for them communists. And, Manny, get the fuck out of my channel with that bullshit. You're not welcome on my channel. Anywho, you guys better walk on eggshells before you get the boot. Go ahead, Mr. Waters. Say what you got to say. Say it.
Today's Democratic Party is about overthrowing Trump. Tomorrow's party is about overthrowing America. Once communists get a foothold in the party, it's over. The base is going to grab that hammer and sickle and attack anyone and everyone in their path. There's no negotiating with communism. They're here to destroy Western civilization. You heard them. They declared war. You can either fight or surrender. Spartacus already caved.
One of the things that makes the Democratic Party great is it's a big tent party. We need to stay that way. The focus has got to be the November elections.
No, listen to what they're saying. This is coming from their own mouth. Shut the hell up and listen. This is why I insult you all the time. Because you're fucking retards. And that's by choice, not by accident. Don't get mad at me for telling you the truth. I'm treating you the way you want to be treated. Apparently being nice and not cussing you out doesn't help. So I gotta cuss you out. Because that's what you're used to hearing from the people that don't love you. But when you change your mind, you come back and I'll give you some love. Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Difference, unfortunately.
The Democratic establishment doesn't have the stones to put down the revolution. They're already weak and they're about to get rolled. Van Jones says book it.
The roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight. It's the power center for the establishment and the insurgency, and they're going head-to-head tonight. And right now, this is no longer a movement. This is a movement and a machine at the same time.
Now, I know we're watching Fox News, but don't be retarded. That is CNN. That is CNN saying what they're saying. That is the Democrats saying what the Democrats are saying. So don't get mad at me because I like Fox. If Fox lied about something, I'll call them out. But hey, so far they think the way that I think. The fools lean to the left. That's just something that we don't do.
There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, it is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
One man and one man only is going to defend the wall. A hero with a hoodie.
This has just become, really, it's just been the dancing days of the dirtbag left. With some of these candidates are outrageous. You have candidates, they abolish ICE.
Fake Latin? What the fuck? Yeah, I'm definitely not AI. I'm real. I'm a real Latin. You fucking dumbass. These people are so retarded, bro.
Abolish the police, abolish the border, and she even said F Kamala Harris and more of these outrageous kinds of things.
Now, this is your beautiful Democrats in New York. You heard all the things that they called Obama and Biden and Kamala Harris. Yeah, Fetterman's an idiot too. Shut the fuck up. You are the idiot. Just because he is fighting for the American people doesn't make him an idiot. You're the retard. All these fucking leftists should be put in an asylum, I swear. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, Father. I don't swear. I apologize about that. I want you to pay attention, man. These people don't listen.
One man and one man only is going to defend the wall. A hero with a hoodie.
This has just become, really, it's just been the dancing days of the dirtbag left. With some of these candidates are outrageous. You have candidates, they abolish ICE, abolish the police, abolish the border, and she even said F Kamala Harris and more of these outrageous kinds of things.
So how'd this happen? 70% of New York City, non-white. 50% don't even speak English at home. And 40% were born in another country. Democrats invited the third world into New York. And now the third world's taken over the city. They imported new voters, and the new voters are voting them out. These people want revenge. These communists are here to steal our money. They're here to steal our country. And once they take our wealth, they're going to give all their people free teeth, free boob jobs, free rent. Everything's going to be free. Buses, groceries.
By the way, trans do get free boob jobs and laser hair removal in prisons here in Washington State. Over $600 million goes to this project, by the way. That's not bullshit. It's happening.
Free stores, hopefully not free cable TV. You know who voted for a lot of these communists? Young white liberal women. That's what you called suicidal empathy. Everywhere communism gets its foot in the door, there's death, poverty, and violence.
Where has socialism ever worked, Senator?
Is that another question, or is that for the next interview?
That's definitely for you. You said fish doesn't work everywhere. I just want to know one place where socialism has been beneficial.
Well, when you have me come back on, we can talk about all the races across the country.
If you think New York's a one-off, wrong. First, you have a communist mayor and congresswoman. Then they run for higher office. Then you have a communist governor, attorney general, senator. Then communists get elected in Chicago and LA. You think they're going to sit back and relax? They're going on the warpath. They're going to arrest you, come for your business, your kids' schools. These people want to hurt you. They want to see you suffer. These are the people who get in your face in the streets, who attack cops, who tear down statues of Thomas Jefferson. They're not here to negotiate Pentagon spending. They're not going to fund the Pentagon. They're here to take everything you, your father, and your father's father have earned. Because colonizers don't deserve it. They claim they're the victims, and they're here to get paid. And they don't care how. But there is no way we're going to let them do that. This country did not make it 250 years to get pushed around, especially by these people. We're going to defend our history, our heritage, our property, and our values. And if New York City falls, it's dominoes. So you got to stand your ground. We're not going to apologize. But these people do have more support than you think. They have support in high places. Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube.
First of all, they didn't lie about Dominion. That's some bullshit that I really hope that it comes back out, which there is some information coming back on Dominion, and they're going to be in big trouble. We actually have proof that the Dominion was cheating on elections in Latin America. Yeah, those videos don't exist anymore. I wish I didn't clean my freaking hard drive. I should have kept it. But there is proof that they cheated. And I trusted the system would be good for us. And it has failed us. The Democratic Party has a lot of corrupted politicians, a lot of corrupted activists, judges, congressmen, senators. We're in big trouble. We are in big trouble. The pandemic was fake, Bart. The pandemic was fake. We all knew this. We all did. It was fake. That's another thing that is true. What the hell are you asking for? What do you mean? What do you mean? Yeah, so retarded, bro. I hope you're just joking. I hope you're joking.
Being trash. A New York Knicks fan who got carried away at the team's championship parade is now
here. Some more lip-tard activity for you, like Matt. This is your kind of people right here.
Facing the consequences. This video of her dumping out an entire trash bin, then stealing the orange-colored garbage bin went viral. The New York Post reports that woman, Angie Baez, has now been canned from her executive job at JP Morgan Chase. Now, reports say that Baez previously served as executive director of, you guessed it, DEI at a New York-based review website called The Infatuation, which JP Morgan Chase acquired as part of its broader push into lifestyle and experiential content, like experiencing dumping trash on the sidewalks. But if she just waited 1 week, she could have just bought the exact same trash can online without the price of losing her cushy job. But I guess maybe she's a socialist too, so she thought she could steal it. Look, Mayor, I know you feel the same rage we do, because watching someone dump trash on our sidewalks, knowing that our sanitation workers then have to clean up after her, is unacceptable.
You mean you have to pay for something to get it? Listen, I think it's really sad. And look, in our city, if you let these kinds of things go, it devolves, right? You have this anarchy, essentially, this lawlessness. And then what happens is, we've seen this across America, supermarket chains closing, and they can't provide goods and services to everyday people because they can't afford to do it. They lose so much money. There's so much of a loss in terms of stolen merchandise or things that are taken. And look, this is a country of laws. You know, we're America. We're the United States of America. We're a country that should respect the law, and we believe that the law is the first, component of an ordered society. So if you're enforcing the law, then people can go out there, they can have a good time, they can, wear whatever they want. They don't have to worry about, in South American countries, you can't wear certain things. Otherwise, you're putting your life at risk. In some American cities, it's the same exact way. And so we prided ourselves in Miami on making sure that we were pro-law enforcement. None of this no cash bail stuff. None of this, defund the police nonsense. And because of that, we had basically the lowest homicide rate in history. So the lowest homicide rate in Miami was in the 1950s. We had 24. The worst year was 1980. We had 220.
Oof.
And last year, my last year in office, we had 27. Wow. So we came 3 away from the least. And so, but that's a culture. It's a culture of following the law. It's a culture in your police department, respecting the blue, making sure that they feel that the political leaders back them, right? And there's no tolerance really for stealing, for hurting people, or for damaging property.
Yeah, and deterrence. Rachel, what I hate about this too, it's like, the call's coming from inside the building. We are hosting right now 48 different countries' fan groups for World Cup. None of them are dumping out trash, and yet a New Yorker is the one that dumped the trash out on our streets. Like, that's what I hate the most, that it took one of us to show the worst of us. So
New York, you fucking losers.
She got fired from her job. Did she face consequences from the city?
There is a question.
That's a good
Just
one.
what you were
That's
talking
what I'm
about,
saying.
Mayor.
You know what I mean?
And that's the important point you bring. If this stuff devolves, is that broken windows theory.
Exactly.
It doesn't surprise me that this DEI person who is basically, it's a made up job, like whatever she was doing at that other company, that she's defrauding the city. And you're right, she's also defrauding the city, not just because she stole the trash can, but because now extra people have to work extra days, and we're hosting, and we're supposed to make our city look great, and for all these tourists, it's a bad look. Hopefully she will pay the price, not just at her job, but I think the city needs to make her an example out of her as well.
But I guess if you never knew consequences, Harris, because if you're head of DEI, that means you just get a job without qualifications. So she clearly has never understood what consequences are.
I think we should put that video back up there, and let's just keep, Angie Baez, was that her name? Let's keep old AB up on the screen.
On the ground there.
Look at
Is she taking it home?
And
yeah,
she won't.
Like, what's her house look
They
like?
put them all over the city. There was a big promotion days before the parade, and they were going to put these cans all over the city, and it was known then that
I've never seen garbage carrying out the garbage can.
you could buy them online after. So let the city look beautiful. And look, people were more prone to put trash in it because they were kind of cute. So you have seen, you can look online. On social media, some people got their pictures taken next to them, like, hey, I'm throwing from a bucket away, cute things that they were doing because, it's basketball.
Exactly.
But Angie Baez didn't get the message, so she just thought she'd steal.
Oh, to be at J.P. Morgan Chase. What you learn about your colleagues. I bet many of them didn't know this. Is anyone here a dumpster diver? I hope not here on the couch. I know not. My colleagues know better. But I hate to share this with Angie, but I'm not a scientist. However, I did ask AI what happens if you dig through a trash can on a street. You are exposed to millions to billions of germs, Angie. Studies show a single square inch of an average unwashed residential garbage bin exposes you to 400 million bacteria, 10,000 distinct microorganisms. So maybe the city need not punish her.
That's just the way that this dumb ass, this is who we call the damn socialist Democrats. This is what they do, guys. And everybody that deserves, that defends the Democratic Party today, which is not the real Democratic Party anymore, the Democrats, you guys are libtards by association. Now, COVID-19, why was a fake pandemic? Now, the disease is real, obviously. It was created in the Wuhan lab. It was a Chinese virus. Dr. Fauci is about to be in jail pretty soon because of this. Now, I called it out, and I said, that's bullshit. Immunity, the herd immunity theory is what I believed in. Now, what's very interesting is that I'm not a doctor, but I told people, do not go on a ventilator. You will die. You know what happened? Everybody going on the ventilator was dying. That's right. When I mentioned Cuomo was guilty for hundreds of senior citizens dying of COVID. Because Democrats don't like to listen. Dr. Fauci told President Trump, don't need to wear a mask. It's not dangerous. Trump goes out and says it to us. Don't worry about the mask. You don't need it. And then the Democrats pulled Fauci aside and be like, hey, we can give you some millions of dollars. And we will give you immunity when become in power again. So then he went and told President Trump, hey, we need to wear masks. Wear masks. But he didn't tell Trump first. He went on the legacy media first and said we need more masks. And President Trump is like, wait a fucking minute. Wait a minute. What the hell you mean? You just told me we don't need masks. You just told me to not allow anybody to come in. And then now you're telling everybody that you want to allow everybody to come in. You're making me look like a jackass. Which, of course, he did. Of course he did. But the rest of us Americans that were paying attention, we're not buying it. Now, I took the jab. I was working for a real estate company. I was pre-leasing apartments, commercial buildings and stuff. They told me that if I didn't take the jab, I was going to lose my job. And I said, I don't give a shit. But then my nephew was getting married in Honduras, and I didn't want to put up with all the bullshit, so here we go. Now, here's the problem. The pandemic part was fake. The disease and the seriousness of it, sure. For weak people, people with a weak immune system, yes. I told my buddy when I used to work at the casino, I said, because this has all happened within the same bullshit pandemic time. I was working at the casino, I got a job there, and I told my friend, he's from Panama, and I said, listen, you said your friend has COVID. I said, how is he doing? He said, well, he's got an appointment to go to the hospital. I said, well, is he having problems breathing? He says, yeah, his chest kind of feels kind of heavy. He's having a hard time breathing, but he's okay. But the doctor said that they're going to put him on a ventilator and bada bing, bada boom, it's going to save his life. I said, tell your friend, do not allow the doctor to put them on a ventilator. He said, why? And I said, mark my words. The ventilator is going to kill him. His friend went on a ventilator. 2 days later, capiche, done, dead. And I'm just like, what I don't understand about people, it's, some of you out there, 10 years old, 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old, at some point in life, I would think that you would learn how to self-diagnose certain things. Swine flu, bird flu, all this H1V1, that's a visa. I don't know what the hell I'm confused with the visas now. But there was a flu that was killing millions of people. I took no vaccines. I didn't die. Every time I went to the doctor, swine flu, bird flu, the flu that was killing everybody. You know what the advice of the doctor always was? Somebody put it in the chat. What do you think the advice of the doctor was for every single one of these flus that was killing people? Somebody type in one example. Give me one example of what you think the doctor told me. Go ahead. Do it. Put it on the chat. Tell me one thing the doctor will tell you that you need to do when you have the flu. Well, look at that, Jonathan. I guess I don't have to be a doctor for that. Robotic says, get your flu shot. Nope. Wash your hands. That's hygiene. Good guess, Karen. Get a shot? Nope. Come on, guys. You can do it. No shot. No shot. There is no antivirus. You understand? Antivirus does not exist. The vaccine is before you get sick, not when you're sick. Anywho, let me tell you what it is. Kenny, thank you. For Pete's sake, somebody's paying attention. Hydration. Drink lots of fluids. That's right, Red Hood. Oh, finally. Man, you guys had me worried. Yeah, quarantine. Yeah, vitamin C. Yep. No matter what it was, right? Okay. Now, I'm going to tell you something that helped me during COVID. Now, I didn't get sick with COVID until I got the COVID shot. Okay? Now, lucky for me, I happened to have a bad experience when I went to Honduras. I know you're going to laugh at me and think I'm a coward. That's okay. Listen, I love snorkeling. I think snorkeling is fun. You know I can hold my breath for 1 minute and 37 seconds. Not much. That's not that much, but it's a lot to me. Enough for me to do, at least 20 feet dive. You know what I'm saying? All right. I decided to go scuba diving. How many in here have done scuba diving? Okay. If you're a professional, shut the hell up. I don't want to hear it about how courageous you are. But anyways, so I went to go to the scuba diving, right? So they gave me this little lessons and this and that. Oh, have you snorkeled? Yeah, I snorkeled, and you know what? It's no big deal. It's all good. And so the guy said, okay, if you happen to lose this this mask here, you want to flip this way, and then you want to reach out for the emergency, and then blah, blah, blah. Anyway, we get to the ocean. Now, the ocean, we're only about just above waist deep. Now, the first example, the first exercise that they told me to do was, okay, we're just going to go ahead and let out some of the air, right? There's a little valve in there. And we're just going to have a sit. And we're going to have a sit right at the bottom on the ocean. And we're just going to sit there. But that's it. We're not going to move. We're just going to sit there. I want you to relax, breathe, all right? And I'm like, okay, shit, I'm relaxed. I'm good. No problem. I go down there. No oxygen. I was like, what the hell's going on? Oh, man, I get up. I'm starting to panic. And I'm like, oh, shit, I don't know. I never felt this sort of fear. It was a fear that I never experienced before because I couldn't breathe the way that I normally breathe. Snorkeling, you would think that I know, right? But I didn't. So the guy keeps telling me, you gotta relax, breathe. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I'm relaxed. And so I said, there's no air, there's no oxygen coming through this mask, and I'm panicking. And the guy grabs the mask and no, he said it's good. And the guy keeps saying, relax, breathe, relax, breathe. Man, I'm like, bro, I'm getting pissed off of you telling me to relax, breathe. I'm not afraid. And I was like, no, you know what? I take that back. I am very afraid. I don't know. I never felt this kind of fear. I don't know. So the guy says, he's like, listen, all right, we're not going to go too far. You're going to tell me this if you're okay, and up if you want to go up. Okay. I said, okay. He said, let's just go ahead and pretend you're snorkeling, right? And then I'm breathing through the mask, and I'm still not getting enough air. But I said, you know what? Fuck it. I can hold my breath for 1 minute and 37 seconds. If I need to, I'm just going to stand up and breathe. Kenny, that is right. You're 100%. I wish he would have told me. Listen, Kenny, love you, bro. If he would have told me, I want you to relax, breathe. Hold. Okay, I would do that. But that's not what he said. He just told me to relax, breathe. I don't know what the hell that is. So anyway, I'm down in the ocean, and he shows me this little flat whitefish on the sand. And my brain forgot that I was scared. And so I took a deep breath, but I was so surprised about the fish. It was so cute, right? That I didn't exhale right away. And that's when it hit me. And I said, oh, he wants me to breathe slowly. That's how it makes sense to me. And so 1 hour and 15 minutes underwater, I didn't want to get out. I loved it. When I got out of the water, I was so thankful to be alive. I really was. I've never experienced that fear. So here we go. Back and forward to COVID-19. Because of that experience, I learned to relax, breathe. And when I got COVID, after the vaccine, I got hit so hard with the COVID. I couldn't breathe. My lungs was like an elephant sat on my lungs, and I just couldn't breathe. And I just can't breathe. And I remember scuba diving. And because there's just a little bit of airway in my lungs, I took small breaths, long, small breaths. I kid you not. I kid you not. And that's how I was able to get through COVID. I went and drank some sort of weeds from the side of the freeway. I guess they clear your lungs. And I drank, I think it was like 1 or 2 days. I drank this nasty ass tea from literally weeds. I don't know what it's called, but it was weeds on the side of the freeway. They sell them to you, but you can find them on the side of the freeway. And I got sick 4 times with COVID-19. Now, why do I tell you this story? I tell you this story because they lied to us about the pandemic. They said you will not get sick if you get the jab. I got sick 4 times. My wife didn't get the jab. My kids didn't get the jab. My father-in-law, which organs were already tore apart because of diabetes, didn't take the jab. Mother-in-law, I was the only moron in the whole family that took the doggone COVID-19 shot and the 3 boosters after. Oh, man, I'm so pissed about the COVID-19 fake-ass pandemic. And you know what's crazy is that these Democrats, I'm sorry, guys, if you don't like my information, but they use COVID-19 as an excuse to get rich, to steal billions of dollars from you, the taxpayers, from the American people. Democrats don't care about American citizens. They showed it. President Trump put them on the spot. Hey, if you believe that this government is meant to put Americans first and not illegal immigrants, please stand. They didn't. They shut down the government twice. Ocasio-Cortez, Alexandria, says we are not squeezing the people, the American people, hard enough. As a communist, inflicting pain on your American citizens, it is a communist thing to do. Ask the Chinese. Ask the Russians. Anywho, what can I tell you? I can only tell you the information that I have acquired, that I have rationalized. Democrats, or at least there's corrupted politicians who pretend to be Democrats, continue to abuse the American people. And while there is a very minimal amount of retarded Americans who are gullible and naive and are loyalists to the party, the majority of them are illegal immigrants, foreigners who come from a third world shithole country, and they don't see how good we are. You know why? Because they all go to the same spot and live the same shitty ass lifestyle that they live in their third world country shithole. I know my English is a little backwards sometimes. I apologize about that. But listen, hey, I love you all. Even the libtards, I love you all too. I just don't like you because you're retarded. I wish you were the good retarded people, because those I have compassion for. But you're just retarded by choice. That being said, man, thank you, my man, for being here first. Robert, thank you for being here. Jose Duarte, good to see you, my friend. Hey, to all of you guys who put a super chat on there, man, thank you so much. God bless you. You know, this is my hustle. This is what I do for a living. This is my job. To put up with all these libtards on my chat, that's a hard job to do. You know what I'm saying? I hope you like the background. Guys, I do all of this for you guys to be entertained. Okay? With that being said, continue to tell the truth, no matter who it hurts. We hope that the truth shall set them free, because we are already free. God bless you. God bless Trump and his family. God bless your family. God bless the USA. We'll see you in the next one. Peace!